Hey friends, hope you're all doing well. We're doing okay too, just really tired since we've been working non-stop. We wanted to answer a question many of you ask: how does our publishing process work? Most of our audiobooks are first posted on Patreon as paid content. They stay behind a paywall for a few months. After that, they become free to access on Patreon forever. Then, a few weeks later, we upload them to other platforms like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, our community hasn't been growing much, and we could really use your help. Please share our site in your Facebook groups, Discord servers, Reddit threads, Twitter, X, or with any friends who might be interested. Every little bit helps and we really appreciate it. Thanks a lot for being with us and supporting what we do. From this, one could deduce. Even the highest level of death priority, could not annihilate all of Zhongyi by erasing a single replica. Which meant, if any replica triggered death priority in the future, even if that replica couldn't use replica substitution to escape, only that one replica would die. The others, including the main body, would remain unaffected. That meant, the next time Zhongyi went around causing chaos, he could rest a little easier. Still, while it was great that the comprehension replica wasn't completely wiped out, because of existence denied, he couldn't interact with the world at all. Wasn't that practically dead anyway? Now none of the other replicas could even sense his existence, nor could they use replica skills on him. And who knew whether, when midnight came, the main body would even be able to fuse with him again. So this observer replica was basically totally useless now. Zhongyi couldn't help feeling a bit helpless. But soon, he kept going. He checked out the new skills and ultimates corresponding to the two SS tier abilities. First was the SS tier skill Heart of the Swan, which matched with Lofty Ambition. Its effect was simple. When he used Vow to set a goal with a reward rank above A tier, if Vow succeeded, the reward would double. If Vow failed, the penalty would be halved. Beyond that, the most outrageous part. When he set a vow above A rank, he could withdraw the reward in advance. Now that was insane. Originally, with only the S-tier vow skill, any average player wanting to fulfill a high difficulty goal would have needed a long time to build up strength. Only once they'd gathered enough power could they hope to succeed. Someone like Zhongyi, who casually took on SSS rank goals, could only do so because he had other replicas covering him. But now, with advance reward withdrawal, his growth speed could basically rocket upward. Say Zhongyi wanted to kill 3 apartment administrators within 30 minutes again. Before even taking action, he could get the SSS tier reward. Who knows? That reward might include a god tier item designed just for killing admins. Then going after them would be so much easier. So yeah, Heart of the Swan lived up to its SS tier rating. But what Zhongyi cared about even more was the far more mysterious SSS tier ability, Grip of Fate. This Fate-type ability had given him 3 ultimate-level powers. Before this, Zhongyi had never even heard of ultimates. Still, even without knowing anything, it was obvious. Ultimates had to be above skills in every way. With a pounding heart, he quickly checked the 3 ultimate powers. First up, SSS tier Prophecy. The moment he focused on the panel's 2-character label, a dignified, emotionless voice echoed in his mind. Like a god detached from the world, calm and neutral, it spoke. This is not prophecy. It is fate. It is command. This. Just hearing that voice gave Zhongyi a spiritual shock. Like some higher existence had directly shaken his soul. It took him a while to snap out of it. Only once he recovered did he realize in shock. That voice was identical to his own. No, not the voice of the comprehension replica, but Zhongyi himself. This. He didn't have time to dwell on it. He immediately opened up the details for prophecy, SSS, your mouth may not speak. Only your thoughts may engrave decree, white decree, alters probability. Outcomes with non-zero chance can be manipulated, black decree, sets restrictive rules. Target must obey, violation results in erasure, gold decree, sets absolute rules. All life must obey, violation results in erasure, colorless decree, creates events. Even 0% probability events may occur through decree. These 4 decree types were clearly ranked from lowest, white, to highest, colorless. If he could ever inscribe a colorless decree, that would be reality bending, a true whatever I say, happens level. Still, even without trying it, Zhongyi could guess. A colorless decree must be near impossible to inscribe completely. But forget colorless. Even managing a black decree would be dimensional suppression. After all, this thing let him set rules. Zhongyi didn't have time to test it now, so he quickly moved on to the SS tier ultimate fate thread. Again, when he focused on it, that same neutral voice echoed. This is not fate. It is a lie. An illusion. After a long pause, the details of Fate Thread appeared before him. Fate Thread, Your eyes may not see, but with thought, you may bind to the existence of beings, you may alter your target's memory, you may simulate your target's future, you may graft karma from one to another, you may share your target's abilities, you may assume your target's identity. These 5 you may lines clearly progressed in intensity. Just like he couldn't inscribe a colorless decree outright, he obviously couldn't jump straight to stealing someone's identity the moment the bond was formed. He didn't try to activate the ability yet. But deep inside, he could sense there was already some special bond between the comprehension replica and the other replicas. That's why, when the Light-type replica merged with the comprehension replica, he could directly sense the comprehension replica's existence. Even access its data panel. And even while in this merged state, the light type could directly use the powers on that panel. Chapter 138, Zhu Kaiming, die instantly. So, with the fate-type bond, with the prophecy ability's influence on the world, this observer, under the effect of existence denied, could still establish a link with the world. In fact, Zhang Yi realized, this invisible, untouchable observer was practically like having a minor god watching his back. Sure, this little god was still inexperienced and limited in power. But once it grew, its potential was boundless. And it would grow. Because neither living nor dead, he couldn't even truly die. So the only issue was, Zhang Yi himself couldn't die. As long as he stayed alive, this little god would always be in his corner. This was just. Zhang Yi couldn't even suppress the excitement just imagining it. He forced himself to calm down and moved on to check the third ultimate ability, Dice of Fate. This ability was clearly linked to the Dice of Fate itself. The original physical item had now become a built-in power. And in the ruins, there was no longer a trace of the actual Dice of Fate. Come to think of it, that Dice of Fate was something Chen Kun had put up as collateral. Looks like classmate Cheng had pretty much signed his death warrant. And as his attention locked onto this ultimate, that same voice from before echoed again, this is not a game. It's a high-stakes gamble. Dice of Fate, you may roll the Dice of Fate for any existing being. Based on the face rolled, the target will receive the corresponding effect: crown, boosts luck, sword, summons a weapon, gold coin, unexpected wealth, holy grail, heals injuries, scepter, attribute boost, skull, instant death. So this was how the former item Dice of Fate had become an ultimate ability. The 6 faces and their effects hadn't changed. Which meant from now on, the observer could allow other replicas to keep using the Dice of Fate. At first, Zhang Yi only thought of that level. But very quickly, he realized this ability version of the Dice of Fate was fundamentally different from the item version. The item Dice of Fate could only be used voluntarily by the player. No one could force someone else to use it. But the ultimate version was controlled by the observer. And could be forced on others. Not just usable on Zhang Yi's other replicas. It could even be forced on any player. And maybe even more. The observer could potentially combine Dice of Fate with prophecy. Roll the dice for someone, then use a white decree from prophecy to influence the outcome. In other words, he could even choose someone and command their fate with a skull, instant death. TSS. Zhang Yi couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Only now did he truly realize. This observer that transcended life and death was seriously like a divine being, aloof from all things, toying with the world. Meanwhile, under the black robe, Hizanayu was still scrolling through the chat history, finding nothing meaningful. Only to see Zhang Yi's expression growing more and more shocked. She mumbled to herself, then asked again, "What the hell did you find? Hey. Can you show a little respect to your light-type senior here? I've asked so many times and you haven't answered once. Do you want to get off the server-wide kill on-site order or not?" Zhang Yi finally came back to himself, glanced at Hizanayu's direction. There was no particular emotion in his eyes. But Hizanayu felt something different. At that moment, Zhang Yi seemed off. That emotionless gaze gave her a sudden, inexplicable feeling of dread. Zhang Yi didn't know what she was feeling. After thinking for a bit, he casually replied, "Isn't it just the server-wide kill order? Another player I met told me, if I kill all 26 apartment bosses, it'll automatically get lifted." Hizanayu was instantly speechless. Did this guy even hear what he just said? Kill all 26 apartment bosses. Ha! Ignorant and fearless. But Zhang Yi truly didn't care. He was even considering whether to test out his observer abilities on this light-type same kind. But ultimately, he decided against it. With a shift of thought, his focus returned to the duel arena. By now, Zhu Kaiming was getting more and more impatient. After all, replica number 2 was slacking off so hard. Zhu Kaiming's patience was nearly exhausted. He was ready to take action and finish the duel himself. But before that, he sneered coldly at Zhang Yi, "With your attitude, this duel is completely meaningless. So, I see no reason to fulfill the promise I made beforehand. In other words, the secrets about apartment 4444, and the ominous nature of the dice of fate that he promised to share. He was now planning to go back on his word. Zhang Yi had already figured out what happened to the comprehension replica. Now, facing Antagonist who tried to drag him into mahjong again, he finally had the mood to entertain him a bit. In fact, he was in such a good mood, he wouldn't mind making it fun. So, as Zhu Kaiming's irritation hit its peak and he finally prepared to end the duel, Zhang Yi suddenly leapt back, putting away his lazy weapon stance, and finally looked serious. Zhu Kaiming's eyes flickered. But a second later, he still frowned and scoffed, "What now? Trying to stall for time with another trick? Too bad. I'm done wasting time with you." As he spoke, he gave Zhang Yi no room at all, clearly about to make his move. Zhang Yi kept retreating, waving a finger as he said, No. I'm actually serious this time. Let me think. Didn't you just say something like, all C tier and below deaths are ineffective on you? Perfect, because I've got a super ultra mega killer move right here. Guaranteed to make you die juicy and satisfied. Wanna try it? That tone made Zhu Kaiming sound like a full-on masochist. Zhu Kaiming didn't reply. His face instantly darkened. The next second, he turned into a shadow and lunged straight toward Zhang Yi's retreating form. Clearly, he didn't plan to give Zhang Yi any chance to use this so-called killer move. Zhang Yi didn't hesitate. He immediately fused with the blackened replica. His retreating form instantly dissolved into a mist of blood. Zhu Kaiming, in his shadow state, plunged straight into the blood mist. After circling a few times, the shadow retreated. Once out of the mist, Zhu Kaiming returned to human form. His face looked even gloomier, those dark ringed eyes even more sunken. He narrowed his eyes at the blood mist and said in a low voice, "Thought so. I saw clearly that you didn't have any glyph pattern ability, yet during the fight, you suddenly gained one. So, this must be a trait from your replica abilities, right? Your power has been split across your replicas. When randomly matched in the duel room, your stats look pathetic. But during combat, you can fuse with other replicas and spike your power in an instant. That's the real reason you crush opponents in random duels, isn't it? So you're no limit breaker at all." Limit breaker? Zhang Yi pondered for a moment, then replied from within the blood mist, "So the duo organization is so interested in me because they think I'm a limit breaker? Limit break? Break limits." He repeated the words and then speculated, could the duo organization be connecting breaking the body's limits to reversing entropy increase? But that's not quite right either, is it? Breaking limits doesn't seem the same as data overflow. He was really just speculating offhand. But unexpectedly, Zhu Kaiming's expression shifted slightly as he frowned at the blood mist. "Did Duang tell you that?" Zhang Yi was surprised. Looked like his wild guess had actually hit on something fundamental to Duo's beliefs. Still, from Zhu Kaiming's posture, it was clear he had no intention of sharing more information about Duo. Zhang Yi didn't mind. He spoke again from within the blood mist, "Then now, let me show you my super ultra ultimate killer move." Zhu Kaiming's gloomy face remained silent, returning to his earlier, non-combative state. Quietly waiting for the so-called killer move. Seeing him cooperate, Zhang Yi also returned to human form. He raised his hand in a showy gesture, dramatically pointing toward Zhu Kaiming's head, and said solemnly, "This killer move of mine is called Dice of Fate. As the name implies, I just rolled the dice of fate for you. Now, let's wait and see what it lands on. If it's the skull, wouldn't you die all nice and juicy, just the way you wanted?" He said it with complete seriousness. But Zhu Kaiming's mouth twitched. He'd already wasted too much time entertaining Zhang Yi. His face darkened again as he said, "Annoyed, are you kidding me? Let me guess. You think my immunity to C tier and below deaths sounded too cocky, so now you're using the Dice of Fate's instant death effect to scare me? Or do you actually not know that Dice of Fate can only be rolled voluntarily by its owner, and can't be forced by others?" Zhang Yi was a little surprised at his reaction. Can't you see the Dice of Fate spinning above your head?" Zhu Kaiming looked up. There was nothing. Not a single trace of any Dice of Fate above him. He even felt a bit dumb for going along with the motion. And when he looked back at Zhang Yi, his gaze was even more impatient. At that moment, Zhang Yi looked exactly like a scam artist mystic. His eyes focused, muttering like a ritual priest, "Now, let me make a prophecy. This spinning Dice of Fate will land on skull." That's what he said. But in truth, this was his first attempt to inscribe even the lowest tier white decree, and he realized that the prophecy ability was nothing like he imagined. Sure, the Dice of Fate Ultimate had worked on the first try. But trying to inscribe even a white decree met unprecedented resistance. The resistance was directed at his conscious thought, making it incredibly difficult to complete the inscription. Zhang Yi's face didn't show it. To Zhu Kaiming, he just looked like he was putting on a theatrical act. However, when a holy light descended from above, Zhu Kaiming froze. What? Zhu Kaiming's tired eyes widened in disbelief, stunned. Zhang Yi let out a long sigh. The prophecy failed. The roll landed on Holy Grail. But no worries. Let's go again. With that, he pointed at Zhu Kaiming's head again, expression focused, and muttered another priestly line, let's roll another dice of fate. This time, it's got to be skull. He didn't say anything else. Just concentrated intensely. Meanwhile, Zhu Kaiming, still feeling the healing effect from the Holy Grail, couldn't pull himself back together. Impossible. There's no way this is the dice of fate. The dice of fate can't be rolled on someone else's behalf. Its effects can only apply to the one who rolled it. No one else can even steal it. So, Zhang Yi must have used some other healing skill to fake the Holy Grail effect. Yes. That had to be it. Zhu Kaiming found a perfectly logical explanation. But somehow, even though it made total sense and should have calmed him, when Zhang Yi pointed at him again, he suddenly felt a deep, indescribable sense of dread. Not fear like facing the entropy scythe, but panic. Pure, chaotic, instinctive panic. He just wanted to get away. Zhu Kaiming trusted his intuition completely. So he turned into a shadow again, darting away. But Zhang Yi ignored him entirely. This time, he was focused solely on one thing. Inscribing a complete white decree before the dice roll finished. Before his eyes, tiny flecks of white light, only visible to him, floated in the air. Each character of the decree was scratched out slowly and painfully, like a dog trying to write. Zhang Yi even started to doubt. Would the dice of fate even understand what this ugly scrawl meant? But it turned out he was worrying for nothing. Because by the time the dice landed, his white decree still wasn't finished. The second roll's result, Scepter. Zhu Kaiming's attributes instantly surged. 20 points in total, 10 in stamina, 10 in energy. Now he was truly panicked. Holy Grail could be faked. But how do you fake Scepter, which directly boosts attributes? A plus 10 boost to stats requires a golden tier attribute fruit. Sure, Zhu Kaiming wanted to think maybe this was just some illusion. But his instincts screamed, it's real. Something unseen was gripping his head, choking his throat with the hands of fate. And just as Zhang Yi pointed to his head again, and muttered once more, alright, let's go again, Zhu Kaiming's shadow form visibly panicked. The black mist crashed directly into Zhang Yi's body. At the same time, Zhu Kaiming's voice rang inside Zhang Yi's mind, I'm going to erase your glyph pattern ability. This erasure can even breach the virtual duel into reality. So even once this duel ends, you'll still lose your glyph pattern ability. Damn. Zhang Yi was shocked. He realized. This must have been the same move Zhu Kaiming used when fighting Lin Jing, scaring Lin into unleashing a new trump card to get rid of him. And afterward, Lin didn't even dare duel Zhu again. But right now, Zhang Yi's focus was still entirely on the white decree. With the first two failures behind him, this third attempt came much faster. The white light he alone could see gathered more swiftly. Again forming a set of scribbles like a dog scratching the ground. To speed things up, he deliberately simplified the decree, Fate Dice Skull. Just 7 characters, and he finished them before the dice landed. However, whether it was because he wrote it wrong, or just failed to express it clearly, those 7 words still didn't form a valid white decree. Instead, they slowly dissolved away. Zhang Yi felt a wave of disappointment. But then suddenly noticed. The dice of fate's illusory image had landed. And the glowing face this time was Skull. Chapter 139, Threaded Blood. Papa Zhang Yi had always rolled the skull for himself. This time, the skull result belonged to Zhu Kaiming, and he was merely a bystanding witness. It was precisely this role as a witness that made him realize for the first time. This is actually a good-looking skull. The skull was even smiling. Its teeth were sparse, grinning with a toothy smile, and its 2 large eyes looked like hollowed-out holes. This made the entire skull icon seem 1 part goofy, and 7 parts eerie. And as this image descended, Zhang Yi suddenly felt his whole body lighten. It was as if something inside him had been directly erased. Obviously, it was Zhu Kaiming, who had turned into a black shadow and invaded his body. The skull took effect. Zhu Kaiming. Instant death. At the same time, a familiar win streak notification sounded in Zhang Yi's mind. Ding. Congratulations on winning this duel. You've earned a bet reward of 18 million. Ding. Congratulations on completing 40 random matchmaking wins. Please choose your win streak reward. Just like that, the 40 win streak was in the bag. The win came so fast and sudden that Zhang Yi was momentarily caught off guard. By the end, he wasn't even sure. Was this final skull just a coincidence? A matter of random chance? Or did the white decree he engraved take effect? Thinking it over, he felt it was probably the former. He truly felt that the white decree hadn't activated. And also, after engraving decrees 3 times in a row, Zhang Yi faintly sensed. The reason his white decree was so hard to engrave wasn't because the white decree itself was difficult. It was because the dice of fate was intrinsically hard to influence. If he were simply rolling a dice with no special effect, then engraving a white decree to determine an ordinary dice result should have been much easier. With that in mind, his gaze fell on the 340 win reward cards. Win streak rewards always came as a choice of 3. He'd just randomly picked in the past. At 10 wins he got the Phantom Lantern, 20 wins gave him the Body Enlightenment Fruit. The best of the 30 win rewards was the Void Mirror, but he only got a Blood Spirit Comb and gave it to Wan Xin. Now the random reward for 40 wins. Just in time to test the prophecy effect again. He'd failed 3 times already. This time, his mindset was especially relaxed. So after focusing his attention, he quickly entered the state. This time, he felt incredibly clear. Engraving a decree was already inherently hard. But the S-tier comprehension ability, combined with replica number 2's absolute focus skill, gave a significant boost to his decree engraving. Especially absolute focus, which allowed him to rapidly lock onto what people called intent. With no outside interference this time, he was even surprised to find those tiny white glows he used to engrave the decree weren't created out of thin air. They seemed to be condensed from his intent. This time, he didn't immediately use the white glows to engrave the decree. Instead, he focused carefully and attentively felt each glow. And under the boost from comprehension, he faintly sensed. The decree wasn't about the words. It was about the intent, about the thought. Before, he'd been hung up on the form, even worried whether his chicken scratch handwriting could clearly express his meaning. Only now did he realize, what he needed to engrave wasn't the shape of the words, but the thought itself. Just like earlier, to affect the outcome of the dice of fate, he didn't need to write the word skull neatly. He needed to imbue the decree with an overwhelmingly strong intent. Just like manifestation use a belief strong and firm enough to influence the probabilities of reality. On that basis, he wouldn't even need to know how to write. Just like some uneducated people could invent their own symbols that only they could understand. So this time, Zhang Yi didn't follow the rules and engrave standard characters. He scribbled like ghost runes, casually sketching a bizarre pattern. The pattern looked random, but each point was infused with his intense intent. He wanted to choose the most suitable reward from these 3. And just like that, a seemingly nonsensical scribble actually formed a white decree successfully. A successful decree wouldn't dissolve into the air like the failed ones before. Instead, it had a tangible presence, those simple lines pulsing like a heartbeat. Even though it was a silent existence, Zhang Yi actually felt like he could hear the heartbeat of the decree. Just by looking at it, he felt it was synced with his own heartbeat. That sensation was too mystical. But in the blink of an eye, that white decree, as if it had its own heartbeat, merged into one of the 3 cards. Zhang Yi snapped back and picked it without hesitation. When the card flipped over, it showed the 40 win streak reward he'd chosen. Threaded blood puppet, blend your own hair, nails, and blood to create a blood puppet replica. The blood puppet replica possesses full strength of the main body, but has a stiff expression and wooden creaking joints. It can shoot dissection threads from its joints. Thin, tough, and hard to detect, with strong attack power, the blood puppet replica can create numerous threaded replicas. Each threaded replica is linked by threads to the blood puppet replica. If the thread is cut, control is lost. Each threaded replica has 10% of the blood puppet replica's combat power and is controlled by it. Each threaded replica consumes 10 strands of hair from the user. If more than 100 threaded replicas are created at once, the user's hair will harden and stink. Hair must be treated with corpse oil promptly to avoid weakening the blood puppet replica. Holy shit. Zhang Yi didn't know if this threaded blood puppet was the best reward for a 40 win streak, but just from the description, it was definitely the most suitable for him. Zhang Yi's current strength didn't lack powerful items. What he lacked was the number of replicas. And this threaded blood puppet not only gave him a blood puppet replica by default, it could also continue producing threaded replicas. And as long as they were Zhang Yi's replicas, they would fall under the influence of his infinite replication ability. So replica skills could be used on the threaded replicas too. Though the threaded replicas weren't strong and didn't boost much power even when fused, Zhang Yi had another more practical skill besides replica fusion. Replica substitution. Cheap threaded replicas were perfect as cannon fodder for replica substitution. Also, even though the item description said the threaded replicas had to stay connected to the blood puppet replica with threads, and would go out of control if the threads were cut, there was no doubt this only meant losing control from the blood puppet replica. With infinite replication, Zhang Yi should still be able to control those mindless threaded replicas. So Zhang Yi could fully choose to sever the thread connections himself, and scatter them across different apartments. That way, he could later use replica swap to freely move across apartments without loss. Of course, a single threaded replica was still too weak. If it moved alone, it could easily get killed by some clueless player. And there was also the issue that making one cost him 10 strands of hair. 10 hairs didn't sound like much, but over time, with more and more threaded replicas, he was definitely on track to go bald. But whatever, Zhang Yi wasn't that vain about his looks anymore. He was pretty satisfied with this win streak reward. After storing it in the replica shared space, he didn't continue matchmaking duels and returned straight to the card booth space. Everyone inside was still the same group. Only. Zhang Yi swept his gaze around and feigned surprise. Huh? Where's your boss? As he said this, he was also a bit curious. Would these guys have forgotten Zhukaiming already? But clearly, the skull effect from the dice of fate wasn't that kind of ultimate erasure death. These players all still remembered Zhukaiming. Especially that hot-headed young man from before, who looked at him blankly. You guys? Your duel's already over? Zhang Yi nodded. Of course it's over. I even got the 40 win reward. The 5 who had obviously followed Zhukaiming earlier looked at each other. A calm, composed young man guessed, maybe. The boss is still comprehending something. But before he could finish that thought, Wang suddenly swallowed and said, look at the apartment 4444 ranking and member list. His name. Zhukaiming's name. Is gone. As he spoke, Wang's eyes widened, staring at Zhang Yi with a mix of terror and disbelief. The 5 who had followed Zhukaiming also looked equally stunned. But soon, someone reflexively guessed, isn't it just that his name disappeared? Maybe the boss is. But this time, the speculation halted halfway through. Obviously, they had also remembered. Apartment 4444 was under lockdown. It was impossible for any player to leave across apartments. So. All eyes suddenly whipped toward Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi blinked innocently. That hot-headed young man from earlier suddenly slapped the table and declared, impossible. Death in the dual space is all virtual. There's no way the boss actually died. I bet he has some item that lets him cross apartments without using the rooftop teleportation or maybe the duo organization needed him for something. Either way, it was just a duel. He couldn't have really died. And even if he did die, he could resurrect. In fact, after he resurrects, he might be even stronger. When the hot-headed youth started speaking, he sounded flustered, but the more he spoke, the more convinced he became, as if only he saw the truth. However, both Wang and Lin Jing, as well as the composed youth among the 5, all had strange expressions. Especially Lin Jing and Wang. The way they subtly looked at Zhang Yi was as if they'd seen a ghost. At the same time, far away in the Doomsday apartment shrouded in mist, a number of veteran players watching from within the duo organization also exchanged baffled glances. The entire 119th floor of the apartment fell into a strange silence for a while before suddenly erupting into a flurry of discussions. This guy. What kind of trick did he use? Why does it feel like he's some kind of scammy mystic? Yeah, I think so too. It can't really be the dice of fate. He must have faked the dice effect somehow. But that final moment. Did anyone actually see how Zhukaiming died? The key is Zhang Yi said he rolled the dice for Zhukaiming, and Zhukaiming clearly panicked. What was he panicking about? Too damn creepy. I didn't understand this duel at all. What's so hard to understand? That Zhang Yi was just playing mystic tricks to cover up his real methods. All the players watching assumed Zhang Yi was just being theatrical. Yet at the same time, they were genuinely shocked and curious about how he'd managed to win in the end. Obviously, the regular spectators had no idea that Zhukaiming had actually died. But inside the duo organization, they knew. Within the internal duo player chat group, the eerie silence lasted even longer than it had among the spectators. By the time the public had already debated it thoroughly, someone in the group finally broke the silence. Xingzhiu, so. Did Zhukaiming actually die? Wu Ying, seems like it. Yeah? Zi saying hey Oyan, on no way, right? Deaths in the dual space are virtual, aren't they? Chi Bei, yeah. There's never been a case like this before, Zhu Chen, exactly. Even if it was a real-world death triggered by a duel, wouldn't that require the so-called ultimate erasure level? If this was ultimate erasure, we wouldn't even remember Zhukaiming, Wu Ying, right? So it definitely couldn't be a death caused by a virtual duel, Wu Ying, it must have been something else. He just happened to die in reality. Didn't he offend a light-type player? Maybe that light-type player just smashed his duel machine and killed him through it, Xingzhiu, right? That makes sense. That's gotta be it, Chi Bei, still gives me the creeps. Boss, Can we get a clear answer? At Duo, the chat was filled with the usual talkative players, but this time, even more lurkers were quietly paying attention. After all, this incident really was too bizarre. And just as Chibe tagged Duo, a response appeared shortly after. Duo, group owner, cause of Zhu Kaiming's death is under investigation. Until we have results, no one is to match against Zhang Yi again. At everyone, the moment this message dropped, all members let out a sigh of relief. Especially Wu Ying. He had specifically been tasked to match with Zhang Yi earlier. And honestly, all he'd done was queue up and surrender. Now that he didn't have to match Zhang Yi anymore, he was more than happy. At the same time, thinking of how strange Zhang Yi was, Wu Ying used his phantasmaparasitism ability to switch into Zhang Yi's appearance. Then, in that form, he leisurely studied Zhang Yi's data panel. Muttering to himself, this guy's panel looks average as hell, yet somehow he's so creepy. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the Doomsday apartment, shrouded in mist, stood a colossal moon phase clock. Its structure was an enormous black disc, massive in size. On the front of the disc, at its center, was etched a mysterious dark sigil. It resembled a mysterious raven. Raven feathers extended outward from the center. At the outer rim, where the feathers pointed, various moon phase symbols were engraved, representing the waxing and waning of the moon. Each feather and moon phase was not a simple drawing, but intricate and exquisite. Viewed from the front, the moon phase clock appeared as a grand, ancient, mysterious black clock, emitting the dark type aura most loved by apartment players. And also, a strangely serene, warm feeling of time standing still. However, from the back side of the clock, a completely different scene unfolded. The entire rear of the clock was bound in thick, blood-red chains. They were tangled, twisted, and tightly wound, covering the entire back. It even seemed as if blood truly flowed through those chains. The chains extended from the back of the clock, snaking across the rooftop floor, all pointing to a blood-red abyss. That crimson abyss looked like a fallen blood moon, lying at the rooftop's edge. And the ends of the chains disappeared straight into it, as if drawing sustenance from the abyss, feeding it back into the moon phase clock. At the same time, faint ticking sounds echoed from within the clock. From the front, the tick-tock might sound like a regular clock chime. But from the back, it felt like the sound of blood dripping. Mysterious, eerie, and enough to chill your spine. At that moment, several silhouettes hovered silently at the edge of the blood-red abyss, gazing solemnly at the back of the moon phase clock. Chapter 140, This first day cannot end as the saying goes. The peace you take for granted exists because someone else is bearing the weight for you. Ordinary players only know. The moon phase clock determines a day's duration in the Doomsday apartment. It moves slowly. So they think they have all the time in the world to waste. But in truth, slowing down the moon phase clock comes at a cost. Tick. Gurgle. Gurgle. A low rumbling emerged from the blood-red abyss. A pitch-black mechanical arm suddenly reached out from the abyss. It had a unique metallic sheen, glossy black, unstained by a single drop of blood. As if no matter how ominous or cursed the blood was, it couldn't taint it. The few figures floating in midair naturally shifted their gaze from the back of the moon phase clock to the mechanical arm. No one spoke. The mechanical arm extended higher and from its top unfolded a metallic palm. In the center of that palm was a pitch-black eyeball. Though it appeared metallic, its gaze was indistinguishable from that of a living person. Cold, weighty, and proudly superior. And in those black eyes, there shimmered a discordant point of light. Identical to the light-scorched glow previously displayed in the conference room by the mech representing Duo. A moment later, the mechanical arm directed a question to one of the mech figures in the group. Zhu Kaiming is dead? The voice was the standard used by Duo's mecha units. And the responding mech used the exact same tone, confirmed deceased. Cause of death under investigation. Investigation? The mechanical arm's voice remained cold, its calm tone inherently oppressive. Didn't he just die from rolling a skull on the dice of fate? Instant death. The mech extended an arm, and a screen projected from its palm. It was playing the duel between Zhang Yi and Zhu Kaiming. As the footage played, the mech narrated its analysis. At first glance, it does resemble a skull result from the dice of fate. But in truth, this kind of inexplicable death is very similar to the strange cases that happened with Wu Ying before. He was referring to the defeats caused by Zhang Yi fusing with Wu Ying. But the difference is, Wu Ying didn't die. Zhu Kaiming did. So we can't rule out that Zhu Kaiming actually died in reality, and Zhang Yi just faked the dice of fate effect. Plus, before their official duel, Zhang Yi intentionally stalled for a while. It's possible he used that time to set something up outside the duel space, to target Zhu Kaiming in the real world. Clearly, the way Zhang Yi killed Zhu Kaiming felt too casual. The whole thing was shrouded in mysticism, filled with suspicious details worth pondering. That's why the other duo mecha units unanimously agreed that it required further investigation. However, after silently watching the screen for a long while, the mechanical hand from the abyss suddenly muttered, "I was just thinking. Could a holy grail result from the dice of fate cure Light Scourge?" The air went still. Among the floating figures, the non-mech humanoids all frowned. The mechanical arm rotated its palm toward one of them and asked directly, "Old A, what's your take?" Olda was the apartment boss of Area A from a beginner apartment perspective. He was usually called apartment boss. Players in the Doomsday apartment sometimes referred to him as the district chief. But among the high-level figures here, they just used code names. In that moment, several gazes fell upon Old A. He wore a solemn expression, eyes deep in thought, as if contemplating something. One of the more impatient types, Boss K, jumped in first. "If you ask me, they've had long enough on this first day. It's time to begin day 2 and open up apartment 0000. My team's been itching to get started." As he said that, a few others subtly echoed his sentiment. However, Old A, who had stayed silent until now, suddenly spoke up, "This first day still can't end. My apartment 4444 has been severely damaged. It'll be destroyed at midnight." Those words made everyone's expressions shift. Boss K muttered with a frown, "What are the odds? It just had to be apartment 4444, the one place we really couldn't afford to lose. You sure there's no personal motive here?" He wasn't targeting anyone. Just voicing a stray thought. But his words were blunt, and Olda shot him a cold glance and said darkly, "How about I send the light type over to you? Let you feel this coincidence for yourself?" Boss K quickly waved it off with a laugh, "And no thanks, I don't think I'm blessed enough for that kind of luck, ahem." Old A's face stayed tense for a moment before relaxing, and he said casually, "But really, that disgusting thing might actually be able to break through the district barrier and run from area to your K area?" That line hit hard. Aside from Old A, the other apartment bosses immediately looked panicked. What kind of joke was that? That kind of dangerous monster? Let it stay in area where it belonged. No way should it be allowed to move across districts. Suddenly, all the bosses who had just been agreeing with Boss K switched gears. Now they stood united with Old A. "If you ask me, Olda is absolutely right. The first day really can't end just yet. Say what you will, but apartment 4444 really can't be casually destroyed." Even though Boss K was afraid of the light type running into his turf, he still felt bitter watching everyone flip sides so quickly. He frowned and offered his analysis. "Look, if we could truly eliminate the light type once and for all, then sacrificing your apartment 4444 might actually be worth it, right? As for using the apartment's destruction to let him cross districts, I still think that's far too unrealistic. Sure, there were cross-district cases before, but what day was that? And what day are we on now? If you ask me, we should act decisively. Before he gets too absurdly powerful, move straight into the next day. Use the apartment's destruction to wipe him out with it." To be fair, he did make some sense. Using the apartment's destruction to cross districts. That was an extremely low probability scenario. For a newbie player at this stage, completing it was basically, probably, downright impossible. But the things that had happened lately had really shaken their confidence. So this impossible wasn't so absolute anymore. This time, the fence-sitters didn't immediately sway. They just became vague and non-committal again. Olda swept the room with an eye roll. He didn't bother retorting again. He simply turned back to the mechanical arm rising from the blood-red abyss and asked in a low voice, "What do you think? Can the destruction of a single apartment really wipe out that disgusting thing?" Mentioning that disgusting thing, the light in the eyeball embedded in the mechanical hand seemed to twitch slightly. Emotionally, as a dark-type being, who wouldn't want that abomination to die early and reincarnate faster? But rationally, the mechanical hand didn't even need to answer. One of the fence-sitters suddenly asked, "By the way, why is apartment 4444 in area set to be destroyed at midnight ahead of schedule?" Olda replied with a calm look, "Nothing special. The graveyard barrier was cut?" That line brought another wave of awkward tension to the scene. Olda added, "Yeah, cut by that disgusting thing." The mood grew even heavier. At this point, even Old K dialed back his tone, suddenly speaking with some fake good-hearted consolation. "I think, you know, if even the graveyard barrier has been compromised, then maybe your apartment 4444 should be destroyed after all. Nothing worth getting attached to." This time, the mechanical hand also finally voiced an opinion. "Indeed. 4444 must be given up. But before it's completely destroyed, bring Zhukaiming back. Whether that disgusting thing dies with the apartment or manages to cross to another district in the destruction, I want Zhukaiming revived by the next midnight. Whether Zhukaiming came back or not, Most of them didn't really care. But Olda frowned. Then what about those originally in the graveyard? What about them? The mechanical hand coldly interrupted. Do any of those things dare to face the light? Olda fell silent again, turning once more to look at the back of the moon phase clock, covered in countless chains. At this moment, he thought of a metaphor Lu Shen once had. The ease of the rich comes from wealth, the ease of the poor comes from already having nothing to lose. The anxiety of the poor comes from having no money, the anxiety of the rich comes from the fear of death. That logic applied perfectly to the Doomsday apartment. Ordinary players at the bottom just wanted to get stronger, to live with soul and dignity. But people at their level? Their goal was to survive. Eternally. Just like how Emperor Qin and Han Wudi eventually pursued immortality. But now, their deaths were pressing in. The moon phase clock, or rather, the Doomsday apartment, was already on day 8. Very soon. Probably after this generation of beginner apartments finishes. Day 9 will arrive. And they didn't have much time left. Meanwhile, over on Zhang Yi's side, he was also thinking about time. More precisely, he was thinking about the duration of the entropy scythe and the S-tier skill soul link. The former lasted 1 hour, the latter 2. The entropy scythe wasn't a big deal. With the threaded blood puppet, the cost of rolling a skull with the dice of fate had dropped. From 1 full replica, down to 10 strands of hair. So even if he couldn't influence the dice roll with a white decree just yet, summoning a powerful weapon wasn't hard. What he cared more about was his personal instance that his main body was currently undergoing. Ideally, he'd clear the personal instance within the time limit of this trial version of Soul Link. Even better, he'd convert the trial skill into a real, permanently mastered one. This trial skill, after all, came from a deal he made with Lin Jing and Duing. And right now, his 2 good brothers were right here. So Zhang Yi didn't bother being polite. He could feel it. Right now, the 2 of them were scared of him. But the more afraid they were, the more relaxed Zhang Yi felt. Hey, let's just say Zhu Kaiming used some method to cross apartments and disappeared. But he promised me, once the duel was over, he'd explain the secrets of apartment 4444 and the bad omen of the dice of fate. And now he just ghosts on me? Doesn't keep his word? Lin Jing and Duang felt complicated hearing the phrase doesn't keep his word. Especially Lin Jing. When Zhang Yi had first arrived at apartment 9999, he'd been a total level 1 newbie, and even questioned whether Zhang Yi could be trusted. But now? How long had it even been? Lin Jing felt like he'd been through ages of turmoil. The main reason was that Zhang Yi had grown too fast. So fast it was terrifying. Zhang Yi looked straight at the 2 of them. I believe Zhu Kaiming isn't the kind of guy to go back on his word. He must have had something urgent come up. You both heard his promise to me before. So I think he wouldn't mind if you 2 fulfill it in his place. That's what he said. And his tone was pretty friendly. But Lin Jing and Duang both knew. Zhu Kaiming? Whether he was dead or alive was still a mystery. If he really was dead, then why would it matter what promises he made? In truth, neither of them had any real bond with Zhu Kaiming. Their relationship was mostly transactional or coerced. So now, they weren't about to risk themselves by defying Zhang Yi over a maybe dead guy. Especially Uing, who was quicker to adapt than Lin Jing. Lin Jing still had a bit of backbone, but Uing was the type to change sides on the spot. He was just about to answer when the 5 who had followed Zhu Kaiming, especially that hot-headed guy who kept trash-talking Zhang Yi, instantly objected. That guy probably watched too many gangster movies. He had that feral, rude swagger, and was fiercely loyal to his boss. Put him in a Hong Kong crime flick, he'd probably make a great guard dog. Too bad he wasn't Zhang Yi's dog. Zhang Yi glanced at him. Calm and imposing. If you've got a problem with it, how about we duel too? Just one simple sentence, matched with eyes as still as a mirror. The hot-headed youth instantly got the illusion that if he so much as said yes, he'd disappear like Zhu Kaiming, without a sound. His whole body stiffened, throat tightening, eyes flickering as he sat back down. What Zhang Yi didn't even realize was that since merging with the Observer, his entire aura had changed. To a degree that old classmates, the white-clad woman, and fellow light-type player Hizanayu would be shocked to see. Especially his eyes. When they held no emotion, they radiated a kind of divinity that transcended all things. Lin Jing and Duang obviously noticed the change too. After a long silence, it was Lin Jing, with some actual backbone, who finally spoke. You must have noticed too. The member list of apartment 4444 shows way more players than a normal apartment. But in truth, very few actually stayed in this apartment. That's why so many names are dimmed. They're not all dead. A lot of them left across apartments. Lin Jing was describing the situation. But Zhang Yi knew he was hinting at something deeper. So he picked up, Those players revived from the graveyard all appear on the member list. But they didn't stick around to develop 4444. They left again, across apartments. That line made Lin Jing and Duang both raise their brows in surprise. Because up until now, Zhang Yi didn't seem like a gamer. He even called himself a newbie. But now, he was saying things that hinted at insider knowledge about the graveyard. Things even Wan Xin probably didn't know. Zhang Yi didn't care what assumptions they were making. He just got straight to the point. As far as I know, opening a coffin in the graveyard to revive someone isn't easy, right? So when you two were revived, who opened your coffins? Was it Zhu Kaiming? Chapter 141, Lin Jing's story. Just one question like that. Zhang Yi figured it probably wasn't Zhu Kaiming. At least, not in Lin Jing's case. Maybe the 5 people on the right, who were under Zhu Kaiming, had their coffins opened by him. But Lin Jing had only come into contact with Zhu Kaiming after leaving apartment 9999 post, quick battle mode. So then, who opened his coffin and revived him? Lin Jing's answer was simple and straightforward. He shook his head and said, those 5 were probably revived by Zhu Kaiming, but not me. Then he glanced at Huang and added, also, Huang buried an account in the game too, but hasn't been revived yet. Oh? So that means Huang still has a resurrection chance left? Zhang Yi didn't really care. He just raised a brow and asked, so who opened yours? The apartment 4444 administrator? But Lin Jing shook his head again. In the game, when players want to retrieve a buried account, they usually go to an administrator to handle it. Then the 4444 administrator opens the coffin, and the buried account becomes usable again. But my revival wasn't handled by an administrator. Actually, my situation was probably quite different from a typical revived player. As he said this, he gave Wu Wang and Zhu Kaiming's 5 followers a glance. He hesitated a bit, but continued, I don't know how those 5 died, but I died by suicide. Suicide? What the? Lin Jing. Suicide? That doesn't sound right. Zhang Yi was startled, but quickly worked through the possibilities and ventured a guess. Don't tell me you killed yourself the moment you were invaded by an eerie being? Lin Jing looked surprised. He clearly didn't expect Zhang Yi to guess it so quickly. After pursing his lips slightly, he nodded. You can probably tell. I'm someone with a strong sense of pride. So, when I realized I was losing control of my body to an eerie being, and that it might steal my identity, I chose death before dishonor. And the eerie that tried to possess me was really damn arrogant, condescending and cocky. Of course I wasn't about to let him take over me. So I didn't hesitate. I ended myself. At the time, I had no idea I could be revived. When I did revive, I didn't even understand what was going on. Just felt like I was trapped in some pitch-black, sunless, square-shaped space. Back then, I actually thought the Eerie had succeeded and locked me up somewhere. It was only later that I learned I had revived inside a coffin in apartment 4444's graveyard. That part wrapped up the setup. Lin Jing met Zhang Yi's eyes and continued seriously, I don't know if my death during possession was unique, or if I just have some natural talent. But when I revived, I had 2 glyph pattern abilities right from the start. And flesh weaving. One of them started at tier 2. Zhang Yi thought, that's not just tier 2. Every organ ability he uses is incredibly powerful. He is basically a top-tier user of flesh weaving. I was trapped in that coffin for a long time, and while I was experimenting with flesh weaving, I suddenly heard a voice asking if I wanted out. At first, I thought it was the Eerie mocking me. Later, I figured out from the voice that I'd revived in the graveyard, but was just stuck inside the coffin. Eventually, that voice proposed a deal. He'd open my coffin, and in return, I had to kill the apartment 4444 administrator for him. That's why, even though I was strong, I still spent all my time on duel matches. Because I needed the madman mask to pull it off. I treated the players in apartment 9999 pretty well too. I wanted them to reach 100 wins as fast as possible, so they could help me kill the administrator. Later, I met Zhu Kaiming. His goal was the same. To kill the 4444 administrator. That's why we hit it off, and agreed to pull you in, so you could get an NPC to do the job. That basically summed up Lin Jing's experience. But Zhang Yi picked up on a certain detail. He frowned slightly and asked, you said you were trapped in the coffin for a long time? But when I first entered the duel room, you were already on the war god ranking. Lin Jing nodded. That part one can't explain either. From inside the coffin, it felt like I'd been there for ages. But once I got out, I realized not much time had passed. It was like I'd just gone in and instantly come back out. Besides that, I have this vague feeling that time in the apartment might not be what we think it is. Our subjective perception just can't detect it. Zhang Yi nodded, falling into thought. He liked reading obscure books, and often came across a concept called counterintuitive truth. Meaning, what we perceive subjectively might be far from objective reality. The simplest example being color. The color we see on a raven's feathers isn't its true physical color. Likewise, our sense of time passing might not reflect actual time at all. There are tons of similar phenomena, like the Mandela effect, Murphy's law, or survivorship bias. In math and science, these counterintuitive truths appear even more frequently, especially in probability theory. The odds we feel intuitively often differ greatly from those calculated using actual knowledge. Zhang Yi always hated probability. The P he calculated was always way off from the P in the answer key. Made him feel like the whole world was a big P. Lin Jing, unaware of Zhang Yi's inner monologue, continued, as for why Zhu Kaiming wanted to kill the apartment 4444 administrator, I think it's the same as my reason. In other words, there's some special existence in the graveyard that doesn't want the administrator to live. I suspect it's in the tombstone zone, the most elite section of the graveyard. Very likely, it's a powerful eerie being waiting for resurrection. That's just my guess. What Zhu Kaiming told me himself was, as long as we kill the 4444 administrator and gain graveyard permissions, he has a way to get a huge number of coffins. And each coffin equals one resurrection opportunity. When that happens, all of us who followed him could get revival slots. That actually matched Zhang Yi's earlier theories pretty well. But Zhang Yi raised a brow again and said, but now that apartment 4444 is set to be destroyed at the next midnight, won't the graveyard be destroyed along with it? And if that happens, players shouldn't be able to use coffins for revival anymore, right? Lin Jing nodded. The apartment's early destruction only came up recently. No one expected Huang Bo to push things this far, so his reasoning was sound, of course. But Yuang chimed in at this point, I feel like Zhu Kaiming didn't seem particularly afraid of apartment 4444 getting destroyed early. And there's something else. Did you notice? Lin Shen revived in the graveyard coffin right around the time this generation of beginner apartments was born. But even back then, there were already incredibly powerful beings in the graveyard. Beings that strong should be eerie beings similar to reincarnated Eries. But they also seem somewhat different from ordinary reincarnated Eries. Clearly, Wang was a thoughtful player. Zhang Yi raised a brow and said bluntly, if you've got something in mind, just say it. Wang no longer held back, directly speculating, I have a really strong hunch. The entire underground graveyard under 4444 has more secrets than what we've seen. Some of those secrets might not be destroyed along with the apartment, but instead cycle like the reincarnated Eerie does. That statement instantly shocked and made the others fall into deep thought. Wang, having sorted his thoughts, continued, also, think about it. When we buried our accounts in the game, it was during the lifespan of some beginner apartment. But the apartment we buried our accounts in has already been destroyed in-game. Yet now, in this new beginner apartment cycle, Lin Shen and the others could still revive in the graveyard? If the graveyard really was destroyed with the apartment, then after an update or reset, we shouldn't be able to recover those buried accounts. But clearly, no matter how many times the apartments update, accounts buried in the graveyard can still be retrieved. Doesn't that prove that the graveyard wasn't actually destroyed, but was recycled? But in the game, I once sacrificed an account just to observe. When apartment 4444 was destroyed, the graveyard was definitely destroyed along with it. So what I saw and what I inferred don't line up. That's why I suspect. Besides the graveyard we've seen, which does get destroyed with the apartment, there might be another hidden layer to the graveyard. And that secret might not just be about a specific Kiri being's reincarnation, but the reincarnation of an entire scenario. While the other players still needed time to process Wang's theory, Zhang Yi instantly got it. He realized that what Wang was speculating about might be the very same other graveyard that Yang Wenchao had discovered. And if this second graveyard really could cycle alongside the destruction and rebirth of an apartment, then between 4444's destruction and the birth of a new apartment, what would the state of that graveyard be? Zhang Yi was still thinking when he heard Wang continue, I suspect the real reason Zhu Kaiming wanted to kill the 4444 administrator might be directly related to this other graveyard I'm speculating about. It was obvious he was trying to win Zhang Yi's favor. Zhang Yi didn't hold back, and asked directly, so, about that raven egg buried in the graveyard. How much do you know? Wang shook his head. Actually, I wasn't the one who buried the raven egg, I've never even seen it. That was bait thrown out by Zhu Kaiming. But since it was written clearly in the contract, it should exist. That did match what the white-clad woman had said. She was only willing to act because the contract explicitly mentioned the raven egg in black and white. At this point, Zhang Yi strongly suspected that the raven egg might have been buried in that other graveyard. Thinking back to the imagery he had seen using the Eye of True Sight, he turned and asked Tuang and Lin Jing, "By the way, do you guys know about the Soul Eating Mound?" Soul Eating Mound? Wang furrowed his brow, shaking his head. Is that some kind of secret realm? Sounds familiar, but I don't think I've ever gone through one by that name. He turned to Lin Jing, "What about you? Ever ventured into a secret realm called Soul Eating Mound?" Lin Jing also shook his head, but after thinking for a moment, offered a lead. "Never heard of Soul Eating Mound, but over at apartment 0000's Rebirth Abyss, there's something called Soul Resting Mound of the Nether Butterfly." Wang quickly chimed in, "Right. The Soul Resting Mound of the Nether Butterfly. Soul Resting Mound, Soul Eating Mound. Sounds kinda related, doesn't it? The Soul Resting Mound in apartment 0000? Soul Resting, Soul Eating." Zhang Yi was still deep in thought. Meanwhile, the light-type sub-replica he had left in the underground graveyard as bait suddenly sensed a faint tremor from the ground. It felt like a miniature earthquake. Originally, Zhang Yi had hoped this light-type bait might draw some aggression. But clearly, due to the dark-type being's fear of light, no one dared to make a move. He had already given up on that strategy in his heart. Yet now, this sudden tremor startled him. Though the sub-replica had no self-awareness, Zhang Yi could instantly take full control by fusing with it. So, the light-type sub-replica, previously sitting cross-legged, stood up amid the tremor and cautiously looked around. It didn't take long to find. The source of the tremor seemed to be coming from the tombstone zone. Zhang Yi pretended to be cautious and didn't act rashly. In truth, he just didn't want to leave the area covered by confusion in sense, to avoid revealing how incorporeal his figure had become. As he debated whether to swap in the real light-type replica, a voice suddenly echoed in the sub-replica's mind. A deep, weathered voice, like that of an elder who had seen the world, called out intermittently, "Little one. Little one. Little one?" Was it calling him? He was a light type, okay? Natural enemy of ghosts. What's with this little one stuff? Zhang Yi grumbled internally but kept up the cautious act, scanning the surroundings, turning in slow circles. He even called out into the air, "Who's there? Who's putting on this spooky act?" There was no reply from the formless voice. Instead, it continued, slow and broken, "Do you want revenge?" Zhang Yi was just thinking, what revenge would I even want? The voice continued, "Do you want to kill all 26 apartment bosses?" Oh? Zhang Yi's brow lifted slightly. He frowned and shouted toward the sky again, "What the hell are you? Quit with the creepy theatrics." As he spoke, he once again activated light and shadow escape. He even reached into the replica shared space to grip the entropy scythe. To the naked eye, it looked like a streak of light linking to a black rift. While flickering around in light form, Zhang Yi began randomly swinging the entropy scythe in all directions. The dark-type aura of the graveyard instantly dipped into silence. He kept shouting, "Whatever you are, if you don't show yourself, don't blame me for not being polite." Then, not even giving the voice time to respond, he directly darted toward the tombstone zone, as if he were ready to smash those gravestones to bits with the entropy scythe. Chapter 142, Another of the Same Kind Little One. Aren't you afraid there's an administrator hidden in that tombstone? One strike and you'll be erased? The aged voice spoke again, calm and unhurried, almost sounding well-meaning. Zhang Yi was only probing to begin with. He hadn't actually planned to strike the tombstone. Hearing that, his brows lifted slightly, and he politely replied, "Oh, thanks for the heads up." With that, he took out the madman mask and put it on. But now, standing before the tombstone again, he showed no intention of striking it directly. The voice in his head spoke again, saying, "Really willing, huh? Such a rare synthesis item, and you used it just to make a madman mask of this tier. Looks like you went through a lot of trouble to save me?" Zhang Yi was full of question marks listening to that. He bluntly and speechlessly snapped, "Do I even fucking know who you are? What kind of ghost thing is getting all sentimental here?" Still, he couldn't help but guess. This unusual madman mask snatched from Guan He might have been crafted using some kind of synthesis item. Which meant it could have taken 3 to 5, maybe even 10 normal madman masks to synthesize one at this elite tier. And those synthesis items were apparently extremely rare. To use one just to make a madman mask. What a waste. So, was that why Guan He and her symbiotic reincarnated Eerie were so desperate and determined to kill in apartment 4444? Just as he was thinking that, the voice in his head responded again. Maybe because his "who the fuck are you" came off too strongly. This time, the voice finally gave a definite reply. But its phrasing had that same cryptic flair as when Zhang Yi tossed the dice of fate at Zhu Kaiming. The voice said. Who am I? Maybe, I'm your past life. What? Past life? What kind of bullshit? Zhang Yi was instantly full of question marks and disbelief. The voice seemed to know he wouldn't believe it. So it changed tune. At the very least, we're the same kind. Same kind? Zhang Yi had already met a light-type same kind. But right now, he was absolutely certain. In this entire graveyard, other than him, it was filled with dark-type beings. That overwhelming dark aura was everywhere. So, same kind? Hey? Light and dark can be the same kind? That self-proclaimed same kind actually mimicked his tone and let out a hey, light. Zhang Yi was surprised by that mocking laugh. Normally, dark-type beings had a primal fear of light. Only Yang Wenchao could somewhat suppress that fear. And according to Yang Wenchao, there were two reasons. 1, his inner strength had overcome fear so many times that he was numb to it, even used to it. The second reason, he used to be light. And now, this mysterious voice, clearly another dark-type being. Yet when he spoke of light, there was no fear in his tone at all. He even brought up the past life stuff. Zhang Yi's heart filled with doubt and alarm. At the same time, he suddenly noticed. The lingering confusion in sense around him was beginning to change. He saw the confusion in sense transform into an eerie black mist, wrapping around him. He'd seen the dark spirit barrier before, so he immediately went on full alert, tightening his grip on the entropy scythe. But soon, the voice in his head calmly said, relax. I just set up a simple defense to keep our conversation from being overheard. Zhang Yi wasn't the least bit comforted, his expression only grew more grave. The voice continued, light. Light isn't your primary ability, is it? It's not even your second or third. Then which number is it? Should I keep guessing? Zhang Yi's expression barely changed, but his pupils trembled slightly. Which number ability? What did that mean? This ghost thing. Did it know his secret? That he had the exterior ability infinite replication? No. That wasn't right. This guy had gone out of his way to set up a defensive measure just to reveal his secret. Which meant the so-called secret he was sharing should be unfiltered. But if he really knew everything about Zhang Yi, then he wouldn't be asking which number ability. He'd be asking which number replica. So, the secret he knew was only that Zhang Yi had multiple abilities. But not necessarily that he had the exterior ability infinite replication. Zhang Yi thought it through and quickly steadied himself, calming down. Of course, his face remained unreadable. That aged voice then leisurely tried to reassure him again, relax. There's no need to be tense with me. After all, in my eyes, there's no such thing as strength or weakness. Only life and death. So what if you're powerful? So what if you've got a bunch of abilities? Believe it or not. I once possessed over a dozen SSS-tier abilities, and more than a dozen 9th-tier glyph pattern abilities. I've even experienced absurd things you wouldn't believe. Multiple souls in one body, light and dark fused as one. I once stood at the pinnacle of the entire Doomsday apartment, above the moon phase clock. I looked across the whole Doomsday apartment and found no equal opponent. But so what? Only when you walk that path yourself will you understand. There is no strength or weakness, only life and death. Only then will you grasp the sorrow in Qin Shi Huang and Emperor Wu's hearts. What does uniting the world mean? Being above all others? In the end, it's just a mound of dirt in the ground. Only in the moment of death did I realize. Hey, none of it mattered. If the world really is just a game, then the only true currency is time. Without time, the game ends. That voice, whether touched by some memory or already a bit unhinged, had started out sounding normal. But the longer he talked, the more he sounded like a madman rambling to himself. His tone wasn't even particularly hysterical. But it absolutely resembled those patients in psychiatric wards who talk to themselves all day. And yes, Zhang Yi had dealt with mental patients before. This second half of the voice's ramble matched them perfectly. If this were real life, Zhang Yi would have stayed far away. But in this bizarre Doomsday apartment, he actually listened to that possibly insane voice. If what this thing said was true. Zhang Yi sharply picked up on something. According to you, you once stood atop the moon phase clock, unmatched in the entire Doomsday apartment. But then, you still died? Don't tell me. You actually lived through the grand cycle of the Doomsday apartment? So, this entire Doomsday apartment really does go through destruction and rebirth? Just then, the voice in his head seemed to snap out of its crazed state. It returned to a slow, heavy rhythm, with a calm and peaceful tone. Do you want to know? Do you want to survive? If you do, then go kill the apartment 4444 administrator first. I still have plenty of information I can share with you. This ghost thing. Trying to bait him with promises? Zhang Yi wasn't falling for it, and was about to reply coldly. But then the voice continued, also. Aren't you looking for the Raven Egg? If you kill him, the Raven Egg will be yours. The voice was growing weaker. In the end, it was practically incoherent, broken up into just a few words. Kill him. Kill him. Kill. Right after, the black mist surrounding Zhang Yi slowly dispersed. Everything returned to normal. The underground graveyard looked the same as before. What frustrated Zhang Yi was, he had no idea where the owner of that voice in his head actually was. With no way to lock onto the source, he couldn't even toss a dice of fate just to test the waters. That made him wonder. Could that mysterious voice belong to someone also in a state like existence denied? Neither dead nor alive, neither truly living nor fully gone? Could it be another observer? Or something else like an observer-type special existence? Thoughts spun through Zhang Yi's mind, but he couldn't come to any clear conclusion. So with a shift of his gaze, he returned the entropy scythe and madman mask to the replica shared space. Meanwhile, over on replica number 2's end, after gathering some intel from Linjing and Duang, he left the dual space. Although Linjing and Duang didn't know whether killing the administrator would offer hidden benefits to clearing a personal instance. After all, when players in the game usually fought apartment administrators, they'd already cleared their instances. Still, Zhang Yi had made up his mind. First, go take out the administrator of apartment 1010. Then, continue assigning more replicas to assist the main body in the personal instance. The reason replica number 2 was specifically tasked with killing the administrator in 1010 was mainly because the mission from the white-clad woman had originally been accepted by replica number 2. So having him complete it now reduced the chance of errors. As for the vow mission triggered when killing an administrator, he could just use replica fusion to fuse in Li Zi, and it would still work. The key was, after Li Zi replica and comprehension replica unfused, Zhang Yi discovered another bug. The comprehension replica who had become an observer, had gained an SSS tier ability called Lofty Ambition, which clearly originated from Li Zi's ability getting upgraded. Back then, Zhang Yi had been entirely focused on the wonder that was the observer. So much so that he overlooked one crucial detail. At that time, the observer in the existence-denied state wasn't in a fused state at all. Li Zi and Fu Zai weren't merged into the observer at all. That observer was completely unmerged. But the observer still had the SSS tier ability Lofty Ambition, which meant that this ability didn't come from fusing with Li Zi. It belonged directly to the observer. A permanently effective ability, no fusion needed. Later, Zhang Yi also noticed. On Li Zi replica's panel, Lofty Ambition was still just SS tier, not upgraded. That was seriously bizarre. But thinking more about it, it wasn't hard to understand the trick. Actually, Zhang Yi had encountered this kind of thing before when leveling up. For example, when replica number 1 fused with replica number 3 to grind for XP, he used all of number 3's abilities, but when the fusion ended, the level up was attributed to number 1. In other words, all benefits from replica fusion were automatically assigned to the fused into replica. To be more specific, if replica fused with Li Zi, then any rewards from completing the vow mission post-fusion wouldn't go to Li Zi, but to replica A. Even more specifically, if replica A, while fused with Li Zi, completed an SSS tier vow, then the final reward, Lofty Ambition as an SSS tier ability, would go to replica A, not Li Zi. That might seem ordinary at first glance. But on closer look, it was a total bug. Because by this logic, Zhang Yi could have all his replicas complete an SSS tier mission, and they'd all get Lofty Ambition as an SSS tier ability. Even that might be fine. But here's the problem. What if Zhang Yi, at 000, fused a massive number of Lofty Ambition SSS tier replicas together? Hundreds, even thousands fused at once. Would it still just be the base version of Lofty Ambition? But honestly, Zhang Yi wasn't confident either. He didn't know how many SSS tier Lofty Ambitions it would take to evolve into an X tier ability. Or maybe abilities could indeed grow stronger, but just never surpass the SSS tier threshold? That mysterious voice earlier had bragged about having more than a dozen SSS tier abilities, yet they never mentioned anything about X tier abilities. Even the white-clad woman had always assumed Zhang Yi's ability was just SSS tier. So maybe this X tier stuff didn't belong to the Doomsday apartment at all? When that mysterious voice said Zhang Yi was the same kind, maybe he meant Zhang Yi, like him, had experienced the grand reincarnation cycle of the Doomsday apartment. But was that really the case? Zhang Yi didn't know. Still, his situation was definitely unusual. While pondering that, replica number 2 immediately used replica swap and returned to apartment 1010. Left behind in 1010 was the blackened replica. Once Zhang Yi swapped in, he habitually checked the apartment's chat group. Previously, due to the mutual aid group going independent, the whole chat had gone dead quiet. The only posts were from the occasional solo player trying to join the group. But now, The group was lively again. Players were chatting harmoniously, constantly sharing insights and experiences. By this point, there wasn't much time left before day 1 ended. It looked like most classmates had earned enough rent. Some were resting, others were still grinding. Those still grinding were either doing errands for money, or training in the training room or dojo, hoping to boost attributes through workouts, or comprehend new skills via meditation. From the chat messages, it was clear. Zhao Likan had become a hot commodity among low-ability, no-skill players. Apparently, he'd used his comprehension ability to help an E-tier player comprehend an E-tier skill. So now, tons of classmates were seeking him out for skill guidance. On the surface, the whole chat seemed very harmonious. But Zhang Yi quickly and sharply picked up. Something felt off. Chapter 143, Wang Lingling's Tactics. He scrolled up through the chat history and saw a message from Wang Lingling. It was mostly coordination-type stuff, along with some personal instance walkthroughs. Clearly, she had already cleared her personal instance, and had directly posted the related guide in the group chat. Calling it a guide might be generous. It was actually quite simple. She just shared how to locate one's personal instance from their room, and what kinds of situations might come up after entering. Don't worry, everyone. The personal instance is honestly really easy. I was only level 5 when I cleared it. Xiamen was even level 0 when she finished, and during the instance, Xiamen didn't fight a single monster. I did get into a few fights, but the opponents were just ordinary people. At level 5, it was super easy. Basically, you can think of Xiamen's experience like a board game. Mine was more like a murder mystery, so yeah, they're more like puzzle games. Less about personal strength. If you've played murder mystery games before, the personal instance will be a breeze. Just pay attention to the details, work with your teammates, have a little patience, and use your brain a bit. You'll clear it. Wang Lingling kept things vague, but gave a rough direction. Board games, murder mystery, mental games. And under those messages, some classmates started asking, teammates. Isn't it a personal instance? Where do teammates come from? If it's really that easy, I'm gonna give it a try too. But hey, sisterling, what was the final reward for clearing it? Probably a survival stone and some other rewards, right? Of those questions, Wang Lingling only answered the first. The teammates are probably NPCs. They look just like us, totally realistic. You might even see people you know, but they're all fake. After that, a bunch of other questions came in. But Wang Lingling didn't reply again. She just told everyone to clear their instances as soon as possible. Before anything unexpected could happen. Earlier, Zhang Yi had tagged Wang Lingling in the chat because of the Lushen situation. At the time, Yang Xiamen said Wang Lingling had entered her personal instance and couldn't reply. But now, Wang Lingling had already cleared her instance, yet still hadn't responded to Zhang Yi's previous tag. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow and tagged her again in the group chat. Sisterling, got a moment now? At Wang Lingling, I want to know more about the personal instance, and about Lushen's situation. Mind if we talk privately? At Wang Lingling, the chat, which had just been active a second ago, suddenly went eerily quiet after his message popped up. For a good while, not a single message came through. Hey. Zhang Yi sneered to himself and continued, what's going on? Why'd everyone go silent just because I posted something? It's like there's some kind of wall between me and the rest of you. What? Are you all planning to isolate me now? Given his current strength, Zhang Yi had no reservations about speaking up. He couldn't care less what his classmates thought of him. This time, after he laid it out plainly, someone finally replied after a moment. Yang Xiamen, maybe Sister Ling is resting and didn't see your message. It's already late. Everyone's had a long day. We should all be getting some rest. Yeah, right. That wouldn't fool a ghost. Actually, not even a ghost would fall for that. But Zhang Yi didn't mind, and replied to Yang Xiamen directly, perfect? You're not resting, are you? Then why don't you tell me which room Wang Lingling is in right now? Or, you could explain the personal instance stuff in detail in her place? However, Yang Xiamen stopped responding again. Zhang Yi gave a soft snort and walked straight out of his apartment room. He was heading down the hallway on the 20th floor, toward the red light elevator. Suddenly, a voice came from an untraceable direction. Zhang Yi. If you're looking for someone to talk privately with, why not talk to me? Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow and scanned the area. He didn't see anyone, and couldn't tell where the voice was coming from. Seeing his reaction, the voice spoke again, I'm Zhang Jinshan. Zhang Yi immediately recognized it. It was Zhang Jinshan. And Zhang Jinshan had once been known as the strongest on their apartment's level ranking. Plenty of classmates had even speculated that the mysterious bald guy Zhang Yi disguised himself as was actually Zhang Jinshan. On top of that, during the apartment fusion, when Xingman went on a killing spree, Zhang Jinshan was the first to notice and revealed in the group chat that Xing Man was clinging to a big leg who looked exactly like Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi had paid attention to Zhang Jinshan back then. Because the guy could see Xing Man and the blackened replica of Zhang Yi walking together without being noticed. That implied extremely strong stealth capabilities. Like now. He was clearly using some kind of stealth technique again. Zhang Yi's strength was already enough to walk all over apartment 1010, so he wasn't afraid of anyone. He stopped walking and calmly asked, Zhang Jinshan? And what exactly do you want to talk about? Zhang Jinshan sounded like he let out a breath, then replied gravely after a pause, you should already know what I want to talk about. After all, you've probably noticed the odd behavior in the group chat and the level ranking. Zhang Yi nodded. He had noticed something was off from the chat, the member list, and the level ranking. So he spoke his suspicion directly, if I'm not mistaken. Either Wang Ling, or the entire mutual aid group, has killed nearly all the non-group members? After he finished, there was a moment of silence before Zhang Jinshan spoke again. After Lu Shen and Lu Feng left the apartment, Wang Ling gathered all the mutual aid group members. She likely held a secret meeting, and after that, none of the group members spoke in the chat again. That was around the time you asked about Lu Shen. None of the group replied. Clearly, they were following Wang Ling's orders. Later, Yang Wenchao's name went gray too. I happen to know Yang Wenchao died inside the red light elevator. But Wang Ling told the mutual aid group members that she killed him. Once that news got out, no one dared to defy her anymore. After that, the non-group members started dying off, one by one. Wang Ling probably got her hands on a survival jade token. Most of those dead non-mutual aid group members ended up becoming her survival points. So now you're seeing the group chat suddenly get lively again, and even Wang Ling proactively sharing info about the personal instance. That's because the whole chat group has already turned into the mutual aid group's internal chat. As far as the mutual aid group is concerned, anyone outside the group is basically extinct. What Zhang Jinshan revealed pretty much lined up with Zhang Yi's suspicions. The only thing he hadn't expected was that Wang Ling had used Yang Wenchao's death to establish dominance. In truth, it was inevitable that apartment 1010 would end up like this. The benefits of killing were just too good. Especially once Wang Ling got 20th floor privileges and obtained the survival jade token from the apartment merchant. The value of survival points skyrocketed. And once you kill someone once, the second, third, or even countless times after that come naturally. If Yang Wenchao had still been around, Wang Ling might have held back. But unfortunately, Yang Wenchao died. Wang Ling probably thought, heaven itself is helping me. The other members of the mutual aid group likely figured out what was happening too. That's why the seemingly harmonious group chat gave off a stiff and eerie vibe. Even when Wang Ling urged everyone to clear their personal instance quickly, you could see from the group chat. Most classmates were hesitant. They weren't rushing to complete their instances. They were probably afraid that after clearing them, Wang Ling would start eyeing their survival stones. Survival of the fittest. Might makes right. It's practically a law of nature. Has nothing to do with Wang Ling herself. Any strong player in her position would likely have done the same. Including Zhang Yi himself. But now, he was already far beyond the ordinary. He and Wang Ling weren't even on the same level anymore. And now, Zhang Yi fully understood Zhang Jinshan's motive for reaching out. After all, Zhang Jinshan had never been a member of the mutual aid group. So he was also at risk of being eliminated by Wang Ling. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow and said bluntly, so, you're hoping I'll kill Wang Ling and dismantle the mutual aid group? No. Zhang Jinshan denied it outright. After a brief silence, he spoke, I don't know how strong you are right now. I just want to take this opportunity to do you a favor. Oh? Zhang Yi was a bit surprised. Not a trade, but a favor? Zhang Jinshan seemed to chuckle. If you've got the strength or the intention, you'll take care of Wang Ling on your own. And if you don't, I doubt I have any bargaining chips to sway you. So, I don't have the leverage to talk trades. Calling it a favor is really just a way to earn a bit of goodwill. I saw you asking about the personal instance in the group, so I thought I'd share my own experience with it. His experience in the personal instance. That was what Zhang Yi most wanted to know right now. And since Zhang Jinshan wasn't asking for anything in return, Zhang Yi naturally didn't reject him. Alright then, let's hear it. What happened in your personal instance? Zhang Jinshan paused for a moment, then carefully began. What Wang Ling said in the group chat was probably accurate. She and Yang Xiaoman's instances were indeed on the easier side. But mine had a bit more difficulty. Still, the difficulty was mainly intellectual. When I entered the instance, I found myself in a prison setting. 50 inmates in total, all under the supervision of guards, with fixed daily schedules and tasks. At first, I was confused. There weren't even any task prompts. I had no clue what to do. But after 2 days of exploring the prison, I pieced together some patterns and gathered information. I won't go into the tiny details, but essentially, I identified key figures among the guards and inmates and got crucial info from them. From the guards, I learned, if we inmates behaved well, we'd have a chance at release. From the inmates, I learned, within the group of 50, 3 top dogs held power, and everyone else bowed to them. I spent more time gaining favor with those 3, who didn't get along with each other. Eventually, I convinced the 3 of them to cooperate and organize the full group of 50 to behave well and earn release. After 3 consecutive days of good behavior, we were granted a chance to leave. But it wasn't given directly. We had to pass one final test. This test, as Wang Lingaling described, was a logic game. The game setup went like this. In an enclosed space, there were 100 boxes, numbered 1 to 100. Inside each box was a card with a number from 1 to 100. Completely shuffled. Like, box number 1 might contain card number 33, box number 2 might contain number 99. Each of us 50 inmates had a personal number from 1 to 50. The task was this. Each of us would enter the room one by one. Each person could open 50 boxes. If they found the box containing the card with their number, they passed. If not, they failed. Sounds simple, right? Open 50 out of 100 boxes to find your number. About a 50% success rate. But the guards set one condition. All 50 inmates had to pass for us to be released. If even one person failed, no one got out. So far, Zhang Jinshan hadn't mentioned any extra rules. Zhang Yi began to speculate, during the box checking process, you couldn't communicate with each other, right? Zhang Jinshan, of course not. If we could share info, 2 people alone could figure out the numbers in all the boxes. The rule was, after checking their boxes, each person would be sent to a sealed room with no contact. Only those who hadn't gone in yet remained in a shared space and could talk freely. But talking beforehand doesn't help much. Since they couldn't share post-box checking info, there was no way to pass on what they learned. Zhang Yi asked again, were you allowed to tamper with the boxes? Of course not. No marks, no sounds. Basically, once someone looked in their 50 boxes, there was absolutely no way to pass that information along. So you had 50 totally independent, random events. With no way to link them. That. Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel confused. Because based on that setup, the probability of everyone passing was 1/2 to the 50th power. Practically 0. If that's how it was, how did Zhang Jinshan clear it? Zhang Yi immediately suspected, you must be hiding something, right? Like, was there some kind of telepathy among the 50 of you? But Zhang Jinshan still denied it. Nope. The 50 of us really did each go in and check boxes solo. No info was ever shared. Zhang Yi asked directly, then how the hell did you clear it? Did Zhang Jinshan have some fate type ability and just manually rewrote the outcome with a decree, turning near zero odds into certainty? Chapter 144, Drawing out the Administrator. Obviously impossible. If Zhang Jinshan really had a fate type ability, he wouldn't need to be afraid of Wang Lingaling in the first place. And he did say. It was a logic-based game. Which meant it required a different way of thinking. The usual way of thinking, each person opening boxes has a 1/2 chance of finding their number, and with 50 people, that's 1/2 50. A probability so low it's practically 0. That approach treats each person as the subject of 50 independent random events. The more people there are, the smaller that chance becomes. So let's reverse engineer it. The low probability comes from the large number of people. Then, is there a way to avoid the issue of a large number of people shrinking the probability? Thinking this way naturally shifts focus to the 100 boxes. People are random variables. But the 100 boxes are fixed. What if we change the approach from people opening boxes to boxes being opened? 100 boxes. By the formula for permutations, there are 100. 100 factorial equals 100 into 99 into 98 into .3 into 2 into 1, different arrangements. That number is massive. But following this line of thought, is there a specific box opening strategy that, among those 100 permutations, allows a significant portion of them to satisfy 50 people finding their numbers and thus clearing the task? Then the goal becomes finding a pattern in how the boxes are opened. Using a fixed method to cover as many of those 100 permutations as possible. Even this still sounds daunting. 100 factorial is still a terrifying number. But even elementary schoolers know. Big data problems can be reduced to small data to derive patterns, and then scaled back up. Like adding 1 to 10,000. It's not done manually. You can use patterns from adding 1 to 5, 1 to 10, and derive the Gauss summation formula. So this problem too. Maybe it could be simplified to 10 boxes and 5 people. As long as a pattern for opening boxes can be found, and a concrete probability formula like summation can be established, then it could be applied to the full 100 boxes and 50 people. Zhang Yi thought of this as the basic solving strategy. But actually working out the exact method and the probability formula would take time. At that moment, Zhang Jinshan gave him the answer directly. Actually, it's simple. The arrangement of the 100 boxes is fixed. So using a fixed box opening strategy can raise the chance for everyone to find their number. We all use the same method. Since the box arrangement is fixed, using this fixed chain method, the probability that all 50 people have N50, meaning everyone passes, is close to 1/3. Still not high, but way better than 1/2 50. Zhang Yi had already figured the solution was about a shared opening method to boost the success rate, so hearing this specific strategy made perfect sense. But when Zhang Jinshan casually stated the exact probability, Zhang Yi couldn't help asking, "How did you calculate that probability?" Zhang Jinshan's voice took on a slightly amused tone. "I didn't. I'd read an analysis of this game before." Zhang Yi fell silent. Zhang Jinshan couldn't hold it in and laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha. So yeah, I just got lucky. I happened to read about it before, so I knew how to play it." Well, fair enough. Even if he hadn't, with enough time, he probably could have figured it out himself. Modern people are impatient. They rarely spend focused time thinking about a single problem. But Zhang Jinshan was a high school student. As the saying goes, high school is when your academic knowledge is at its peak. You sit for exams that last 2 hours, solving tons of problems. And now? Just one problem. If you're willing to put in the time and mental effort, you can absolutely figure it out yourself. Zhang Yi didn't dwell on it and asked, "A 1/3 success rate? You guys beat it on the first try?" Zhang Jinshan's laughter faded, replaced by a helpless tone. "Nope. Our group of 50 inmates played the game 3 times before we cleared it. And it's not like we could just retry immediately after failing. We had to spend 3 more days behaving well before we were granted another attempt." Hearing that, Zhang Yi interjected, 3 days, then another 3. You must have spent over 10 days in that instance, right? More than that. Nearly 20 days, probably, Zhang Jinshan answered, guessing Zhang Yi's thoughts. But when I exited the instance, only 20 minutes had passed in the apartment. Clearly, time flows differently in the personal instance. When I came back and thought about it, I realized. During the time I spent behaving well in the prison, it felt like fast-forwarding through life. Those memories, now, feel like flashes, like a slideshow. This information left Zhang Yi feeling heavy. Because by that logic, Zhang Jinshan spent only 20 minutes inside the personal instance before returning. But his main body still hadn't come back. And those extra replicas he sent in later. Who knew if they'd even been helpful? With that thought, he decided not to waste any more time. With a thought, Zhang Yi spoke toward the unseen Zhang Jinshan, "You sharing your personal instance experience as a favor. I'll remember that. But right now, I've got something else to ask you." If it was just asking for information, Zhang Jinshan didn't hold back. "Go ahead. Do you know if our apartment's administrator is currently in the 1 street floor lobby?" Zhang Jinshan was a bit surprised. He'd assumed Zhang Yi wanted to ask about Wang Lingaling or the mutual aid group. He hadn't expected a question about the administrator. The administrator has probably been affected by that Huangbo who was put under a kill-on-sight order. Ever since Huangbo made a scene in our apartment, the administrator hasn't been seen. Now at the 1 street floor lobby, there's a wooden puppet handling rent collection and loans in his place. Hey. Nowhere to be seen. As Zhang Yi pondered, Zhang Jinshan continued, "Wait, no. The administrator did show up once. When Wang Lingaling exchanged her survival stone for game coins. During that transaction, it wasn't the puppet, but the administrator himself who showed up and personally accepted the survival stone. So that's how it is." Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow and asked directly, "You cleared your personal instance, so you have a survival stone, right? Did you exchange it for game coins?" Hearing the sudden shift to his survival stone, Zhang Jinshan immediately grew cautious. Even his voice tightened noticeably. "With my strength, there's no need to trade a survival stone for game coins." Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. "In that case, how about doing me a favor? Go down to the 1st floor and initiate a survival stone exchange. Don't actually trade it. Just use it to draw out the administrator." There was a beat of silence before Zhang Jinshan finally responded, "To do that, I'd have to confirm to the puppet that I want to exchange the survival stone. Only then would the administrator possibly show up. But once he appears, I probably won't have a chance to back out." His tone clearly showed his reluctance. Zhang Yi continued, "Relax. I'll make sure you can back out. As long as you get this done for me, how about I deal with Wang Lingaling for you?" Now it was a trade, but even so, Zhang Jinshan still hesitated. Truthfully, he wasn't sure about Zhang Yi's actual strength. He might be strong. Or he might just be overestimating himself. Like a frog in a well, thinking he can touch the sky with just a bit of ability. Could Zhang Yi really deal with Wang Lingling? Zhang Jinshan wasn't convinced. And even if he could eliminate her, what if Zhang Yi just became the next Wang Lingling? A very real possibility. Because the world worked like that. The strong eat the weak. After several rounds of inner debate, Zhang Jinshan finally responded in a low voice, honestly, even if you kill Wang Lingling, it doesn't help me. In this dangerous apartment, big fish eat small fish, and small fish eat shrimp. You kill one big fish, but there are still countless others in the sea. His meaning was obvious. What he wanted wasn't for the big fish to die. He wanted to become one. Zhang Yi understood instantly. He had to admit, Zhang Jinshan was sharp. Thinking about it, he suddenly grinned. In that case, how about a little gamble? You go and use the survival stone to lure out the administrator. Once it's done, I'll give you a surprise. That was pure bait. A vague promise. But Zhang Jinshan wasn't stupid. He instantly realized. Zhang Yi's gamble was really testing his nerve and ambition. Not knowing what Zhang Yi planned to do, or what the reward would be. Would he take that leap of faith? If he won, he might really get a surprise. If he lost, he might get nothing. Or worse, lose the survival stone too. This was some serious sleight of hand bullshit, and Zhang Jinshan really wanted to curse. But he was still young. If he were 35 and had been beaten up by society, he'd never buy into this. But at 18, full of youthful pride and ambition, the dreams of youth once swore to be the best in the world. Zhang Jinshan took a deep breath and replied with a firm voice, I'm in. Zhang Yi chuckled cheerfully. Alright then. Go get him, Pikachu. All you need to do is lure out the administrator. Once he appears, I'll show myself. Zhang Jinshan listened to Zhang Yi's stupid Pikachu line. Then saw how happily Zhang Yi was laughing. And for some reason, he suddenly felt a complex wave of silent regret. Did he really just fall for a hands-free scam? Forget it. A promise is a promise. Might as well go all the way. With a sigh in his heart, Zhang Jinshan added as he walked off, I'm not in the mutual aid group. If I show up in the one street floor lobby, Wang Lingling might show up too. If you really can handle her, do me a favor and protect me, yeah? And with that, Zhang Jinshan left. He didn't want to think anymore. Afraid he'd change his mind. Zhang Yi didn't respond, but inside he thought. Protect you, my ass. He wasn't about to show up until the administrator did. Wouldn't want to scare the guy off. If Zhang Jinshan really got attacked by Wang Lingling, he'd just have to fend for himself. So many non-group members had died. And Zhang Jinshan was still alive. He had to have some kind of survival method. Once he decided not to worry about Zhang Jinshan's fate, Zhang Yi slowly disappeared from the hallway on the 20th floor. This disappearance didn't use any skill. He activated the observer state. Back during his duel with Zhu, Zhang Yi had used the observer's abilities. But at that time, he hadn't fused the observer into replica number 2. In fact, he couldn't use replica fusion on the observer at all. The reason a replica could use observer abilities was thanks to the Fate Thread ultimate technique of the observer. The observer and Zhang Yi's replicas shared a unique bond by default. So even without the observer initiating a link, he could passively share his abilities with one replica at a time. And the observer himself was like something with no awareness, not even a real existence. Zhang Yi could barely sense any thoughts or emotions from him. He could only attach him to a replica and use the observer's powers through the replica. He vaguely felt. If the observer himself used Fate-type abilities directly, the effect would be much stronger. But used via replica? It always felt like something was off, like there was interference. The problem was, this seemingly mindless observer had no will to act on his own. He was like a mascot. Completely passive. For now, Zhang Yi had no way to change that. Fortunately, he didn't need the observer to take initiative just yet. No rush. Now that he'd merged with the bonded observer, he used the existence-denied state to make himself completely untraceable. Then headed for the one street floor lobby to watch the show. Sure enough, when he arrived, the receptionist's spot where the administrator usually sat was now occupied by a wooden puppet. Its pitch-black eyes looked unsettling. And Zhang Jinshan, approaching the desk to conduct the transaction, was now fully visible. Looking tense and jumpy, obviously on guard for a sudden ambush from Wang Lingling. The wooden puppet in front of him opened and closed its mouth with mechanical stiffness, saying, You confirm that you wish to exchange a survival stone for game coins? Once confirmed, this action cannot be undone. Chapter 145, Fake Zhang Yi, Fake Lingling. Zhang Jinshan's reaction was even stiffer than that puppet's. He took a deep breath, speaking at lightning speed, as if afraid he'd change his mind the next second, confirm the exchange. But the moment he said that, the puppet replied with a businesslike tone, then. Please hand over your survival stone to me. Zhang Jinshan was instantly stunned. To you? Not to the administrator? Hidden in stealth, Zhang Yi was also stunned. Wasn't it agreed that during a survival stone exchange, the administrator would appear to receive it in person? Why was the puppet collecting it now? Could it be? Was the administrator scared of him? The mighty administrator, who had the guts to pick a fight with him before, wouldn't be such a coward, right? Zhang Yi almost wanted to reveal himself just to mock him. But the real problem now was, once a survival stone exchange was confirmed, it couldn't be undone. Zhang Yi's original plan was, when the administrator showed up to collect the survival stone, he'd kill him and cancel the exchange, right? But now the administrator wasn't showing up. Would he expose himself just to kill a puppet? Just as he was thinking that, Zhang Yi suddenly froze, a dark gleam flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, Zhang Jinshan, facing the puppet, was tense all over, clearly caught in a dilemma. The puppet's eerie black eyes locked onto him. Its tone, still businesslike, grew even more severe, confirmed. Please hand over. Bang. A loud explosion cut off the puppet's stiff voice. More precisely, it shattered the puppet's body entirely. A giant axe seemed to appear out of nowhere and smashed down hard on the puppet's head, smashing it to pieces. And the one gripping the axe was Zhang Yi. Zhang Jinshan stared wide-eyed and couldn't help blurting out, holy shit? That puppet represents the administrator. And you're just going to attack it directly? Aren't you afraid the administrator will come after you? But Zhang Yi looked proud and fearless. He casually swung the heavy axe up onto his shoulder. He looked like he didn't care at all, even giving a cold snort. Afraid? I wish the administrator would come after me. As he spoke, he effortlessly carried the axe and shouted into the air, you hear that, administrator? I chopped up your stand-in puppet. You too scared to come out and settle the score with me? A mighty administrator, afraid of a mere player like me? Besides, your stand-in's destroyed. You've got to come out and handle business in person now, right? There's still a confirmed survival stone here that hasn't been processed. What, you don't want it anymore? His attitude was beyond arrogant. Zhang Jinshan was completely dumbfounded. Dude? Is this how a player is supposed to talk to an administrator? Taunting the administrator? Even provoking him by saying he's too scared? What? Zhang Jinshan only now realized. This Zhang Yi, who said he'd help draw out the administrator and undo the exchange. Was he trying to kill the administrator? The moment that thought hit him, Zhang Jinshan was even more shocked. However, the real Zhang Yi, still hidden in the dark, was also pretty stunned. He'd sensed someone impersonating him. And there were two of them at the same time. One was his old friend Wu Ying. That guy had used phantasm to impersonate Zhang Yi after Zhu Kaiming died and hadn't dropped the disguise since. The other one was this newly appeared guy. At first, when Zhang Yi noticed someone impersonating him, he was just a little surprised. Mostly amused. But then he saw this fake version of himself boldly taunting the apartment administrator. Now he was just confused. Who the HLL was this guy? Why use his identity to provoke the administrator? Was it to impersonate him more perfectly? Or to put hate on him and get him targeted by the administrator? Zhang Yi couldn't figure it out. Something felt off. Then the fake Zhang Yi, still holding the giant axe, suddenly waved his hand. Another loud boom followed. That giant axe slammed down hard on the reception desk. Fake Zhang Yi's presence grew even more overbearing, his taunts going full blast. Seriously? Seriously? The big bad apartment administrator is just gonna hide like a turtle? Or do you think that hiding like this means I can't find you? As he spoke, fake Zhang Yi's aura grew sharper and more aggressive. It felt like he had the power to destroy everything. Like he could wipe out the entire apartment 1010 with just a snap of his fingers. Zhang Jinshan was completely stunned, but he still had enough sense to try to get the HLL out of there. But just as he turned to retreat, he was hit with a surge of killing intent, like a venomous snake locking onto him. In that instant, Zhang Jinshan went stiff, every nerve taut. The real Zhang Yi, still hidden, noticed. Not far behind him was a vague black shadow. The slender silhouette. Was it Wang Lingling? Zhang Yi wasn't sure, but he had no intention of helping Zhang Jinshan out. Luckily, Zhang Jinshan did have some life-saving tricks. He jerked his shoulders hard, and dozens of tiny silver needles shot from his back, piercing the air and flying straight toward the slender figure. Those weren't ordinary needles. The figure quickly dodged into the light, revealing her face. And that face was indeed Wang Lingling. Her whole vibe was very different from her time at school. She now had a cold, commanding aura. decisive and distant. Her sharp gaze was far more resolute than that of an ordinary student or player. She threw out both hands, releasing two fierce black whirlwinds that shot at Zhang Jinshan's face. At the same time, between her pale fingers appeared two long blood-red needles. She held them like knitting needles and made weaving motions. The two needles spun in her hands like blooming flowers. And with each movement, crimson energy threads shot out like a spiderweb, covering Zhang Jinshan. At the same time, two red energy lines quickly wrapped around Zhang Jinshan's ankles. In an instant, Zhang Jinshan was in a death trap. One wrong move, and he'd be dead the next second. Zhang Jinshan's face turned deathly pale in terror. At this life-or-death moment, he couldn't even tell if he regretted taking that gamble with Zhang Yi. The real Zhang Yi could have easily saved him. He could even have instantly killed Wang Lingaling if he wanted. But he hadn't figured out what was going on yet, so he decided to keep watching. Sure enough, just as Zhang Jinshan reached the peak of his despair, fake Zhang Yi made his move. And as he struck, he kept taunting, "So you ignore my messages, and now you try to mess with my people right in front of me. Guess you really don't know your place. Don't even take me seriously." The real Zhang Yi watched as the fake Zhang Yi used his face and his voice to say this over-the-top, edgy shit, and felt deeply embarrassed. He had to admit, being the one doing the posturing and watching someone else do it were two totally different experiences. Seriously, was like this ridiculous when he got cocky too? Zhang Yi was barely holding it together. Still, this show was getting pretty good. The fake Zhang Yi struck out at Wang Lingaling, casually slicing through the red energy lines with the elegance of plucking leaves and tossing flowers, then swung the giant axe at her back. Actually, his focus was more on saving Zhang Jinshan, so his attack speed wasn't that fast. With Wang Lingaling's strength, she should have been able to dodge easily if she abandoned her attack on Zhang Jinshan. But weirdly, she didn't dodge. That axe slammed into her back, brutally. A horrifying hole instantly appeared in her slim back. It even went clean through. The entire giant axe had sliced through from her back to her chest, piercing her completely. Such a terrifying effect. Even if she didn't die, she should have been seriously injured. However, Wang Lingaling showed no signs of being injured at all. When she turned her head, there wasn't the slightest trace of blood loss on her face. On the contrary, the corners of her lips curled into a strange smile. She seemed about to say something. But fake Zhang Yi interrupted her arrogantly. "What the hell are you smiling at? You didn't actually think I fell for it, did you? You thought attacking you would trigger the erasure effect? Then take a look at this." As he spoke, fake Zhang Yi pointed at his own face. At some point, he had put on a madman mask. Hidden in the shadows, the real Zhang Yi was once again stunned. At this rate, it meant this Wang Lingaling wasn't the real Wang Lingaling at all. She was actually the apartment administrator in disguise, trying to lure fake Zhang Yi into attacking. Just like when he disguised as Ding Dang before, trying to lure the real Zhang Yi into striking. And this fake Zhang Yi had figured out the administrator's intent and disguise in such a short time? Even crazier. This fake Zhang Yi had a madman mask too? Who the hell was this guy? Honestly, Zhang Yi's first instinct at this point should have been to go for the kill. After all, it was now basically confirmed. This so-called Wang Lingaling was actually the administrator in disguise. Now that the administrator had appeared, Zhang Yi should have revealed himself and taken him out. But fake Zhang Yi's strange behavior threw off his whole plan and train of thought. Plus, he really hadn't expected that this fake Zhang Yi actually had the power to instantly kill the administrator. So in just that brief moment of hesitation, he watched, eyes wide open. The fake Zhang Yi, wearing the madman mask, arrogantly taunted and then suddenly flashed toward the fake Wang Lingaling. His speed was insane. As he charged, he raised one hand. In his palm, a terrifying blood-red lotus burst into bloom. In the blink of an eye, the lotus landed on the fake Lingaling, instantly turning into hellfire and burning her to ashes. Before Zhang Yi could even react, the administrator was dead? Zhang Yi was momentarily in disbelief. But what followed was even more outrageous. Every player in apartment 1010 heard a system prompt in their heads. Emergency announcement from the beginner apartment. The administrator of this apartment has been killed by player Zhang Yi. The administrator's role and privileges have been automatically transferred to Zhang Yi. Just this simple announcement stunned every single player in apartment 1010. What the? Zhang Yi killed the administrator? Wait. Isn't this? Could it be that the administrator's power was just weak, and killing them is some kind of hidden mechanic? So, does that mean if someone kills Zhang Yi now, they can become the new administrator too? The players of 1010 had such narrow perspectives. Their first reaction to the announcement was to doubt the administrator's strength. Luckily, not everyone was that short-sighted. A message popped up in the group chat from Yang Xiamen, Administrator strength is incredibly high. Far beyond that of any player. Not only that, they even have the authority to erase players. As long as a player initiates an attack, the administrator can use their privilege to erase them. For a player to kill an administrator, they must wear a madman mask to resist the erasure effect, and the madman mask can only be obtained after achieving 100 consecutive wins in the duel room. Just those few lines left all the players dumbfounded again. So that meant Zhang Yi had completed a 100-win streak in the duel room? And his strength far surpassed the administrator's? Even these frogs at the bottom of the well finally realized. Zhang Yi, who had killed the administrator, wasn't just invincible in a single apartment. Among the tens of thousands of apartments, he was probably one of the absolute top players. Like that time Lu Feng, Lu Shen's younger brother, came to 1010. Everyone looked up to him in awe. But compared to Zhang Yi now, he probably really was just a younger brother. Zhao Likun suddenly typed in the group, so if Zhang Yi now has administrator privileges, does that mean, if any of us attack him, he also has the power to erase us? No one answered the question. But at that moment, every player in apartment 1010 was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. Full of disbelief and intense shock. At the same time, they couldn't help but wonder. What was Wang Lingling thinking now, after ignoring Zhang Yi's messages before? Zhang Yi didn't know what Wang Lingling was feeling. But right now, his own feelings were pretty complicated. To be honest, he was indeed powerful, and he did have the ability to kill an administrator. But now, he hadn't killed the administrator. Yet somehow, the credit fell on him. The absurd part. This fake Zhang Yi didn't just steal the kill. His disguise was so convincing that even the system announcement used the name Zhang Yi. For a moment, a storm of thoughts raced through Zhang Yi's mind. And the fake Zhang Yi who had killed the administrator calmly reached into the burning hellfire and pulled out a charred black ring. After putting it on, he took out a piece of metal and casually tossed it to Zhang Jinshan. His tone was relaxed and lazy, but still full of swagger. The surprise I promised you. This is it. Administrator privileges. I won't be staying in apartment 1010 for long, so I'll leave the management stuff to you. And with that, fake Zhang Yi's figure vanished on the spot, leaving behind a bewildered Zhang Jinshan holding the metal piece. And the real Zhang Yi, still hidden in the shadows, equally dumbfounded. Chapter 146, Killing the fake Zhang Yi. Zhang Jinshan hadn't expected. This time, he actually won the bet. What a huge surprise. With administrator privileges. Didn't that mean no one could attack him first? Otherwise, he'd also have the authority to erase them. Zhang Jinshan quickly checked the metal piece in his hand, his heart filled with emotion. Zhang Yi. What a solid guy. This time, he must have really latched onto a big leg of gold. Zhang Jinshan's dumbfoundedness quickly turned into wild excitement. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi's own confusion turned swiftly into. He had to get to the bottom of this. To be honest, when he first made that verbal promise and asked Zhang Jinshan to help draw out the administrator, the surprise he had in mind to give Zhang Jinshan was also administrator privileges. What this fake Zhang Yi did matched his own plans exactly. This made Zhang Yi seriously wonder. Could this fake Zhang Yi not be an imposter at all, but rather an unknown version of himself? Like from a parallel universe, or the future? But in just a flash, he rejected that idea. The reason was simple. All replicas created by Zhang Yi using the infinite replication ability shared a single consciousness with him. Meaning there might be many replicas, but mentally, there was only one Zhang Yi from beginning to end. Blackened replicas, or light-type replicas made by the prism. To Zhang Yi, they were all outsiders. Only replicas that shared his consciousness were ones he could fully trust, that would never betray him. The true Zhang Yi. So why would a Zhang Yi from the future or another universe lack this shared consciousness? No shared consciousness meant outsider. Even if he looked exactly like Zhang Yi. And if he really were from the future, he should have known that the Zhang Yi of this timeline wanted to kill the administrator himself. So why would future Zhang Yi ignore the wishes of past Zhang Yi and steal the kill? It didn't add up. Plus, Zhang Yi had planned to give the administrator privileges to Zhang Jinshan, but only after his main body cleared his personal instance. Now this random fake Zhang Yi had completely ruined that plan. If that's not an outsider, what is? Thinking this, Zhang Yi made an instant decision. With a single thought, he activated replica swap. He forcibly swapped the vanished fake Zhang Yi into the ruins of the white-clad woman's apartment. The moment fake Zhang Yi appeared in the ruins, his expression changed dramatically, like he'd seen a ghost. And through his observer ability, hidden in the dark, Zhang Yi immediately deduced from that reaction. This fake Zhang Yi couldn't be a future or alternate version of himself. Because that panicked, alarmed look clearly showed he had no idea what replica swap was. He obviously thought he'd been pulled into this place by some terrifying unknown force. Seeing this, Zhang Yi had another idea. He deliberately used a creepy, unreachable tone that fake Zhang Yi couldn't detect and said, "Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi." He even mimicked the eerie tone of that mysterious fellow in the graveyard 4444 who used to call him Little One. Sure enough, the fake Zhang Yi's eyes twitched, and though he tried to stay calm, his gaze flickered all around. Just like the light-type replica once did in the graveyard, he shouted up toward the sky, "Who's there? Who's pretending to be a ghost?" Zhang Yi had just experienced the same thing with the mysterious being. Now the roles were reversed, and he found it pretty fun. Feeling playful, he continued speaking in that mysterious ghost-like voice, "You don't know who I am? He. When you accepted the kill the apartment boss mission. Didn't I tell you? I had my eye on you. When you killed your first apartment administrator, I said I'd have a surprise for you." Exactly. He didn't expose fake Zhang Yi as a fraud. Instead, he smoothly posed as the apartment boss. He originally wanted to use this identity to probe the fake Zhang Yi. But what he didn't expect was. Upon hearing this, fake Zhang Yi's face changed wildly, like a paint factory exploded. His expression shifted unpredictably. Finally, he tensed up, gave a cold snort, and suddenly raised one arm to rest the giant axe on his shoulder. With his left hand, a blood-red lotus bloomed in his palm. He scoffed up at the sky and said disdainfully, "Ha! Don't know your place, do you? You think you can pretend to be the apartment boss?" Zhang Yi was a bit surprised. This guy instantly saw through the disguise? Did he really figure it out? Or was he bluffing? Zhang Yi noticed that fake Zhang Yi wasn't nearly as confident as he appeared. On the contrary, he was very tense. But in spite of that, he swung his arm boldly. That massive axe suddenly tripled in size. With just a casual flick, its terrifying weight came crashing down on the ground of the apartment ruins. The loud boom shook the place like an earthquake. It was like the sky was falling. Zhang Yi could even faintly sense. These ruins might not hold up for long before collapsing entirely. This apartment was already destroyed to begin with. If it were still a functioning apartment, the system would have triggered an emergency alert by now. Which meant, this fake Zhang Yi had the power to destroy an entire apartment? Zhang Yi was stunned. Then the madman raised his left hand again and shouted loudly, "Hell! Fire! Burn! The sky!" The blazing lotus shot from his palm. Another deafening explosion, as if it would rip the sky apart. The ground shook and began to collapse. Hellfire surged into the air like flaming snakes, spreading in all directions. Even the surrounding mists around the apartment ruins were dyed a terrifying blood red by the blazing light. The remaining rubble on the ground slowly began to melt. The scene looked like something out of an apocalyptic sci-fi movie. And the fake Zhang Yi, who caused all this, let out a cold snort and shouted, "I don't care what kind of ghostly thing you are. If you dare trap me, you're gonna pay the price." His stance made it clear. He intended to completely destroy the ruins of this apartment. At the same time, fake Zhang Yi, who had released the red lotus, reached out with his left hand into the air. It was as if he tore through space itself. A pitch-black rift appeared, and he was about to leap into it. He clearly intended to flee this apocalyptic place that was on the verge of annihilation. However, Zhang Yi certainly wasn't about to let him get away that easily. Even if he did escape, as long as he didn't shed the Zhang Yi identity, Zhang Yi could use replica swap to pull him back at any time. But Zhang Yi was also wary. If he used the replica skill too many times, the opponent might catch on. So he dropped the playful act and got serious. While quickly putting on the madman mask, he fused with his replica and pulled out the entropy scythe. The entropy scythe moved with terrifying speed, immediately destroying the rift fake Zhang Yi had torn open. Then, under fake Zhang Yi's shocked and increasingly panicked gaze, the entropy scythe came down at him. "Hellfire!" Fake Zhang Yi shouted in panic, thrusting a finger skyward. A storm of firelight shot toward the entropy scythe. But the entropy scythe was a concept-level weapon. It merely took the form of a scythe. It wasn't a physical object at all. Its body was like a mysterious, eerie black rift in space. The flames crashed into it, but didn't do a single bit of damage. Instead, Zhang Yi, wielding the entropy scythe, moved completely unbothered by the fire. Bang! The scythe smashed directly into fake Zhang Yi. He instantly let out a hysterical scream. His mental state was identical to that of Wang Shengzhen when struck by the entropy scythe. A total collapse. Fake Zhang Yi broke down completely. As he frantically slashed at the horrific wounds left by the scythe, like light scorch, he screamed madly, "Erase! Erase! Erase him for me!" Arg! Screaming, flailing. And then the real Zhang Yi suddenly revealed himself. One hand gripping the entropy scythe, the other pointing to the mask on his face. He mimicked what fake Zhang Yi had said to fake Ling earlier, laughing arrogantly. "What the hell are you yelling for? You didn't seriously think I fell for it, did you? You thought if I attacked you first I'd be erased? Then look at this. What do you see?" What was it? The madman mask. The fake Zhang Yi's face, now shattered into glowing fragments from the entropy scythe, was ghastly and terrifying. A half-rolled eyeball dangling from its socket could not hide his shock, horror, and disbelief. At this point, fake Zhang Yi had all but lost his mind. He'd already thrown his giant axe away, and even without a mouth, his shredded throat still rasped out a terrified cry, "Hellfire! Burn me!" With that shout, the terrifying flames surged like fire serpents, crashing toward fake Zhang Yi. It looked like he couldn't take the agony of the entropy side anymore and was trying to immolate himself. But Zhang Yi wasn't about to let him die on his own terms. After all, even someone like Wang Qingjin had that kind of resurrection item called Reaper's Mercy. Wanzin and Yang Wenqiao had also come back to life in the graveyard. Zhang Yi didn't believe that this fake Zhang Yi, with all his god-tier tricks, wouldn't have a revival item. So if he was trying to self-immolate, it must have been to trigger some kind of resurrection mechanism. Zhang Yi absolutely couldn't allow that. And the entropy scythe inflicted a death level almost equal to the dice of fate rolling the skull. Just short of full erasure. Only by completely disassembling and destroying the enemy with the entropy scythe could Zhang Yi be sure there'd be no comebacks. So he swung the entropy scythe again, intercepting the incoming hellfire while continuing to obliterate the collapsing fake Zhang Yi. And like that, it went on for over 2 full minutes. Fake Zhang Yi's body was finally broken down to just one hand. To be exact, a single finger. And on that finger, there was a charred black ring. Zhang Yi deliberately avoided it. At that moment, after storing the entropy scythe and taking the ring, a familiar apartment system prompt sounded in his mind again. Beginner apartment announcement. The administrator of this apartment has been killed by player Zhang Yi. The administrator's role and privileges have been automatically transferred to Zhang Yi, as expected. This fake Zhang Yi was the real administrator all along. That whole performance was to trick Zhang Yi into thinking the administrator had already been killed. If not for replica swap, which let him drag the escaping fake Zhang Yi right under his nose to probe him, that administrator might have really vanished for good, making everyone believe he was dead. At least Zhang Yi would have thought he was dead, and stopped targeting the administrator of 1010. He'd probably go after some other apartment's administrator instead. There were so many, after all. Sure, Zhang Yi might have wondered who the fake Zhang Yi really was, but he wouldn't have found any clues. The whole thing would have stayed a mystery. To be honest, this fake death trick the administrator pulled off was pretty brilliant. If Zhang Yi didn't have powerful replica abilities, he might have fallen for it completely. As for the fake system announcement when the administrator faked his death, it was obvious now, especially after the kill-on-site order from the 9999 administrator. Apartment administrators had the authority to post announcements. So at that time, it was the administrator who faked the announcement himself. Now the difference between real and fake announcements was also clear. Fake ones made by administrators began with, "Emergency announcement from the beginner apartment," real ones simply used, "Beginner apartment announcement," without the word emergency. Zhang Yi had fully pieced together the logic behind it all. But the players of apartment 1010? They were utterly confused. The group chat exploded in bewilderment. Wait, what? What's going on? How come there's another administrator killed announcement so soon? And the one who killed the administrator is still Zhang Yi? Don't tell me. Zhang Yi killed Zhang Yi? This is a riddle. A total riddle. Could this all be some ultra-high-level flex from Zhang Yi that we're just too low-tier to understand? Like how a billionaire wears $1 million handmade suit, and us pumpkins think it's knockoff junk from a street stall? Possible. Very possible, indeed. Zhang Yi's level was now completely beyond his classmates' comprehension. How could they possibly imagine that a full-fledged administrator would fake his own death just to survive? Zhang Jinchen was just as dumbfounded, clutching the iron piece in his hand with no idea what was going on. But Zhang Yi himself didn't care one bit about what his classmates thought. What really shook him now was that after the system announced the administrator's death, 2 new prompts rang out in his head. Yes. 2. The first was expected. It was for completing the white-clad woman's mission. Since the reward for killing the administrator had already been pre-issued, this announcement didn't grant any extra rewards. It simply told him to find the white-clad woman soon and claim the second part of the mission reward. This mission notice didn't stir any emotions in Zhang Yi. What truly shocked him was the second announcement. Or rather, not an announcement, but a prompt. Ding. Replica has killed a replica. You may choose. 1. Convert replica into survival points. 2. Revive the replica. Chapter 147. Aizen apartment group. Zhang Yi killed Zhang Yi, a replica killed another replica. To be honest, Zhang Yi had never tried it before. What would happen if a replica killed a replica? But based on his earlier conversations with the white-clad woman, he had vaguely realized. His replicas were fully recognized by the Doomsday apartment as independent player identities. Given that setup, he had speculated whether a replica killing another replica might result in gaining survival points, just like player versus player kills. But thinking more deeply about it, that seemed a bit too outrageous. After all, if that were really the case, then if he generated a trash replica with a garbage ability, couldn't he just choose to kill that trash replica? Wouldn't that mean the survival points he spent were effectively refunded? If that were true, he could generate replicas without caring about luck at all. Just mass generate with one click, and if he wasn't satisfied, recycle with another click. One single survival point could be reused over and over, until he created a replica he found useful. That would be way too overpowered. So Zhang Yi suspected that this kind of generation and recycle process had to come with a cost. As for the idea of getting survival points just by killing a threaded puppet replica, 10 strands of hair equal 1 survival point. Wouldn't that just trigger inflation? He felt like that couldn't be possible. After all, normal players didn't get survival points from killing threaded puppets. So replicas killing threaded puppets probably didn't get any either. But normal players could get survival points for killing replicas. So a replica killing a replica should yield survival points too. The logic behind option 1 was basically following a hidden rule of the Doomsday apartment. This hidden rule applied to all players. So it naturally applied to replicas. In other words, when a regular player killed an administrator, it was just like killing a player. They could get survival points. Option 2 in the prompt, on the other hand, was clearly a bonus effect granted by his X-tier ability Infinite Replication. Replica Revival. When Zhang Yi saw those 4 words, the first thing that popped into his mind was, if he killed the light-type replica to collect the kill on-site order reward, then revived the light-type replica afterwards, could he end up claiming the reward for free and keep the light-type replica alive? That kind of move was seriously over the top. It was hard to say if it'd work without testing. And besides that insane but unconfirmed trick, there was another uncertainty about option 2 right now. If he revived the administrator, would the revived version retain the original administrator's consciousness? Or would it be like all of Zhang Yi's replicas, sharing consciousness with the main Zhang Yi? If it was the former, then reviving him wouldn't be much use. He'd just have to kill the administrator all over again. But if it was the latter, that meant Zhang Yi's consciousness would completely take over the administrator's identity. He wasn't sure if the new replica could inherit the administrator's memories, though. As for the administrator's role, Zhang Yi had already acquired administrator privileges after killing him. He just didn't know if this replacement identity differed in any way from the authentic administrator role. There were a lot of details that couldn't be confirmed. But Zhang Yi didn't hesitate about the 2 options. He immediately chose option 2. Replica Revival. And while confirming the choice, he couldn't help but imagine. If the revived replica inherited the administrator's consciousness, then wouldn't killing the administrator again trigger a third Zhang Yi kills administrator announcement in apartment 1010? Wouldn't that totally fry his classmates' brains? The thought actually made Zhang Yi chuckle inside. But then, the moment the administrator was revived, a new system announcement rang out in the minds of Zhang Yi and every player in apartment 1010. And the content of it stunned everyone all over again. Beginner apartment announcement. The administrator of this apartment has been perfectly resurrected. Administrator role and privileges have been automatically returned to the original administrator. Wait, what? Forget about the clueless small fry classmates for a second. Even Zhang Yi felt a little, so shocked he almost broke. Sure enough, as he looked in the group chat, his classmates were silent for a few moments, then suddenly exploded with messages. Wait, what? Why does this feel a little nuts? No way? This administrator privilege has changed hands 3 fucking times. Twice to Zhang Yi, once back to the administrator. What kind of new feature is this? This. 3 straight announcements about administrator privileges? I'm seriously fried. This is way too ridiculous. I don't even know what to say anymore. Okay, but maybe not that ridiculous. I was just thinking. Based on what Yang Xiamen described, the administrator shouldn't be that easy to kill. Now that the administrator's revived, it proves I was right. Maybe he'll even kill Zhang Yi now. Zhang Jinshan had also totally frozen up when he heard the 3rd announcement. But then he suddenly remembered. The administrator had left behind a metal piece that ended up in his hands. Now that the administrator was revived, wouldn't he want it back? And how could he possibly stand a chance against the administrator? This. Zhang Yi totally got him killed. Zhang Jinshan was freaking out. He felt like he could drop dead any second. terrified the administrator would silently come grab him next. The small fry classmates all had their own shock and speculations. But Zhang Yi's attention quickly shifted to the administrator's point of view. Yes. The administrator's perspective. This revived administrator had truly come back as a full-on replica. The revived replica was completely stripped of the original administrator's consciousness. In its place was the shared consciousness of the original Zhang Yi and his replicas. And that meant this was a true, unified replica. Once he realized that, Zhang Yi had no reason to kill the administrator replica again. He immediately opened the data panel from the administrator's point of view. And what he saw there stunned him completely. Luoqi, privilege role, 81010 administrator, level, 10, stamina, 100, energy, 100, combat power, 5212, survival points, 108, abilities, dark element affinity, S, fire element affinity, A, skills, gate of the underworld, S, spirit binding puppet, S, shadow fang devourer, S, abyssal freeze, A, shadow veil, A, shadow pulse, A, shadow replica, A, shadow step, B, ice blue flame, A, heatwave scorch, A, explosive flame arrow, B, fire serpent bind, B, click to expand more, glyph pattern, gluttonous body, tier 3, flesh weaving, tier 1, this data panel. It was downright dazzling. What surprised Zhang Yi the most was the administrator's stamina and energy were seemingly capped at 100 points. Yet even so, his combat power still reached over 5,000. For an average player, reaching 100 stamina and energy would only result in just barely breaking 1,000 CP. The reason the administrator could hit such a high number had to be due to his abilities, skills, and glyph pattern powers. 2 affinities, 1 S tier, 1 A tier. The sheer number of skills alone was eye-watering. In battle, he definitely wasn't short on offense. What's more, the dark-type skill gate of the underworld unusually contained spatial movement capability, spirit binding puppet and abyssal freeze both included illusion-type attack effects. You could say he had offense, defense, and support complete across the board. And what the administrator seemed to rely on the most was his tier 3 glyph pattern ability. Gluttonous body. This glyph pattern ability, like flesh weaving, depended heavily on how the player developed and utilized it. Its effect was the fusion of existing entities. After fusion, the entity would be automatically transformed into one of the player's abilities. For example, the administrator's tier 3 gluttonous body had already undergone 3 fusions. The first fusion was with his giant axe. As a result, he wielded it as effortlessly as someone with S-tier axe mastery, like an extension of his own limbs. The power he unleashed was close to 200%. And when he enlarged the axe during combat, its power could reach 800%. Of course, enlarging the axe drained a huge amount of stamina. But it didn't matter, because the second fusion target of gluttonous body was large quantities of biological flesh. That fusion granted him an unbelievably powerful body. If a regular team of players tried to kill him, without some god-tier attack strategy, they probably couldn't even break his flesh defenses. If not for Zhang Yi's entropy scythe, the administrator's terrifying physique wouldn't have been scared of anything. The third fusion of gluttonous body was the Hellfire Red Lotus. That became the administrator's strongest offensive method. Its fearsome flame was nearly on par with a concept-level offensive ability. Under heavy assault, it could even destroy an entire apartment. However, it was also because of the Hellfire Red Lotus that the administrator's glyph pattern power stalled at tier 3. Why? Because each advancement of gluttonous body required fusing with a stronger entity than the previous one. Which meant, to ascend to tier 4, he had to find something even stronger than Hellfire Red Lotus. But finding something more powerful than Hellfire Red Lotus was incredibly difficult. Worse yet, the fusion process wasn't without risk. If the fusion target was too powerful, he might not be able to withstand it and die instantly from overload. From fragmented memories, Zhang Yi learned that when the administrator fused with Hellfire Red Lotus, he nearly died. Literally brushing shoulders with death. More precisely, he truly walked through the gates of hell. Surviving was pure luck. Which made it all the more difficult for this ability to advance any further. It would require serious preparation and the right opportunities. Oh, right. Zhang Yi inherited the administrator's memories. But not with some omniscient perspective. It was quite different from how normal people remember things. The administrator's experiences didn't appear in Zhang Yi's mind as a continuous movie. Instead, they were like scattered image fragments. Many blurry and broken, chaotic and disjointed. Trying to extract solid info from them was a hassle. Still, having fragmented memories was better than nothing. Zhang Yi was already satisfied. Not to mention, the revived administrator still carried 108 survival points. This was insane. It was like he got 108 survival points for free. That surprise made him want to immediately drag Wu Ying over and kill him too. Then revive him. And voila, another jackpot. And with replica swap, after killing and reviving Wu Ying, he could swap him back. Which meant he could use Wu Ying's identity to infiltrate the duo organization inside the Doomsday apartment. One group of replicas swaggering around the beginner apartment, another secretly carving out territory within the Doomsday apartment. That image. Too tempting for words. Just imagining it made Zhang Yi's heart race. But as bold as it was, he ultimately didn't dare to execute the plan rashly. His earlier replica swap on the fake administrator worked because he staged it like a divine capture, creating the illusion that some god-tier ability had dragged the administrator into a sealed space. But trying that directly on Wu Ying, who was deep inside the duo organization, there was no guarantee old players wouldn't catch on. And if Wu Ying had any trump cards of his own, it could derail the whole operation. So, infiltrating the Doomsday apartment through Wu Ying's identity could wait. For now, Zhang Yi's top priority was still his main body in the personal instance. He had came to kill the administrator partly to test whether administrator privileges would help him clear the instance. And now, from the administrator replica's perspective, beyond the flashy data panel, he also had exclusive administrator functions that regular players didn't. In the player UI, you could view the apartment group chat and the apartment ranking board. But in the administrator's UI, you also had access to the A-Zone apartment group, A-Zone combat rankings, and A-Zone trade channel. In the A-Zone apartment group, the member list showed all apartment numbers from 0000 to 9999. Some numbers were grayed out, probably due to apartment fusion resulting in the loss of those administrator slots. The A-Zone combat rankings displayed only 100 entries, apparently ranked by administrator combat power. And the number 1 rank wasn't held by the 9999 administrator, as most players assumed. It was the 0000 administrator. Number 2 was the 6666 administrator. The 9999 administrator only ranked 3rd. The 4444 administrator was 8th. And Zhang Yi, who just took over as the 1010 administrator, didn't even make the list. With over 5000 combat power and still not ranked, it was clear just how monstrously strong the other administrators were. Their glyph patterns must have reached tier 4. Their innate abilities had to be insanely powerful. Zhang Yi wasn't familiar with these administrators, so he only glanced over the rankings. Next was the A-Zone trade channel, a one-on-one trading area exclusively for administrators. The items traded here were far superior to anything offered in the player-accessible high-end mall or in the golden-tier dual machines exchange list. Items like golden-tier attribute fruits, which couldn't even be found in the exchange list, were right here. But naturally, these top-tier items weren't traded with game coins. They were almost entirely exchanged with survival points. Zhang Yi wasn't willing to spend his survival points yet, so he just gave it a quick look and switched back to the chat channel. Chapter 148, Guiding Apartment Fusion. A group of over 9,000 people was much livelier than the groups of individual apartments. And at this moment, the administrator replica was also getting a bunch of messages tagging him directly. Quick. At 10:10, hurry up and tell us what's going on. Why did the announcement say you died and then came back to life? Exactly. Normally, if an administrator has a resurrection method, the privileges shouldn't be handed over so hastily. The privileges were already transferred, and then the administrator resurrects. This is way too eerie, don't you think? How did you even pull that off at 10:10? Clearly, these other apartment administrators had also received the announcements. Of course, they probably only saw Zhang Yi killed the administrator and administrator resurrected. That forged announcement by the administrator probably didn't reach them. And this kind of resurrection? Way too bizarre. So the 1010 administrator instantly became the center of attention in the A-Zone chat group. Zhang Yi thought it over, then decided to speak in the group. 1010, I do have a special resurrection method. Not convenient to share the details with everyone. 1010, however, I also didn't expect that even though I could resurrect, my privileges still got transferred temporarily. As soon as this message came out, the other administrators quickly chimed in. I knew it. Must be some super special resurrection trick. Thank goodness you came back, or we'd have lost another one of our own. Those VIP players with too much free time have already fused several apartments. I saw losses on the combat ranking too, 4,869, but let's get real here. At 10:10, if Zhang Yi could kill you once, doesn't that mean he could kill you again? 4,869, that resurrection method of yours. It's probably one-time use, right? If this keeps up, I think you're still doomed at 10:10, good point. Zhang Yi was still wondering how to spin this story. Then another message popped up. 4444, by the way, how exactly did Zhang Yi kill you? At 10:10, give us the inside scoop on his strength. The moment this was said, the chat fired up again. After all, administrators not only had privileges, they also had restrictions. Players could move across apartments, but administrators couldn't. What if Zhang Yi showed up at their apartment next? But soon, another administrator raised a question. That can't be right. Over at the duel room, there hasn't been any buzz about a 100-win streak. How did Zhang Yi even get the Madman Mask? Even if he got it from a reincarnated Eri, the time limit on using the Madman Mask is just 3 minutes. In a short time, Zhang Yi probably won't go after more administrators, of course, someone quickly argued back. 4869, didn't Zhang Yi already kill 1010? What if he looted more Madman Masks off the body? Don't think I don't know. Us administrators are all stashing those things. 1230, told you all from the start, any Madman Masks we get need to be destroyed. Otherwise, if they fall into a player's hands, it's just trouble waiting to happen. 2333, hey. Our Madman Masks only end up in players' hands after we die. And if we're already dead, why the hell should we care who else dies? 2323, hey your ass. This exact mindset is why, when even one of us gets killed by a player, it starts a freaking domino effect for the rest of us. 2333, I'll hate all I want. I've got Madman Masks, and I'm not destroying them. What are you gonna do about it? At least I can guarantee I'll never die to a player. Can you say the same? Useless idiot, Zhang Yi took note. This 2333 was ranked number 11 on the A-Zone combat ranking. No wonder he was so cocky, even saying he was untouchable by players. The 2323 administrator wasn't on the ranking list, but had quite a temper. Immediately snapped back, the fuck you so cocky for? Come kill me at my apartment if you're that good. 2333 didn't back down either. Hey. Just a heads up. I've made connections with VIP players. Mind if I ask one of them to fuse our apartments? As soon as that was said, 2323 instantly shut up, not daring to reply. That only made 2333 even more arrogant. He snorted, and besides, it's not like I'm the only one who didn't destroy my Madman Masks. Far as I know, Big Shot 9999 even used 10 Madman Masks directly as a kill on sight order reward. I don't need to spell out his intentions, do I? But right after that, 9999 actually popped up. 9999, if you've got a problem, how about fusing 2333 apartment and 9999 apartment too? The chat went dead silent. Then it was 2333's turn to chicken out. Ahem, sorry big bro, didn't mean it like that. A simple spat ended just like that. From this, you could clearly see. The hierarchy among apartment administrators was entirely based on combat power. The stronger you were, the louder you could talk. Administrators might not be able to act across apartments, but apartment fusion gave them the chance to clash. Some of the stronger administrators had ties to VIP players. And VIP players had the authority to initiate apartment fusions. So regular administrators didn't dare mess with the stronger ones. Because if they did, it could really cost lives. While thinking about that, 4444 chimed in again with new info. Zhang Yi's Madman Mask probably came from a reincarnated Eri. And that particular Madman Mask. It was likely a special grade item fused from 10 Madman Masks. The moment that was said, the other administrators broke down. Holy shit! A fusion of 10 Madman Masks? What kind of sick reincarnated Eri is that? What's the deal? Which admin pissed off something that terrifying? 4869, probably my apartment's old friend. This round she kicked things off with a ring horror event. Wiped out all the players in my apartment, then how are you still alive at 4869? 4869, easy. I just wasn't her target. 4444, her target seemed to be me. Luckily I hid in time. Zhang Yi took this chance to chime in. 1010, then she turned her sights on me. 9999, don't flatter yourself. She didn't target you. Zhang Yi just dropped by home and killed you on the way. 4444, yeah, big bro 9999 nailed it. You might as well start writing your will. Share the details on how Zhang Yi killed you. We'll think about how to avenge you later at 1010, hey. These big shots were way too kind. Zhang Yi actually felt a little touched inside. In the midst of that emotion, a new idea popped into his head. Let's just say, The 4444 administrator really was slippery and hard to kill. But what if 4444 and 1010's apartments were fused? If you remember, the fusion announcement previously revealed this rule. When two apartments are fused, a 10-minute administrator park battle will be triggered. And this kind of park battle should be unavoidable. The 1010 administrator's combat power was clearly far below 4444's. Once the apartments fused, he would be doomed to lose. But now, the 1010 administrator was no longer an ordinary administrator. He had Zhang Yi's powerful replica army backing him. Entropy Scythe, Observer ability, even Light type ability. With all these buffs stacked up, in just 10 minutes, he could absolutely take down 4444. And by defeating 4444 this way, he should also directly gain access to graveyard privileges. But this idea still had a few issues. First, apartment fusion could only be done by a VIP player. Zhang Yi had no control over that. Second, whether it was Guan He, who had taken out the special grade Madman mask, or Zhu Kaiming, who was already dead, or even that mysterious same-kind entity in the underground graveyard. They all seemed to want to kill the 4444 administrator. But if Zhang Yi killed the 4444 administrator through apartment fusion, it probably wouldn't have the same effect they were aiming for. This kind of fusion-triggered kill was more like a replacement. Meaning, his administrator replica would take over for the 4444 administrator. Also, the 4444 apartment was already special. It had been destroyed so badly by light-type power that even its destruction timer had been accelerated. If a fusion really did happen, it could trigger other unexpected changes. Zhang Yi couldn't be sure whether those unknown changes would be good or bad for him. Still, he'd already gone all out with the cheats. So his courage had grown along with it. At just the right time, the tone of 9999 and 4444 in the chat clearly showed they looked down on the 1010 administrator. They both seemed to assume 1010 was as good as dead. In this kind of situation, it was perfectly reasonable for 1010 to go down swinging. So Zhang Yi went all in, putting on the act of a man who's lost everything, and flamed the two top-tier admins in the chat. Hey! Acting like you're trying to avenge me. Don't think I don't see through you. You're just scared of Zhang Yi, DMN at all. I'm already about to die. Why the HLL should I sacrifice myself for you? If you really want to know what Zhang Yi's capable of, then go deal with him yourselves. Hey! Avenge me. What a joke. That tirade dropped like a bomb in the group. The entire chat went dead silent. After quite a while, it was the 2333 administrator who broke the silence. 2333, hey. Got some spine. I like that. 1010, like your ass. What was it you just said? That no player can kill you? Then go provoke Zhang Yi. See if he can kill you. Zhang Yi was throwing punches at everyone now. The group went even more silent. Then the one who'd argued with 2333 earlier chimed in to fan the flames. 2323, exactly, 1010's right. Weren't you talking big just now, saying no player could kill you? Why so quiet now, huh? 2333, hey. Sounds like you want to fuse your apartment with mine? 2323, fusing with my ordinary apartment would be boring. Got guts. Fuse with 1010's apartment. I'd love to see whether your arrogant mouth can actually handle Zhang Yi. 2323 was playing the perfect hype man. And finally, the topic was steered toward fusing with 1010's apartment. Zhang Yi took the opportunity to throw more fuel on the fire. Hey! Fuse with my apartment? I see what this is. You all think I'm not on the combat ranking and picked me out as the weakest link, huh? Luckily I've got Zhang Yi backing me up. With him here, let's see who dares fuse with my apartment now. He was using Zhang Yi as a holy banner, and swaggering to the max. To further bait 4444 into the fusion, he threw in a direct taunt, especially you, at 4444. I've been sick of you for a long time. You demanded I share info on Zhang Yi the moment you showed up, didn't even offer me anything in return. Why the HLL should I owe you? Who do you think you are? At 4444, and the rest of you on the ranking, always talking like you own the place. I used to hold it in. But not anymore. You bunch of morons. Fuck, yeah, I'm talking to you, dumbass 4444. Still want to hear how Zhang Yi killed me? If you do, come fuse with my apartment. You old turtle, think you dare? Ha. Spit, it was a truly satisfying rant. Zhang Yi was usually a refined guy. But this was the first time he realized just how cathartic it felt to curse people out without holding back. At first it was a little embarrassing, awkward even. But by the end, it felt kinda awesome. Even better. After he cursed out the entire group into silence, the one he directly called out, 4444, finally responded with swagger of his own, 4444, feeling good after all that cursing? Next second, you better shut up and listen to the announcement. At 10:10, 4444, this is the perfect opportunity. I'll ask you myself how Zhang Yi killed you, 4444, don't thank me, I'm here to help put you out of your misery. At 10:10, those three lines were wild and domineering. And the subtext was crystal clear. He'd really gone and asked a VIP player to initiate apartment fusion between 1010 and 4444. Zhang Yi's eyes lit up in delight. The other admins finally started chiming in, this 1010 is seriously looking for death. Of all people to provoke. Why the fuck would you go after 4444, if it were 2333 or even 9999, maybe they'd hesitate to face Zhang Yi. But 4444? He's the last person who'd be scared, exactly. With how slippery and stealthy 4444 is, Zhang Yi wouldn't be able to find him within the Madman Mask time limit. Even with a special grade Madman Mask, it's impossible. Looks like this 1010 administrator's gone completely mad thanks to Zhang Yi, 4869, but why do I get the feeling 1010 is provoking on purpose? Don't tell me he actually wants the fusion with 4444, 2333, hey. What kind of joke is that? You think 1010 has the strength? Do you even know the difference between him and 4444, even 2323, for once, agreed with 2333. He added with a more detailed analysis, out of all the apartments, 4444 has the most resources. But even those ranked higher, like 6666 and 9999, don't dare fuse with 4444 to take his turf. Why? Because even they can't guarantee they'd win. So 1010? No fucking way. The rest of the admins also felt that 4869's provocation theory was pure fantasy. 4869 thought it over and gave in. 4869, alright, I was just throwing it out there. No need to gang up on me, 4869, anyway, the difference in their strength is massive. Shouldn't take long before we get a result. Chapter 149, came back to life again. Zhang Yi had heard a fusion announcement before. But from a player's perspective. And he had been a total noob at the time, not understanding anything. But this time's announcement. He heard it first from an administrator's perspective. Then, as an administrator, he issued the announcement to the players of Apartment 1010, informing them about the apartment fusion. The whole process was pretty novel to him. At the same time. Or rather, just before that. Number 1 Zhang Yi, along with Yang Wenchao and Wan Xin, was standing in the hallway between room 4443 and room 4445 on the 44th floor of apartment 4444. Yang Wenchao had already briefly explained how he discovered the missing room 4444 inside the game. His thought process was this. There might be a fractured space between rooms 4443 and 4445. Simply put, he drew a flat layout on paper. On the map were rooms 43, 44, and 45. Then he drew two lines. Between 43 and 44 inches and 44 and 45. His hypothesis was this. Whenever a player stepped onto either of those two lines, they'd be directly shifted to the next line. So from a player's perspective, it seemed like the two lines were seamlessly connected. Players would never feel like there was a room 44 in between. They'd even get the impression that room 44 simply didn't exist. This kind of setup was pretty common in sci-fi films. It wasn't hard for Yang Wenchao to come up with the idea. What was really hard was verifying it. How do you prove that there really is a fractured space between those two lines, a space that players can't reach? Yang Wenchao just happened to be the obsessive type. When he was trying to learn about light-type abilities, he reset accounts over and over. And to test this theory, he ran countless experiments too. Of course, he tested both the fractured space theory and farmed light-type accounts at the same time. After all, if an account didn't have a light-type ability, he was gonna scrap it anyway. And the process of finding room 4444 involved intentionally getting characters killed over and over. So it actually worked out as killing two birds with one stone. And so, through his repeated attempts and constant account suicides, He really did discover a method to enter the fractured space between those two lines. When Yang Wenchao told Zhang Yi, he went straight to the point and shared the result of his countless trials. There's a reward for hitting a 30-win streak in the duel room, a super useless one called Mechanical Core. Looks like a mechanical chip, and it has the word reboot engraved on it. Its effect is super simple. Implant it near the player's heart, and when the player dies, the Mechanical Core activates. The player will revive in a mechanical undead state. But compared to normal resurrection items, this one sucks. Technically, the dead player isn't actually coming back to life. Instead, the Mechanical Core takes over, giving them 1 hour of active time. Theoretically, it's used to take revenge or fulfill a last wish. Once the time's up, the player dies again. So from a player's view, it's pure garbage. But I use that item to enter the fractured space between rooms 43 and 45 at exactly midnight in the mechanical undead state. Sounds pretty simple when I explain it now, right? But in reality, it was pure luck that I even found this out. First, you can only enter the fractured space at exactly midnight in mechanical undead state. Any other time won't work. Second, the mechanical undead state itself is super weird. In that state, the player is technically dead, so you lose control over your character. What that means practically is, your mouse and keyboard can't control anything. You just sit there watching your character move on their own, like watching a cartoon. So the mechanical undead character is basically uncontrollable. To make it go into the fractured space exactly at midnight, you need to pass on a very specific last wish. And at this point, you've probably realized. Yang Wenchao raised an eyebrow, looking a bit helpless as he continued. Basically, to enter mechanical undead state, your character has to die first. Then the entire process, entering graveyard 4444 and burying the account there, is all carried out by the mechanical core. In other words, entering graveyard 4444 like this is a one-way trip with no return. I was already dead before I even entered graveyard 4444. What came after was just the burial. But if you want to go into graveyard 4444 while still alive and explore, then I have no idea how to help. He was right. Yang Wenchao was talking about the in-game scenario. Dying in-game just meant losing an account. But now, they were real, living people, and couldn't afford to experiment casually. Wan Xin had been listening carefully and immediately grasped Yang Wenchao's point. After a moment, he asked, so, if we gave you a mechanical core, right now, would you dare use it to enter graveyard 4444? Yang Wenchao shot him a glare. Are you stupid? I found that secret in-game, and even when I had everything ready, I still failed multiple times. That mechanical undead form has garbage control. I failed to get buried in graveyard 4444 several times. When it's just a game account I'm planning to delete, sure, failing doesn't matter. But now we're talking about real people. If I fail, I'll actually die. Wan Xin, however, just shrugged and countered like it was obvious. You're scared of dying? Didn't you say you've buried tons of accounts in-game? Maybe if you die, you'll just resurrect in the graveyard. It sounded oddly reasonable. But Yang Wenchao rolled his eyes. You know that's a maybe, right? I'm not betting my actual life on a fucking maybe. And even if it works, then what? In the game, I could still see the character's paw on the monitor during mechanical undead state. But now, who the hell knows what I'd even experience in that state? Yang Wenchao was clearly losing it, but Wan Xin still wouldn't let up. What's the problem? Just strap on some random surveillance gear beforehand, and we'll be able to watch whatever happens to you after you die in that mechanical undead form. These two obviously couldn't stand each other ever since that whole AIDS incident. They could argue 800 times a minute. Zhang Yi didn't join the argument. He was silently thinking to himself, maybe he could use a discarded replica to try out this so-called mechanical undead state. He was even kind of curious. Would a mechanical undead replica still count as a replica? What if, even without attaching surveillance tools, he could still perceive what his undead replica experienced? He was still thinking when Yang Wenchao, who had been rendered speechless by Wan Xin, seemed to pick up on what was on his mind and proactively change the subject. I tried that in the game. Using a replica to create a mechanical undead state doesn't work. Undead state is a very strict condition. If you're not a complete life form, you can't undergo a complete death. So incomplete replicas can't enter graveyard 4444 in undead state. Alright then. Zhang Yi casually nodded. But in his heart, he thought, my replicas aren't your average replicas. My replicas can even drop survival points when they die. If they can drop survival points, they must count as complete life forms. Still, a replica's life was a life. And it wasn't midnight yet. At this moment, Zhang Yi couldn't try it out directly. Also, just as he was thinking that, the apartment fusion he had initiated was proceeding, just as expected. Every surviving player in apartment 4444 heard the following announcement. Emergency announcement from beginner apartment. VIP player Moshe Yuan is initiating a fusion between this apartment and beginner apartment 1010. The two beginner apartments will complete the fusion within 10 minutes. Fusion rules are as follows. 1. The apartment group chat and apartment ranking board will be merged normally. 2. Apartment administrators will undergo optimization selection and fusion. Within 10 minutes, a park battle between the administrators will commence. If a winner is determined within 10 minutes, that administrator will become the fused apartment's administrator. If no winner emerges within 10 minutes, the 4444 administrator will automatically be appointed as the administrator. 3. Due to the unique nature of apartment 4444, the fused apartment and its administrator will retain the 4444 designation. 4. If the same room number exists in both apartments with different tenants, an optimized selection fusion will be applied. 5. All special features of apartment 4444 will be preserved. If room 4444 in apartment 1010 has a tenant, they will lose their room usage rights. 6. For further details, consult the optimized administrator after the fusion is complete. Clearly, due to the unique nature of apartment 4444, this announcement differed somewhat from the previous fusion. No matter which administrator won, the final apartment number and administrator designation would be 4444. Even if the park battle ended in a draw between the 4444 and 1010 administrators, it would be ruled as a victory for 4444. This must be a privilege exclusive to a special apartment. Zhang Yi only gave this expected announcement a quick analysis. But Yang Wenchao beside him was outright shocked. He couldn't hold back his amazement. His eyes were wide as saucers. After a long pause, he suddenly looked toward Zhang Yi, as if hoping to see the same stunned reaction reflected in his face. Zhang Yi knew exactly what was shocking him. So he very cooperatively put on a stunned face and said, full of disbelief, "What the? No way. Our starter apartment is this in demand? First we fused with 1010, now we're fusing with 4444. After this fusion. Doesn't that mean we're back from the dead again? Wonder how the old classmates will feel seeing you alive again?" According to Zhang Jinshan, Wang Lingaling had even claimed she killed Yang Wenchao to assert dominance. Now imagine her seeing Yang Wenchao's name light up again in the apartment member list. What kind of expression would she make? He almost wanted to appear in front of Wang Lingaling, using Yang Wenchao's face, flash her a friendly smile, and say, "Hey there. How's it going? Surprised? Caught off guard? Ha 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 ha." Zhang Yi couldn't help but laugh a little to himself. Meanwhile, the old classmates from apartment 1010 were also in shock. Beyond that, they were full of panic. What the? No way. Our starter apartment is this popular? Holy shit. This is our second apartment fusion, and seriously, 4444 as an apartment number? Could it be any more ominous? It's not just about being ominous. Didn't you see the announcement said apartment 4444 has special properties? That means it's different from the others. WTF. Last time we fused, it was with class 9, and we still got stopped. Now this time it's a special apartment. What if the players inside are ultra strong and just wipe us all out? We're doomed, we're doomed. I'm freaking out. This is worse than the last fusion. Can Sister Ling please say something to calm everyone down? I'm really panicking right now, Kakat Wang Ling. I don't think even Sister Ling can help here. We might actually need Zhang Yi, Zhang Jinshan. Hey. Back when you all were busy isolating Zhang Yi in the mutual aid group, you were all tight as hell. Now you want him to save the day? Aren't you guys full of shit? Zhang Jinshan's one comment shut the group up completely. And while Yang Wenchao was still stunned and the old classmates were in a panic, the newly revived administrator replica had, according to the rules, entered a park battle with the 4444 administrator. Before the battle started, Zhang Yi had already transferred the observer to his administrator replica. Once the park battle began, both administrators were pulled into a space resembling a duel arena. Because 1010 had talked so much shit in the group earlier, trash talking and dragging hatred everywhere, as soon as he appeared, he heard the taunting shout from the 4444 administrator across from him. How's that? Happy now? Did you pay attention to the fusion announcement? Feel the special nature of 4444 yet? Didn't understand what privilege meant before? But you get it now. Here, I, 4444, am the privilege. This so-called park battle doesn't mean a damn thing. Just by standing here, I am the 4444 administrator. I was before, I am now, and I always will be. And you. Even if you reincarnated 10,000 times, you'll never replace me. Chapter 150, The Death State of 4444 ODMN. This 4444. So fucking arrogant and smug. You'd never guess this was the same guy who ran for his life at the sight of a light type. And while he was running his mouth like that, the whistle sounded above the arena, signaling the official start of the park battle. At that moment, Zhang Yi was still debating. Should he strike first, seize the initiative, and go for a fast win? Or hold back for now and have a round of verbal sparring with the guy? He was also curious about 4444's choice. 4444 clearly chose the latter. He was planning to talk trash first. When the whistle blew, he stood motionless in place, showing no intention of attacking. And seeing that Zhang Yi also wasn't moving, he suddenly sneered and said, "You really think I didn't see through your little provocation?" Hearing that, Zhang Yi was a little surprised. This 4444 actually figured out that his remarks in the chat were bait? And even after realizing that, he still went ahead and fused the apartments without fear. 4444 saw the surprise in 1010's eyes, and was clearly pleased with it. He stayed perfectly still, calm and leisurely. After enjoying 1010's stunned expression, he continued in a relaxed tone, "If I'm not mistaken, it was that Zhang Yi who got you to provoke me, trying to bait me into fusing our two apartments, right? You're already dead meat in his hands. But if you fused with me, maybe there was still a sliver of hope. He probably even promised you some big reward, right? Or loaned you some game-breaking item to boost your confidence and courage? You fell for it, and that's why you suddenly went ballistic in the chat, trying to bait me. All just to guide me into pulling strings and initiating the fusion myself. TSK. 4444 sneered again, his expression full of disdain as he spat out, "Judging by your face, I hit the nail on the head, didn't I? Hey. With those little tricks of yours, and you really thought you could fool me? Well then." Zhang Yi really was surprised. He couldn't help blurting out his thoughts, "So you knew it was bait and still rushed in to die? In that case, when you're dying, won't you regret it like hell?" The way he said it couldn't have been more honest. Zhang Yi had restored his administrator replica's appearance to that of a middle-aged man. His eyes had that slightly cloudy, world-weary look that came with age and experience. But right now, as he asked those two simple questions, those eyes suddenly lit up with an almost childlike innocence. 4444 looked like a younger middle-aged man. He burst out laughing at the questions. "Me? Rushing to die? Ha 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 ha. That's the funniest joke I've heard since becoming the 4444 administrator. You want to see me regret it in my final moments, huh? Well then, watch carefully. I'll die for you right now." As he spoke, 4444 spread his arms wide and tilted his head back slightly. He had a tall, lean build, dressed in a sleek black robe that stretched from his neck to his ankles. A single piece that fit snugly to his frame. It made him look almost imprisoned inside the robe. If you ignored his face and looked only at his posture, he resembled a Dracula type, a noble vampire. Right now, standing with arms wide open and head held high, he looked like a black crucifix nailed to the ground. At the same time, there was something solemn and sacred, dark-type holiness about his presence. At that moment, it was as if he had undergone a baptism of some sort. His raised head echoed with a powerful declaration, "Death to me is nothing at all." As those words rang out, Zhang Yi noticed that this guy's entire presence had undergone some kind of eerie transformation. But with his current vision, he couldn't yet tell exactly what had changed. He furrowed his brows slightly, unease rising in his heart. And then the 4444 administrator smiled calmly and said, "Go ahead. I'll just stand here. You can use any method you want on me. If you can so much as scratch me, I'll rip off my head and let you use it as a soccer ball." Still ridiculously arrogant. And his tone and expression couldn't be more relaxed. Zhang Yi suddenly felt an unexplained heaviness. He no longer dared to underestimate the man. After a brief moment of thought, he raised his right hand. A massive axe appeared in his palm. The administrator's signature giant axe. It grew several times in size, so much that Zhang Yi didn't even need to move. Just a simple swing brought the axe straight down on 4444. However, that massive axe passed through like it was hitting thin air. 4444's body turned illusory. His form a phantom. As the axe phased right through, his expression remained unchanged, a calm, fearless smile. He clearly hadn't been hurt at all. Still, Zhang Yi was just testing the waters. Seeing this, he remained calm. With a sweep of his hand, the axe vanished, replaced by the entropy scythe. When that black void rift-like blade materialized in his palm, 4444 still showed no change in expression. He even chuckled, just as I thought. Zhang Yi even lent you a concept-level weapon to help convince you, huh? Hey. So naive. He really thinks I'm afraid of a concept weapon? No worries. Once the fusion's complete, I'll personally show him what it means when they say, a frog in a well can't speak of the ocean, and a summer bug knows nothing of ice. You two really don't know your place. Faced with these continued arrogant remarks, Zhang Yi was shocked again. Was this 4444 administrator really that insane? Not even afraid of a concept weapon? Even though he had a feeling how this would go, he still gave it a try. Swinging the entropy scythe straight at 4444. And sure enough, it was the same result as with the giant axe. The entire entropy scythe passed through like air, hitting nothing. Even though 4444's figure stood plainly in front of him, none of his attacks could lock onto the guy. This weird state seemed kind of similar to the observer, didn't it? But the observer can't even be seen with the naked eye. Zhang Yi's mind raced with theories. 4444, meanwhile, coldly chuckled again. What now? Fresh out of tricks? Now you know which one of us is going to regret this. Zhang Yi didn't answer. Instead, he immediately tried using the observer ability to cast the S-tier ultimate, Dice of Fate. But once again, things didn't go as expected. Even though the Dice of Fate floated above 4444's head, it failed to roll. Because there was no valid target. What? Zhang Yi hadn't expected this at all. The entropy scythe, the Dice of Fate. Both completely useless. No wonder this guy had been so fearless. Even knowing it was bait, he walked right into the fusion without hesitation. This ability of his, it was practically broken. No matter if it was the axe, the entropy scythe, or the Dice of Fate. None of them could lock onto him. Yes. Zhang Yi was now almost certain. 4444's broken ability was that he couldn't be locked onto. And then there was that phrase he said earlier. Death to me is nothing at all. In other words, maybe he was already dead? Just recently, Zhang Yi had learned from Yang Wenchao that entering graveyard 4444 required entering at midnight in a mechanical undead state. And mechanical undead state might just be a kind of death state. So the administrator of the entire apartment 4444 might be someone who possessed the ability to shift into death state. And that might explain why Zhu Kaiming, Guan He, and that mysterious same kind in the graveyard's tombstone zone all wanted to kill the 4444 administrator? Death state. But how do you kill someone in that kind of state? Use light? 4444 ran the moment he saw light before. Clearly, he was afraid of it. So maybe the death state itself could be purified by light? With that thought, Zhang Yi felt a bit more at ease. But he didn't immediately fuse with a light-type replica to act. Instead, he quietly arranged for some outside support. In other words, from over at number 1 replica's side, he pulled out a glass orb and said bluntly, Little Bay, Little Bay. Calling Little Bay. Previously, when Zhang Yi called her white-clad woman, Yinsu would correct him, saying it was inauspicious. Now this punk had gotten even more brazen and just started calling her Little Bay, yet this time, she didn't correct him. Her tone was rather impatient, but beneath the impatience, there seemed to be a deeper emotion. I know you already killed an administrator and completed the first part of the mission. Wait until we meet up. I'll give you the reward for part 2 in advance when we do. And that surprise I mentioned earlier, I'll give you that too. Clearly, when Zhang Yi killed the administrator, white-clad woman, who had issued the mission, also received a notification about his progress. But what surprised Zhang Yi was, huh? I killed an administrator? But didn't he resurrect afterward, and get the admin privileges transferred back? Does that still count as a successful kill? His question was perfectly reasonable. But Yang Wenchao and Wan Xin beside him looked utterly shocked, like they'd seen a ghost. Wait, what? Weren't they just discussing how to enter graveyard 4444 this whole time? When the HLL did you sneak off and kill an administrator? Sure, they knew by now that Zhang Yi had replicas. But killing an administrator? In their understanding, not even 10 top-tier players together could guarantee a kill. Yet Zhang Yi, he did it alone? That's fucking unreal. At the same time, even white-clad woman was stunned. The fuck? The administrator privileges got transferred, and yet he still revived? That kind of situation was unheard of. She couldn't make sense of it either, and so she muttered a guess, you sure you weren't tricked? If the privileges were already handed off, how could the administrator revive? Zhang Yi explained helplessly, it was a real resurrection. The privileges that were transferred to me got handed back to him. White-clad woman fell silent. After a long pause, she replied, as if it was the most natural thing in the world, fine, whatever. If he resurrected, just kill him again. Damn, when you put it like that, it's hard to argue. Still, Zhang Yi offered a reasonable point, I would love to kill him again, but didn't 1010 and 4444 fuse afterward? The two admins are in the middle of a park battle. I can't interfere. For now I can only wait until the fusion is over and then go after the 4444 administrator. Actually, the reason I contacted you was to ask. How exactly do you kill the 4444 administrator? Didn't you say you agreed to help kill him in exchange for the Raven Egg? So you know he has a death state, right? How do you kill a 4444 administrator in death state? What he really wanted to know was, if he didn't use light type, was there still a way to kill 4444? After all, white-clad woman had seemed pretty confident before that she could do it. Which meant there had to be other methods besides light. But her next reply caught Zhang Yi completely off guard. Her voice sounded a bit awkward. She cleared her throat and then said, very seriously, about the 4444 administrator's death state. I just found out about that? Zhang Yi, what? What do you mean? Little Bay, it means. The earlier me was way too confident, and made a bad judgment. With my abilities, I absolutely can't kill 4444. Ah. Well then. Zhang Yi was speechless. But he quickly asked, you just found out? Who told you? Where are you now? Little Bay's attitude toward Zhang Yi was clearly way better than before. Right now, she was answering everything he asked, still with an old friend I mentioned before. She's the one who told me. According to her, the only way to kill a death state 4444 is with light type. She had already given a special grade Madman mask, fused from 10 normal ones, to a light type. Unfortunately, that idiot light type used the Madman mask too early. 4444 went into hiding, and light couldn't find him. With no target, even a Madman mask is useless. Oh right, the Madman mask you used to kill the administrator. Light lent it to you, right? That mask was stolen by Light from my old friend. Well now. So white-clad woman actually knew Guan He. Or more accurately, she knew the reincarnated Eri that was symbiotically fused with Guan He. And from what Zhang Yi could tell, that reincarnated Eri was probably even stronger than white-clad woman. Maybe more knowledgeable, too. She had already known that the 4444 administrator possessed this broken death state. And knew that only light type could counter it. Zhang Yi's thoughts spiraled wildly. Then another doubt came to him. If 4444 in death state is basically unkillable, then in the game, the player who once killed the 4444 administrator and later died from a kill on sight order. How the hell did he pull it off? Zhang Yi had gone back and forth about it before. First, he suspected the guy was light type, then he dismissed it. But now, he was once again thinking, maybe that player was light type. Otherwise, how do you explain him killing the 4444 administrator? Thinking along those lines, he exchanged a glance with Yang Wenchao and asked, the 4444 administrator in the game. He had death state too, right? Yang Wenchao was clearly deep in thought. He, too, had started to suspect. Death state and mechanical undead state must be related. So the administrator's death state probably had something to do with Graveyard 4444. From that angle, the 4444 in the game must have had death state too. Then, did the player who killed him in-game really have light type? Or was there some other way to destroy death state? Along with this confusion, another of Yang Wenchao's beliefs was overturned. He had always thought that the secret Graveyard 4444 was known only to him. After all, he'd exploited that bug to bury dozens of accounts there for free. And 4444 administrator had never exposed or stopped him. So he assumed that 4444 didn't even know the other graveyard existed. But now, if 4444 had death state, he should be able to access Graveyard 4444 even more easily. Which meant, he knew. He just never stopped or exposed Yang Wenchao. But why? Yang Wenchao's thoughts were spinning just as fast. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi's voice came from beside him. By the way, is there any way to get a light type onto the Administrator Park Arena? Chapter 151, Trash Talking feels so good. This was said to the white-clad woman. Sure enough, A deeply exasperated voice came from the glass orb. Why don't you just ask if we can deliver the light type to the apartment boss's bed? Or maybe send you up into the sky to rub shoulders with the sun, how about that? Listening in, Yang Wenchao secretly gave the white-clad woman a thumbs up in his heart. Zhang Yi wasn't surprised either. What he was really worried about was, would having the 1010 administrator directly fuse with light expose anything? After all, light was his most important trump card. All along, whenever he used light-type abilities, it was under the identity of Huang Bo. He'd originally never planned to use light-type abilities under any other identity. After all, light's very existence was a thorn in the side of all dark-type beings. One more identity using light-type abilities meant one more layer of risk. He'd rather expose the dice of fate than expose light. But now, forget it. After all, the one using light-type abilities is Luoqi, the 1010 administrator, which has absolutely nothing to do with him, Zhang Yi. Thinking this, Zhang Yi asked the glass orb again, by the way, if I know the 1010 administrator, is there any way for me to exchange information with him while he's in the duel arena? The white-clad woman assumed he just wanted to get more info about apartment 4444 from the 1010 in the duel. So she firmly said, that's absolutely impossible. Administrator duels are completely fair and entirely free from outside interference. In other words, outside messages can't get in, and inside messages can't get out. Hearing this, Zhang Yi's eyes immediately lit up. This made him feel a whole lot better. So, on the duel arena, the pitch-black 4444 who looked like a cross remained frozen in place. He still looked at Zhang Yi with scorn and mockery. As time passed, his smugness became more and more obvious, still the same thing. You listened carefully to the announcement, right? If the park battle has no result within 10 minutes, then I, the one with special privileges, will be declared the winner. With privileges like this, combined with my unique ability, you really ought to think again. Who exactly is the one throwing himself at death's door? He was mocking Zhang Yi for saying that exact phrase earlier. Mocking his ignorance. Zhang Yi seemed truly helpless and defeated by the mockery. As if finally accepting reality, he suddenly put away the entropy scythe. Then he let out a long sigh and, as if breaking down, started cursing. Ugh. Miscalculated. Fuck. It's all that DMN Zhang Yi's fault. That son of a BTCH screwed me over. Ha 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 ha. 4444 saw his breakdown and couldn't help but burst out laughing. He even put on a kind face and said, don't worry. I'll avenge you if I get the chance. Zhang Yi still wore that bitter and broken expression, shaking his head with a sigh. I appreciate the thought. But I still prefer taking my own revenge. At first glance, this didn't sound like a problem. 4444 didn't catch on either and was just about to say, too bad you won't get the chance. But the next second, his smile froze, and the smugness in his eyes shattered completely. At the same time, the previously slumped and defeated Zhang Yi's face lifted into a radiant smile. What's that saying? The smile didn't disappear, it just changed locations. And it literally did. The smile on Zhang Yi's face looked like a copy-paste of 4444's grin. As if he had stolen it right off his face. And the reason behind all this was very simple. Zhang Yi had gone into pretty boy transformation mode. Once light-type fusion occurred, the aura of light couldn't be hidden at all. And that aura, to dark-type beings, was basically lethal poison. Not only did the mockery and smugness vanish from 4444's eyes, his pupils practically exploded, filled entirely with holy shit. That familiar aura. This. Impossible. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. You. He glared at Zhang Yi so hard, he couldn't even speak clearly. It took him quite a while before his trembling tongue managed to form a full sentence. You think an illusion is enough to fool me? Zhang Yi laughed heartily. Come on, you know better than I do whether you were fooled. Saying that, he directly activated light and shadow escape, circling 4444. While spinning, he kindly reminded, Yo. Don't shake, stand still. Otherwise, if you accidentally bump into me, I'll sue you for faking injury. 4444, you all fking kidding me? The hell kind of human talks like this? Fking hell. Like I dare touch light. In this death state, also known as pure dark state, he was at his most vulnerable to light. Forget light using skills. Even just a brush of contact might purify him instantly. Of course he was scared. He was more terrified than any other dark-type being. So scared he was about to scream. Stop flying around me already. And amid that despair and terror, he felt a surge of shock. Light. How could light appear on an administrator's duel arena? The fuck? This made zero sense. All of them, every administrator, without exception, were dark-type beings. How the hell could a dark type have control over light-type powers? If it weren't for the fact that you can't fall for illusions in death state, he'd really think this was just a hallucination. Because this truth was even harder to believe than any illusion. In that moment, the 4444 administrator genuinely regretted it. So deeply regretted it. He clearly saw through the provocation tactic. But still, he had just charged in like a fool asking to die. Regret. What he felt now was full-on regret. He didn't want to die. Especially since, under death state, getting purified might instantly trigger an SSS tier death. Which meant no possibility of resurrection at all. He didn't want that. No. Driven by overwhelming survival instinct, 4444 forced down his fear of light, his voice trembling. No. You can't kill me. Have you considered? My death state secret is known by top-tier administrators like 6666 and 9999. If you kill me, the administrator announcement will say you've replaced me as the 4444 administrator. What do you think they'll do then? They'll definitely be shocked and wonder how you managed to kill me. In that case, your ability to use light will eventually be exposed. 4444 was grasping at any straw he could to survive. But Zhang Yi's voice came lightly, casually, and with the same hint of mockery 4444 had used earlier. Oh. Then tell me. Which is worse, getting exposed for using light, or losing this park match right now? Isn't that obvious? If he lost the park match, he'd be dead. How could he care about any secret being exposed after that? 4444 realized this and quickly said, I'll think of a way. I'll find a way for both of us to survive. Zhang Yi smiled, alright, then take your time thinking. Just a stalling tactic. Of course he wouldn't believe it. If he didn't kill 4444 within the 10-minute time limit, then he, the administrator replica, would be the one dead. The reason Zhang Yi hadn't used light-type power to one-shot 4444 right away was that he wanted to run an experiment. Among the abilities of the observer, besides the combo-used Ice of Fate and Prophecy, there was also an SS-tier ultimate called Fate Thread. By forming a bond via Fate Thread, he could influence the target's memory and cognition. And cognition determines behavior. What Zhang Yi wanted to try was, if that really worked, then this ability would become his ultimate weapon. Especially when combined with replica killing another replica and then choosing to revive the killed one. That'd be absolutely insane. Unfortunately, the Fate Thread ability could lock onto 4444 in death state. But time-wise, it just wasn't feasible. Clearly, 4444 had a very strong sense of self. Even forming a bond unilaterally was difficult. Let alone trying to influence his cognition and control his behavior in just a few minutes. And affecting behavior through cognition was inherently a subtle, gradual process. Hard to achieve in such a short time. No choice. The 10-minute park time was almost up. 4444, in an effort to stall and survive, kept babbling non-stop. But Zhang Yi wasn't listening at all. Once he saw the Fate Thread experiment fail, he didn't hesitate any longer and finally unleashed Holy Light Judgment, granting 4444 release. Release was the perfect word, wasn't it? Earlier, 4444 had said in the chat group that he'd help the 1010 guy get released. And now? The one being released was himself. Strangely enough. Whether it was a coincidence or fate, Holy Light Judgment's effect was a cross of holy light. And under the holy radiance, the pitch-black cross that was 4444 truly looked like darkness being purified by light. The pitch-black color dissolved into pure light particles. This was different from how regular dark-type beings reacted to Holy Light Judgment. Zhang Yi was just starting to feel surprised when, in the spot where 4444 had turned into light particles and vanished, a 1-inch-long pure black cross appeared. Instinctively, he tried to pick it up, but realized his hand couldn't touch the cross at all. Even switching to the giant axe and entropy scythe, he still couldn't leave a single mark on the cross. Which meant this thing's properties were apparently just like 4444 in death state. And the real issue was, if 4444 had truly been purified, an SSS tier death should have triggered. Then the system should have immediately announced that Zhang Yi had won the Administrator Park battle. So, since the notification hadn't triggered, did that mean 4444 wasn't truly dead? With this in mind, Zhang Yi tried casting another Holy Light Judgment on the untouched Black Cross. But the result? Absolutely nothing happened. It was like the light hit thin air. What the hell? What was this creepy thing? It looked super ominous, yet it didn't seem afraid of light like 4444 had been. With no victory notification appearing, Zhang Yi grew more suspicious. Could it be that if this cross wasn't destroyed, it wouldn't count as a win over 4444? But right now, how the hell was he supposed to destroy this thing? The time he had left was running out. Less than 30 seconds. 27 seconds, 26 seconds. The tension in Zhang Yi's mind immediately tightened. Meanwhile, in the A-Zone Administrator chat group, there was ongoing discussion about the match. Earlier, 4869 had said the power difference was obvious, and there'd be a result quickly. But the result? A full 10 minutes had nearly passed, and still no outcome. Of course everyone in the group was discussing it. But most of the chatter assumed 4444 had been interrogating 1010 for info about Zhang Yi, which caused the delay. Some were even mockingly acting like they'd witnessed the park firsthand. That 1010 guy probably regrets everything now. What's the saying? Trash talk feels good for a moment, but you'll regret it for a lifetime. Bet he's been a keyboard warrior too long and forgot that the guy on the other end can still beat him to death. If he had any backbone, he'd realize that stepping onto the park stage meant certain death. In that case, he might as well die with dignity, refuse to leak info about Zhang Yi, and leave it to 4444 to deal with after the apartment fusion. But clearly, this 1010 guy's got mad trash talk skills, but he's not the die with dignity type. Otherwise, this match wouldn't have dragged out for the full 10 minutes, yet amid all these confident armchair takes. A message suddenly popped up from the authoritative 9999. 9999, things might not be as you all think, that old turtle 4444. His specialty isn't offense, it's defense. If I'm not mistaken, he's probably just standing still on the stage. No matter how 1010 attacks, he can't land a hit. And since 4444's apartment has special privileges, all he needs is to last 10 minutes without losing and he wins by default. Since 9999 was a top-tier big shot, naturally everyone listened. Very quickly, the other administrators changed their tone. If that's true, then it's even more hopeless for 1010, huh? 4444 just standing there, not even fighting back, and 1010 still can't kill him. That kind of false hope. Thinking you might win, but actually just wasting energy in vain, is the most crushing kind. Ugh, I almost feel bad for this 1010 guy now. However, the very next second after that sympathy post, the 10-minute park time ended. Every administrator's mind rang out simultaneously with the system prompt. Ding, administrator announcement. In this round of apartment fusion, Administrator 1010 successfully killed Administrator 4444. Due to the special nature of apartment 4444, Administrator 1010 is promoted to become the new 4444 administrator. Administrator privileges of apartment 4444 are now transferred to the new 4444 administrator. A simple, factual announcement. Yet it silenced every single administrator on the spot. For a long, long time, the entire chat group was like it had been globally muted. No one said a word. Until a sudden string of messages broke the eerie silence. 4444, hey. My dear dumbasses. I'm back with a new name tag. Wonder if you guys can still recognize me v. I saw someone in the chat say I was just trash talking for fun. Well then I gotta step in and set the record straight. This wasn't trash talking feels good for a moment, it should be called, trash talking feels good the whole damn time. So? Any other little idiots wanna play this apartment fusion game with me? Kama Chapter 152, Taking a Short Leave WTF. That's way too shameless. At this moment, the administrators who saw the message split into two camps. The top-tier big shots like 6,666 and 9,999 were filled with deep shock and disbelief. They were so stunned, they couldn't come back to their senses for a long while. Meanwhile, some average-numbered apartments with more ordinary-sighted administrators, aside from surprise and awe, felt mostly. This 1010 guy. No, now he should be called the 4444 administrator. He is damn shameless. Just begging for a beating. So what if he beat 4444? Did he have to act so cocky about it? If someone didn't know better, they'd think he'd just defeated an apartment boss, not an administrator. Administrators are high above players, so naturally their tempers aren't great. Immediately, a few admins from no-name apartments began angrily lashing out. It's just one apartment fusion win, what the hell are you so arrogant for? Trash talking non-stop feels good? Sounds like you think no one can deal with you now. Let me ask you, do you even dare fuse with apartments 6666 or 9999? At 4444, TCH. Zhang Yi looked at these and couldn't help thinking. 4444 did have a point about one thing. A frog in a well cannot discuss the ocean, a summer bug cannot discuss ice. He replied directly, TSK, then I guess I have to step in and correct you. The question isn't whether I dare to fuse with apartments 6666 or 9999, it's whether 6666 or 9999 dare to fuse with me. Well? At 6666. At 9999. Wanna use this chance to show off your big shot presence? Still outrageously cocky. That single post left all those no-name admins stunned. But what shocked them even more was 9999's response. That kind of top-level big shot didn't scold the newly crowned 4444 for being arrogant at all. Even when directly provoked and mocked, he didn't react strongly either. It was like he was still mentally stuck on the announcement that 4444 had been replaced. Then in the group, 9999 asked in barely concealed shock, "You? How exactly did you do it?" At 4444, as far as I know, forget the administrator tier. Even an apartment boss couldn't take down 4444 within 10 minutes, that message truly blew the minds of the no-name administrators. Even an apartment boss couldn't take down 4444 in 10 minutes? What? How was that even possible? Then how did this new 4444 pull it off? It turned everything they knew upside down. And what really shattered them came next. 9999, unless you used a light type ability and purified 4444, boom. Utter shock. WTF? No way. All administrators are dark type beings. How could they use light type abilities? Just as the group reeled in disbelief, another post appeared. 4869. I actually heard from a roaming merchant that there's a special item called a skill inscription orb which can store abilities. Crushing the orb releases the stored ability, so could it be that this new 4444 crushed a skill inscription orb during the park battle and released a light type ability stored in advance, flipping the fight at the last second? As soon as that message dropped, the other no-name admins exploded in outrage. Skill inscription orbs have to be made by having a player use the skill first, then an engraver seals it into the orb. So that means this 1010 guy was working with a light type player? Kama an administrator colluding with a light type player to take out his own kind? That's a huge taboo, and a dark type using a light type skill orb? That's suicide. One misstep and you're toast too. I get it now. It must have been Zhang Yi. He is close with Wang Bo, so he probably gave the light type skill orb to 1010, now it makes sense why 1010 suddenly provoked 4444. He already partnered up with Zhang Yi. So this was a setup, just like 4869 guessed. Zhang Yi's eyes lit up as he read this theory. This was the first he heard of a handy item like the skill inscription orb that stores abilities in advance. This actually made a great cover for explaining how he killed 4444. But just as he was thinking that, he saw 9999 post a technical explanation. Skill inscription orbs can indeed store skills in advance. They're as easy to use as talismans in a cultivation novel, but just like in those novels, Tier 1 talismans are easy to make, while Tier 9 ones are incredibly hard. The difficulty of a skill orb scales with the skill's level. The stronger the skill, the more complex the inscription, and the rarer the orb. The orbs sold by the roaming merchant are all low-tier and pre-made. The merchant himself can only make low-tier ones. Only veteran players from the Doomsday apartment know how to craft high-tier skill orbs. They're usually VIPs over there, and since apartment 0000 hasn't opened yet, those people couldn't possibly have entered the beginner apartments. So are you saying a rookie on day 1 of the beginner apartment already knows how to make high-tier skill orbs? Also, from what I know, light-type abilities are way too unique to be stored with inscription techniques alone. Even the veteran big shots in the Doomsday apartment have tried storing light-type skills before. And all failed. In other words, light might not be storable at all. There's no item in the entire Doomsday apartment that can release light-type powers. Light-type abilities can only be used by someone with a natural light-type ability. These posts instantly rocked every administrator all over again. No usable items. No methods of borrowing light-type power at all. The unspoken implication was clear. This new 4444 had used a light-type ability himself? But that. How was that possible? Forget the ordinary admins. Even 9999 couldn't figure it out. He posted again in the group, Do you possess a light-type ability? Or do you have some other means to lock onto a death state target and trigger a deeper SS tier death? At 4444, Zhang Yi thought to himself. I actually do have a way to lock onto death state targets. The S tier ultimate, Dice of Fate, didn't work on death state 4444. But later, his SS tier ability Fate Thread did work. So that meant, ultimates stronger than S tier could lock onto death state targets. Meaning that if he could master both Prophecy and Fate Thread, he might really be able to kill 4444 without ever using light-type power. But did he have any obligation to answer 9999? If you really want to know, you can try fusing with my apartment yourself. After dropping that savage line, Zhang Yi figured 9999 wouldn't actually try apartment fusion with him, so he didn't plan on wasting more words in the chat. He was just about to refocus on the pure black cross. When suddenly, a new message popped up from 0000, tagging him. Chapter 153, a comparison between game and reality. Zhang Yi couldn't be bothered to watch these little small fries act all shocked. His replica number 1, who was currently with Yang Wenchao, turned to him seriously and said, tell me again. In the game, after the 4444 administrator was killed, was there a new 4444 administrator that took their place? Yang Wenchao was reading the group chat and was caught off guard by the sudden question. But he still quickly responded, that batch of beginner apartments didn't get a new one. But when the next batch of beginner apartments came out, of course they had a new 4444 administrator. As he spoke, Wanzin nodded in agreement. Zhang Yi thought for a moment, then asked again to confirm, when you buried your account in the secret graveyard 4444, that was after the 4444 administrator had been replaced, right? Yang Wenchao nodded, of course. After all, he only started paying attention to apartment 4444 after the kill on-site order was issued due to the 4444 administrator's death. Zhang Yi continued thinking as he asked, when you bury your account in the secret graveyard, the current 4444 administrator didn't notice your actions at all. Yang Wenchao was just about to say something. He had previously assumed that when Zhang Yi and the white-clad woman mentioned 4444 having a death state, it meant the administrator had noticed his exploit. But when he saw Zhang Yi's thoughtful look, a light bulb went off. He seemed to get what Zhang Yi was trying to say. After a moment of contemplation, he followed up, you're saying. In the game, the previous 4444 administrator who was killed did indeed have access to the secret graveyard. But the newly appointed 4444 who replaced him couldn't enter that graveyard. So that's why the little trick I pulled using a glitch wasn't noticed by the administrator? Thinking of it that way, Yang Wenchao found it more reasonable. Simply put, there were two different 4444 administrators in the game. The first had death state and could access the secret graveyard. The second didn't have death state and couldn't access it. It was even very possible that the second 4444 knew nothing about the secret graveyard. That would explain why Yang Wenchao's glitch exploit wasn't discovered while the second 4444 was in office. A much more logical explanation than assuming the administrator saw it and chose to ignore it. And based on this information, it wasn't hard to conclude. The second 4444 administrator in the game had weaker authority. Most likely, the Black Cross that originally belonged to the 4444 administrator had ended up in the hands of the apartment boss. At this point, the connections between the game and reality were becoming clear. Many game players, including Yang Wenchao, used to think that the kill on-site order was issued by the apartment boss because a player had killed the 4444 administrator. But now that they knew the apartment boss had planned to kill 4444 anyway, Zhang Yi realized. The unlucky guy in the game who got hunted down across the entire server and even died in real life. His role was likely the same as Zhu Kaiming. That guy probably went after the 4444 administrator not on a whim, but because he was instructed by the apartment boss or the Duo organization. He may have even been able to succeed in killing 4444 thanks to their support. But what he didn't realize was that from the start, he was just a pawn. In order to obtain the Black Cross, the apartment boss had probably made other arrangements. And in that setup, the pawn who killed 4444 was sacrificed. That's how the apartment boss managed to get the cross smoothly. And in that same setup, the player who fulfilled the global kill on site order was probably someone who had cozied up to the apartment boss and the Duo organization, which let him rise quickly and become the so-called strongest player. Right now, Zhu Kaiming was playing the role of that player who went to kill the 4444 administrator in the game. It wasn't clear whether he realized this himself or stumbled into it by accident. He didn't seem to intend to kill 4444 personally, instead seeking Zhang Yi's help and asking the white-clad woman to make the move. And now, one very important question remained. Whether in the game or in real life, when trying to kill the 4444 administrator, what method did the apartment boss actually use to finish him off? Was that method related to light? Zhang Yi's thoughts had gone back and forth on this. After learning that 4444 had death state and was hard to kill, he once again believed that the player who killed 4444 in the game must have had light-type powers. But now, that idea was overturned again. Back to his earlier thought. If the player really had light-type abilities, it'd be hard to keep hidden. And Zhu Kaiming, who was working for the apartment boss now, didn't have light abilities either. Even when he looked for someone to help kill 4444, he didn't consider partnering with the light-type Huang Bo. So it was very likely that there really were non-light-type methods that could deal with an administrator's death state. No. Maybe it wasn't about targeting the death state. But rather, targeting the weakness of the 4444 administrator himself? And in that targeting, what role did the raven egg buried in the graveyard play? Zhang Yi couldn't figure it out for now, but one thing was certain. Now that his administrator replica had become the new 4444, he too would be a target the apartment boss wanted to eliminate. But then again, it wasn't the first time one of his replicas had become a thorn in the side of the big shots. He was used to it. Unshaken. Still, this deep comparison between the game and real life had sparked a new thought. That game version of Doomsday apartment experienced by Yang Wenchao and the others. Was it really just a bunch of virtual data? Or had it actually existed? And regardless of whether it was just virtual or once real, could it be considered a previous cycle of the entire Doomsday apartment? Or maybe it wasn't just the previous cycle? Could it already have been the nth cycle? And if the nth cycle theory holds, then Zhang Yi, his classmates, and every Doomsday apartment player might not be experiencing this cycle for the first time. And the moment that idea popped into his mind, Zhang Yi couldn't help but recall some sci-fi short videos he had seen. According to them, Northern Song Dynasty philosopher Xiaoyang once calculated that all things in the world go through a cycle every 120,000 years. It was said that even modern scientists had theories about a cyclic universe. When Zhang Yi watched those videos, he just treated them as jokes. After all, whether the universe cycled or not didn't seem to have much to do with him. But now, the creation, destruction, and reincarnation of the Doomsday apartment seemed like a microcosm of universal evolution? A microcosm. Then were they all just part of an experiment conducted by some mysterious being to explore the secrets of the universe? Or perhaps this was simply the natural form of how the universe operates. Philosophical questions always have a way of shaking a person's core and making them doubt their existence. So Zhang Yi didn't like to think too deeply about them. His musings only scratched the surface, and he quickly stopped there. But the mention of reincarnation reminded him of the legendary mythological figure, Sisyphus. Sisyphus angered the gods by kidnapping death itself, halting death from the world. As punishment, the gods condemned him to roll a massive boulder up a hill. Yet every time he pushed it to the top, it would roll back down, nullifying all his efforts. So Sisyphus was doomed to endlessly repeat the task of pushing the rock uphill. The gods believed this was the harshest punishment they could inflict. That myth has inspired many interpretations. Many writers and directors have drawn from it to create loop-themed stories. The most classic example being Triangle, where the female lead encounters versions of herself from previous and earlier loops. Of course, some people believe Triangle contains two loops, Loop A and Loop B. Some even argue it includes three, loops A, B, and C, with the female lead existing in all three states simultaneously. Just thinking about that movie gave Zhang Yi a headache. So he quickly shook it off. Replica number 1 exchanged a glance with Yang Wenchao. Clearly, Yang Wenchao had also connected the dots between the game and reality. Before, he had only viewed the game Doomsday Apartment from a single perspective. But now, from a new angle, he realized that the game, for players, might seem like a fleeting moment of fun, but in reality, it spanned across an entire timeline. And that full timeline had its own internal system. Each point in time saw a different version of the Doomsday Apartment. The one they were experiencing now seemed to align with the time point where the 4444 administrator was about to be killed. Of course, there were still many differences between the game and real life. After thinking for a while, Yang Wenchao couldn't help but ask Zhang Yi, according to the apartment fusion announcement. The original 4444 administrator has been replaced by the 1010 administrator. So, Does the current new administrator still have access to the secret graveyard 4444? If not, who holds that authority now? Zhang Yi knew the answer, but didn't say it aloud. After all, there was no way he'd reveal the secret that he had become the 4444 administrator. He checked the time, then turned to Yang Wenchao and Wan Xin and said, "It's almost midnight. Do you dare go to the so-called secret graveyard in Mecha Undead mode?" As soon as he said that, Wan Xin's face twisted like he was constipated and shook his head immediately. "Of course I don't dare. I only buried my account once in the game. If I die again, that's real death. Besides, with my bad luck. And after midnight, I'm heading straight to apartment 0000 to take revenge on Cheng." Zhang Yi wasn't surprised. He didn't expect much from Wan Xin anyway. So his attention focused mainly on Yang Wenchao. Yang Wenchao actually wasn't that bold. If it were just a game, of course he wouldn't hesitate. But then he realized that fearless state of mind he used to have in the game was exactly what he was lacking now. So, after a moment of thought, he asked Zhang Yi in return, "You dare?" Zhang Yi raised a brow. "Of course I do." Yang Wenchao took a deep breath. "You haven't even buried your account and you still dare? Then I've got no excuse not to." And he glanced at Wan Xin and added, "To get to apartment 0000, we have to go through the administrator. Right now, 4444 is hiding like a turtle. We can't even get to 0000. So, we've got to figure out how to deal with 4444 first. It'd be best if we uncover the secret of the graveyard before going to 0000. That's the smart move." He looked at Zhang Yi and raised his brows. "Who knows? Maybe after digging up the graveyard secret, you'll get an infinite revive account too." Zhang Yi grinned, looking like he was quite looking forward to that infinite revival. Wan Xin, hearing that, couldn't help but waver again. Damn it. If there really is such a thing as infinite revives, then going to the secret graveyard at midnight might actually be worth it. But with his terrible luck, what if Zhang Yi and Yang Wenchao both get infinite revive accounts, and he alone ends up dying in the graveyard? Wan Xin couldn't make up his mind, so he offered instead, "There's not much time left until midnight. How about I help you guys trade for a mechanical course?" Zhang Yi thought for a moment, then shook his head. "We don't really trust each other that much. The mechanical core. Just by your own. Let's split up now. We'll meet back here at 23:59? Yang Wenchao had long wanted to split up. Being around Zhang Yi made him feel a weird kind of pressure. So he nodded without hesitation. Wan Xin had no objections either. So the three of them immediately split up to act separately. And at that moment, Zhang Yi came up with a bold new idea. Originally, he had planned to focus entirely on his main body's personal instance after killing the administrator. But now, plans couldn't keep up with change. The changes brought about by this administrator identity were just too significant. Of course, he could try seeing if his administrator replica could also enter the personal instance. If an administrator replica with death state could enter, it might provide even more benefits to the main body. However, the privileges tied to the administrator identity made him hesitant to act rashly. Back when the fake 1010 administrator impersonated him, he gave Zhang Jinshan a small iron chip. That item was actually called an administrator substitution badge. It really could let someone act with administrator authority, but only as a temp. The true administrator authority was held by the official administrator work badge. This badge looked very similar to the basic badges Zhang Yi had received earlier for errands, cleaning, and other service jobs. But its craftsmanship was much more refined. The jet black color also made it look more high-end and elite. The administrator work badge was not only a symbol of the administrator identity, it also recorded all the administrator's rights and restrictions. As for rights, those were relatively straightforward: collecting rent, issuing loans. What was worth noting? If a player was erased due to unpaid rent or overdue loans, the survival points generated by that erasure would be directly credited to the administrator's account. In this sense, a player's life was essentially passive income for an administrator. Administrators should, in theory, be hoping for players to fail at paying rent or loans, and get erased. But in practice, players could exchange survival stones for game coins. And one survival stone could be converted into a survival point. So even players who survived could still indirectly provide extra income for administrators. Besides privileges, administrators also had many strict restrictions. First, they had to provide service promptly when players paid rent. They couldn't refuse. Second, loans couldn't be issued arbitrarily just to trap players into default. Loan limits were restricted by the badge and followed strict rules and procedures. In addition, there were two very serious limitations: they could not leave their assigned apartment, they could not proactively kill players. If an administrator left their assigned apartment, they'd be instantly erased. If they actively killed a player, they would be penalized 10,000 game coins. A deduction of 10,000 game coins might as well be a death sentence. Of course, if attacked by a player, they could retaliate with erasure authority. That was considered self-defense, which wouldn't deduct points, but also wouldn't earn any. So, compared to self-defense, administrators would clearly prefer players to get programmatically erased due to unpaid rent or loans. After reviewing these permissions, Zhang Yi hesitated about letting his administrator replica enter the personal instance. He had learned from the white-clad woman that the personal instance space was a special kind of space. Even Zhang Jinshan had mentioned that its time flow was different from the outside world. A space like that might no longer fall under the apartment's jurisdiction. If his administrator replica entered the personal instance and ended up being erased for leaving his jurisdiction, that would be a total loss. So, Zhang Yi made a decision: he needed a different candidate. In other words, he had to get Wu Ying into his hands as soon as possible. Chapter 154. Entering the secret graveyard. Making this decision naturally involved many considerations. The most crucial point was, there were several usable identities in Wu Ying's phantasmaparasitism. And the fact that he happened to be using the Zhang Yi identity was Wu Ying's own choice, not something under Zhang Yi's control. Zhang Yi had thought about waiting until everything was ready to deal with Wu Ying. But what if, by the time everything was ready, Wu Ying had already switched identities again? So dealing with him now, while he was still using the Zhang Yi identity, was a way to avoid any unforeseen complications. Besides, it's like how someone who owes a lot of money stops caring. When Zhang Yi had just arrived at the apartment, he was indeed very cautious, only wanting to live low-key and honestly. But after experiencing the disappearance of his main body, being targeted by a kill-on-sight order as a light-type player, and his replica becoming the 4444 administrator, he came to deeply understand the kind of fearless mindset that comes with owing the bank billions. At this point, he'd already mastered the art of turning his back on everyone. All by himself. Still, just because he'd grown bolder didn't mean he was reckless. Zhang Yi. To be precise, Zhang Yi in the identity of the 4444 administrator. Right after the park battle during the apartment fusion ended, he appeared directly at the front desk workstation in the first-floor lobby. And from that lobby vantage point, one could clearly see Zhang Jinshan, who was still looking a bit dazed. Zhang Yi pointed at him and said calmly, "You. Come here." The moment Zhang Jinshan felt that gaze on him, his whole body stiffened. But after receiving the little metal piece, the administrator substitution badge, he already knew, administrators weren't allowed to kill players at will. So he forced himself to walk over. Before Zhang Yi even spoke, he took the initiative and handed over the badge. However, Zhang Yi didn't reach for it. Instead, he raised his brows. Suddenly, his entire face changed from that of the middle-aged administrator to that of Zhang Yi. Zhang Jinshan saw this transformation with his own eyes and instantly widened them in disbelief. You. Zhang Yi gave him an eerie smile and turned back into the administrator's middle-aged face, saying meaningfully, "I was the one who gave it to you, so naturally I won't take it back. Now, I need to step out for a bit. Help me manage this administrator job temporarily." I. Zhang Jinshan was still too shocked to react, and the administrator's figure had already vanished. He stood there in shock for a while, still unable to process it. Did that mean the Zhang Yi he interacted with not long ago was fake? Was the Zhang Yi who killed Fake Lingji the fake one? Or was it the one he met earlier in the hallway on the 20th floor? He couldn't tell at all. He didn't understand why the administrator would impersonate Zhang Yi. But he vaguely realized, when it came to the competition between real big shots, players like him who weren't on the same level might never truly comprehend it. Just like how he still couldn't figure out, was there some deeper reason behind the sudden fusion of apartments 1010 and 4444? And was this deeper reason related to Zhang Yi or the administrator? Besides, this newly merged apartment 4444 was clearly not normal. So many big shots. So many grayed-out names. There was even the resurrected Yang Wenchao. Zhang Jinshan still couldn't make sense of it. Did Yang Wenchao actually resurrect after dying? Or had he simply used some other method to move from 1010 to apartment 4444? At this point, he didn't even dare be sure. Could this apartment fusion have something to do with Yang Wenchao? Once, he'd been a young man with lofty ambitions, swearing to become the top in the world. But now, Zhang Jinshan just felt wave after wave of helplessness. It was like a boy raised in the safe ivory tower had finally stepped into society and, for the first time, felt the real world was far beyond his imagination. No wonder the youthful arrogance of boys often got ground down over time. This world was just too profound and too cruel. Zhang Jinshan held the little metal badge and sat down at the administrator's workstation. But the joy of gaining administrator privileges had already faded from his eyes. And now, looking again at the apartment group chat, where his classmates were still excitedly chatting, he couldn't tell whether he should feel sorry for their ignorance. Or maybe envy them. Sigh. Zhang Jinshan sighed for no clear reason, not even in the mood to mock Wang Lingaling anymore. As for Zhang Yi, the administrator who had disappeared, he wasn't elsewhere. He had gone straight into that secret graveyard. Yes. No need to wait until midnight. Not even any teleportation item required. Just with a single thought, he entered directly. It felt like the entire secret graveyard was part of his own pocket space. Thinking back on it, that time the 4444 administrator disappeared after seeing light, he probably didn't go to the visible underground graveyard at all. He had likely gone straight into this secret graveyard instead. Now that Zhang Yi had entered it himself, he realized it was somewhat different from what Yang Wenchao had described. According to Yang Wenchao, the secret graveyard was similar to the visible underground graveyard. The difference was that the plants in the green zone of the underground graveyard were black, while those in the secret graveyard were red. But what Zhang Yi saw in the secret graveyard? First of all, space-wise, it looked boundless, as if it had no limits at all. Secondly, the red plants Yang Wenchao mentioned? He didn't see any. The green zone plants were still black. However, the tombstone zone had a clear difference. The tombstones in the underground graveyard looked like normal upright rectangles. But in the secret graveyard, the tombstone was shaped like a pure black cross. And there was only that one cross-shaped tombstone, tightly bound with eerie blood-red chains. The red color on those chains looked like some kind of flowing red energy. The other end of the chain was buried deep in the soil beneath the tombstone. At first glance, it resembled a slender human figure being tightly restrained by chains. The whole scene gave off an inexplicable eerie feeling. And as soon as Zhang Yi entered this environment, his state automatically shifted into death state. He had experienced this before at the administrator's workstation. In death state, he had no heartbeat. Even his entire body felt cold. But now, even in death state, when his eyes fell on that eerie cross tombstone, he inexplicably felt a heavy, suppressed heartbeat. In fact, that heartbeat felt a little familiar. This felt exactly like before. That heavy, oppressive heartbeat that appeared out of nowhere after the comprehension replica grabbed the dice of fate. Back then, after grabbing the dice of fate, Zhang Yi had directly died twice from the pain. More precisely, it should have been heart failure due to the overload that led to his death. So that sensation had practically become a psychological trauma for him. Now, just seeing the eerie heartbeat triggered by that strange tombstone gave him a PTSD-like flashback to that pain. He even had the illusion that if he stared at that eerie tombstone any longer, he'd die again just like when he grabbed the dice of fate. Of course, that had to be an illusion. He was in death state right now, it shouldn't be that easy to die. But the problem was, he was in death state. There shouldn't be any heartbeat at all. This indescribable sense of eeriness finally made Zhang Yi look away quickly, no longer staring at the creepy black cross tombstone. Only when the death state heartbeat calmed and he returned to a heartbeat-less, cold state did he take a deep breath and shift his gaze to the grave mound zone. He had speculated before that the raven egg was likely in the grave mound zone of the secret graveyard. At the time, he thought the administrator must have moved the raven egg from the underground graveyard to this secret graveyard. In his view, the raven egg had been stolen by the administrator. But after becoming the 4444 administrator and gaining more intel, he suddenly felt maybe the raven egg had been in the secret graveyard from the start. It wasn't something Zhu Kaiming had placed here as a bargaining chip to request a white-clad woman's help. In other words, the raven egg wasn't compensation from the Duo organization at all. Instead, it was something meant to be acquired by whoever killed the 4444 administrator and obtained the Black Cross. Using something others could have gotten anyway as a bargaining chip. That technically didn't violate any contract clauses. Thinking about it this way, maybe the Duo organization and the apartment bosses had also wanted to kill the 4444 administrator because they were after the raven egg, but this secret graveyard was just too big. Not only was it endless at a glance, the dim lighting also hindered vision. Since this was his territory, Zhang Yi wasn't in a rush to find the raven egg. Instead, he planned to use this space, which belonged to him, to fully turn Wu Ying into one of his replicas. After all, this secret graveyard had an extremely unique spatial structure. Normal spatial items couldn't break in or escape. So in here, Wu Ying wouldn't be able to use any tricks to run. However, because of this space's uniqueness, Zhang Yi had a concern. According to Yang Wenchao, he only entered the secret graveyard accidentally through Mecha Undead mode. And Zhang Yi himself had automatically shifted into death state the moment he entered. He worried that a living being might die instantly upon entry. So he decided to test by sending in another replica. To see if a non-death state replica would instantly die upon entering. For this, replica number 2 used the threaded blood puppet item and first created 10 thread puppets. These puppets had no life and, when killed, didn't yield energy points or survival points. So using them for the experiment wouldn't be representative. But they could serve as material for replica substitution in the future. Zhang Yi planned to swap in a living waste replica. But the administrator replica itself wasn't going to leave. So he used the replica reflection mirror to create a mirror replica of the administrator. Then, he swapped this mirror replica with a waste replica in apartment 9669. That's when Zhang Yi discovered something unexpected. The waste replica that entered the secret graveyard didn't die, but the swapped-out mirror replica died instantly. What? What was that about? It couldn't be that the waste replica was originally supposed to die and the mirror replica died in its place, right? That didn't make sense. In replica substitution, the lowest attribute replica is supposed to die by default. But very quickly, Zhang Yi realized. Could it be that the mirror replica's death was due to administrator authority-based erasure? In other words, administrator restrictions have extremely high priority. Even replicas created by an administrator couldn't leave their jurisdiction? Or maybe the replica reflection mirror was just so OP, it even copied the administrator authority, which meant the mirror replica also inherited the administrator restrictions. Thinking along those lines, Zhang Yi then pulled out the phantom lantern, planning to use it to create a phantom replica of the administrator and see the difference. But upon attempting it, the result shocked him again. The phantom lantern couldn't reflect the administrator's shadow at all in death state. Meaning, it couldn't be used on the death state administrator. Zhang Yi tried testing with several other items. Eventually, he discovered. While in death state, not only could he not be targeted by items like the entropy scythe or the dice of fate, no other items could lock onto him either. None could affect him. That meant, commonly used tools for making replicas also didn't work on him in this state. And yet, the replica reflection mirror actually could. What did this mean? It meant the replica reflection mirror was even more insane than the entropy scythe and the dice of fate. A concept-level weapon, an S-tier fate-type ultimate, couldn't lock onto him. But the replica reflection mirror could. Damn. This thing was seriously broken up. At that moment, Zhang Yi couldn't help but think of the previous owner of the replica reflection mirror. Huang Qi. He started to suspect. How come Huang Qi just happened to deliver his head across apartments, bringing the replica reflection mirror to him? Did he choose Zhang Yi's apartment randomly? Or was he somehow influenced to pick it? With that thought, Zhang Yi even had the urge to resurrect Huang Qi and interrogate him again. But right now, the main focus was still dealing with Wu Ying. Since the waste replica didn't die upon entering the secret graveyard, then Wu Ying probably wouldn't die either. Even if the waste replica survived only because of the replica connection. Like how a dark-type replica isn't harmed by a light-type replica, Wu Ying, who was currently using his identity, was technically also his replica. So Wu Ying should receive the same treatment and not die immediately. But then, thinking of that, Zhang Yi suddenly realized. If just impersonating him made someone his replica and let them share the same privileges. Like how his dark replicas weren't afraid of his light replicas. Then, would that mean any dark-type being who disguised themselves as him would also become immune to light? Oh hell no. That idea was kinda nuts. Originally, light-type replicas were unbeatable, targeting enemies with precision. But now, if dark-type beings could just shapeshift into his form to ignore light's threat. On the surface, it looked like he was getting scammed. But to ignore light's threat, they had to turn into him. And the moment they became him, they became his replica. So in the end, it wasn't really a loss. It was just that, for now, there were too few players and eerie beings disguising as him. Currently, only Wu Ying had his phantasm-parasitism, and the 1010 administrator, when staging his fake death act, had also used his identity. Back when he killed the 1010 administrator, Zhang Yi had used the entropy scythe. So this theory hadn't been tested then. Perfect chance to test it now. With Wu Ying. With that, Zhang Yi brought in a light-type sub-replica into the secret graveyard. Then, with all preparations complete, he had the waste replica and Wu Ying perform a replica swap. Chapter 155 Killing Wu Ying? Holy shit! Where the HLL is this? Wu Ying had just been lounging in the Duo organization dorms, humming a little tune, petting a cat, and happily chatting in the group. In the blink of an eye, the environment around him suddenly dimmed. The abrupt change was like falling into an illusion. The most absurd part. Holy fuck? Light. Out of the corner of his eye, Wu Ying caught sight of two figures. But he didn't even have time to see clearly before instinctive fear kicked in. Almost reflexively, his legs turned to jelly, his vision darkened, and his heart started racing. Still, he was a seasoned player who had seen quite a lot. At that moment, all instinct left him with only one word in his head. Run. Run now. He had taken on the Zhongyi identity while in the dorms because it was a safe place. But now, clearly in danger, it was a fight for survival. Without a second thought, he immediately ditched this most useless identity. So, Zhongyi's first reaction when he saw Wu Ying was, this guy's still afraid of light. Second reaction. Wait, no. This guy instinctively switched out of the Zhongyi identity. He transformed into a different person, taking on the appearance of a sinister young man. Then he turned and bolted. While running, he stabbed a black iron shard into his right leg. The black shard was instantly stained red with blood. However, Wu Ying's face changed drastically, and he cursed in his heart, what the HLL? Why isn't the anchored teleport shard working? Because of Wu Ying's sudden transformation, Zhang Yi couldn't tell for the moment. Was this guy really afraid of light? Or did he only become afraid because switching identities broke his immunity? So, Zhang Yi's eyes narrowed. He had his light-type sub-replica use light and shadow escape to blink ahead of Wu Ying. At the same time, his administrator replica chased from behind, wielding the entropy scythe. The administrator replica shouted angrily, "Stop! You're not Zhang Yi?" Seeing that the teleport item failed and that light had flashed right in front of him, Wu Ying had no choice but to freeze. He turned around, nearly in tears, and replied, Yes. I'm not Zhang Yi. Boss, you've got the wrong guy. Zhang Yi deliberately darkened his face, looking furious at having caught the wrong person. You're not Zhang Yi? Then why are you presenting yourself as Zhang Yi? Wu Ying hurried to explain, I have a glyph pattern ability called Phantasmaparasitism. This ability lets me replicate other people's identities. I replicated Zhang Yi's identity, which is how I was able to impersonate him. The reason I used it was because we were talking about Zhang Yi in the group chat, so I just happened to be using it. Zhang Yi already knew the reason, of course. But he still feigned suspicion and sternly ordered Wu Ying, now, switch back into Zhang Yi's identity and let me see. Wu Ying didn't suspect anything. He had no idea who this mysterious boss was. But even an idiot could see. This dark-type being was working in tandem with light-type. What the hell kind of insane combo was that? And this creepy place, the environment was weirdly eerie too. The distant cross-shaped tombstone radiated an overwhelmingly powerful dark-type suppression. Most absurdly, that suppression actually scared him as much as light did. To get that kind of fear from the same attribute. Just what tier was that cross supposed to be? Aside from that, the bulging grave mound scattered everywhere, the gloomy setting. He was starting to feel like he'd accidentally wandered into the mists. DMN it all. Could it be? He'd been dragged in by some presence from the mists? If so, what a fucking injustice. But it didn't make sense either. Why would a mist-dwelling entity target Zhang Yi? Wu Ying couldn't figure it out. But he knew this. A being that could ignore the rules and grab someone straight out of the Doomsday apartment was way out of his league. So he didn't even dare think of resisting. He could only obediently follow orders and switched back to Zhang Yi's identity. Zhang Yi kept a close watch on his expression. Seeing that even after switching to Zhang Yi's form he was still stiff, lifeless, and terrified, he felt a bit doubtful. He had the light sub-replica move closer to Wu Ying. Then, the administrator replica asked in a low voice, Well? Do you still feel afraid of light now? Wu Ying, body frozen, nodded stiffly while silently grumbling, Isn't that obvious? What dark-type being wouldn't fear light? Well, the boss in front of him sure didn't. Zhang Yi's doubts deepened. Could it be? He was wrong? Were replicas created by him somehow different from others simply imitating his form? Thinking that, he didn't rush to kill Wu Ying. Instead, he used his observer identity to try activating Fate Thread on Wu Ying. The first tier ability of Fate Thread was the power to influence the memories of bonded targets. If it could influence memories, it could naturally also read memories. Since he'd decided to infiltrate the Doomsday apartment using Wu Ying's identity ahead of time, having access to Wu Ying's memories would be a huge advantage. The only question was, would establishing this Fate Thread be as difficult as it had been when trying it with apartment 4444? Zhang Yi made a simple attempt. And almost instantly. To be precise, the moment he thought about forming a bond with Wu Ying, a strand of bright white thread shot out from the center of his forehead, flying straight toward Wu Ying and coiling several times around his head. What? It actually succeeded. Just like that? Why was it so smooth this time? Was it the death state of the 4444 administrator that had made forming the Fate Thread so difficult before? Or was it because of Wu Ying's current replica identity that bonding became easier? Zhang Yi figured it was probably both factors at play. In any case, since it was so easy to establish the bond, he could now steal Wu Ying's memories. With a shift of intent, white light flashed from the center of his brow. In his mind, Wu Ying's memories flowed in with ease. The memories were a bit fuzzy. Not as clear as HD video. But still, he could deduce quite a lot from them. However, just as he was immersed in Wu Ying's memories, Wu Ying, still frozen in place, suddenly went pale. Why? Because this sensation. It was exactly like when he'd first joined the Duo organization and had his soul forcibly scanned by a mecha unit. All new members of Duo went through this soul search as standard protocol. But the process was excruciating. It felt like your soul was being squeezed and ripped from your body. Your brain would buzz with pain, and the hazy consciousness made you feel nauseous. Yes. This exact feeling. It was seared into his memory. He couldn't possibly mistake it. So, who the hell was this boss? He actually had the ability to soul search remotely. That was terrifying. No. He couldn't just sit here passively, hoping the boss would let him off. Wu Ying's face was ghostly pale now, and even his eyes had rolled back into whites from the dizziness. But even so, he bit down hard on his tongue. The intense pain gave him a moment of clarity. His eyes narrowed fiercely, and he suddenly slapped a strange talisman paper onto his forehead. The paper instantly turned into a swirl of black mist, letting out an eerie GGG laugh as it merged into his brow. Then, Wu Ying's whole body dissolved into shadow and vanished. Still immersed in Wu Ying's memories, Zhang Yi suddenly snapped out of it. Partly because what he saw in Wu Ying's memories was surprising, and also because, how the hell did Wu Ying manage to escape the secret graveyard? But soon, with his underground graveyard access, Zhang Yi sensed Wu Ying hadn't just disappeared. He had reappeared directly in the visible underground graveyard of apartment 4444. Yes. Not the secret graveyard, but the publicly known one. Wu Ying, now in the underground graveyard, was equally stunned. The item he'd just used was a rare resurrection item. Logically, he should have respawned at his preset point. The Duo dorms. But this place. Holy shit. Wasn't this the underground graveyard of the beginner apartment 4444 he'd seen during his rookie days? But how was that possible? Even veteran players racked their brains trying to enter the beginner apartment early. And yet he had somehow respawned here? What the hell was going on? Did someone tamper with his resurrection item? Before Wu Ying could figure anything out, his vision blacked out again. His consciousness flickered. And his entire being was pulled back into that mysterious space where the boss had grabbed him earlier. Fuck. Caught again. Now completely rattled, Wu Ying's fear doubled. His mind was fuzzy, emotions spiraling out of control. He shouted in the direction of Zhang Yi, "If you can read my mind, then you must have confirmed. I'm really not Zhang Yi. Why won't you let me go?" Clearly, Wu Ying was cracking under pressure. Zhang Yi raised a brow and, in a tone that was almost considerate, explained, "Do you remember? There was a time on the duel arena, when you stood above everyone and said, you said, this is what happens when you offend Duo. Well now, I'm giving your words right back to you." Zhang Yi smiled gently, and enunciated word by word, "This is what happens when Duo offends me." As he spoke, the entropy scythe, like a spatial rift, slammed down onto Wu Ying. Maybe it was due to the strange nature of the secret graveyard, but the scythe's power felt even stronger than usual. In just a few seconds, Wu Ying completely dissolved into glowing particles. And then, a familiar system prompt echoed in Zhang Yi's mind, "Ding, replica has killed a replica. You may choose, 1. Convert the replica into survival points, 2. Replica revival, no hesitation needed." Zhang Yi chose, 2. Replica revival. In an instant, the just-dead Wu Ying came back to life right in front of him. At the same time, more of Wu Ying's memories surfaced in Zhang Yi's mind. Possibly because he had already stolen some of Wu Ying's memory earlier. At this moment, Wu Ying's memories were clearly much clearer than those of Administrator 1010. Of course, even this clarity was far from high-definition video quality. But still, some information could be pieced together. What had shocked Zhang Yi earlier when using Fate Thread to steal Wu Ying's memories, was actually the memory of Wu Ying before he entered the Doomsday apartment. Yes. Although Wu Ying was a veteran player, he had also gone through the process of entering the beginner apartment as a regular human, clearing it, and only then entering the Doomsday apartment. But what set him apart from ordinary people was, Wu Ying had already died before entering the Doomsday apartment. And when he entered, it wasn't as a player, but as an eerie being. As an eerie, he didn't possess memories of his past life. Only after possessing a player and obtaining the status of Eerie player did he gradually recover his memories from when he was alive. His previous life had been quite tragic. It was probably similar to Wanxian's. Dropped out of school as a teenager, left home behind. Then drifted through internet cafes, working daily gigs. Basically, what people called a sand god. As for how he died, it was a rough one. During the pandemic, some sketchy friends introduced him to a money-making scheme through vaccine trials. These vaccines were unfinished. Experimental products in the testing phase. He volunteered for these tests. One shot earned him 300. Ordinary volunteers didn't usually have any problems after a shot. But Wu Ying. He got greedy. To make more money, he asked friends to hook him up with multiple sources, taking shots here and there. 300 here, 300 there. It beat doing daily labor, didn't it? Sure enough, the result also beat daily labor. He dropped dead. It's hard to say whether it was greed or ignorance. Or maybe, it was just the sad, shared fate of those at the bottom of society. A life that cheap was never worth more than a bit of cash. Wu Ying's memories as an Eerie were very hazy. He vaguely remembered that on the 8th day in the beginner apartment, he possessed a level 10 player, which made him quite a standout among newcomers. Then he cleared the beginner apartment using that newbie's identity. Maybe it was all those vaccines he took before dying. But Wu Ying's glyph pattern ability turned out to be incredibly powerful. His first ability was the super common flesh weaving. But each of his organ-based abilities had been pushed to the limit. According to his own memory, it might have even been stronger than Lim Jing's. Back in his batch of beginner apartment players, Wu Ying had his moment of glory. With his powerful glyph pattern ability, he managed to cozy up to a veteran player. It was under that veteran's guidance that he cleared the beginner apartment. But hey, people are fickle, and the world is cruel. Upon entering the Doomsday apartment, Wu Ying, following that veteran's advice, refused Duo organization's recruitment. The reason? Joining Duo meant having your soul searched. No privacy at all. Also, Duo was known for focusing on duel rooms, and since fights there didn't result in real death, it was like working a government job. Stable but dull. Such comfort could blunt a person's ambition and limit growth. When Wu Ying first got into the Doomsday apartment, he was young, cocky, and strong. Naturally, he didn't want to sacrifice his privacy, nor did he care for an easy but stagnant life. So he took the veteran's advice and joined an organization called Azura. What did Azura do? They raided secret realms to collect resources. These secret realms were the top-tier resource systems that powered the entire Doomsday apartment. Most players in the Doomsday apartment lived off of secret realm raids. And organizations built around raiding them were the most common. These orgs came in all sizes. Smaller ones were 3-man, 5-man, or 10-man teams. Larger ones had dozens or hundreds of members. Azura had thousands. A first-class organization by scale. Above the first-class groups were the 4 top-tier orgs, each boasting over 10,000 members. That might not sound like a lot. But based on Wu Ying's memory, the casualty rate for secret realm orgs was sky high. Any team that could consistently maintain over 10,000 members long-term deserved to be called a top-tier org. What's more, these top-tier groups had a solid number of core members. Hundreds in each one, all of them VIP players. To the just-arrived Wu Ying, VIP players were too powerful even to dream of. Still, at the time, Wu Ying secretly made a vow. One day, he'd become the strongest in Azura. He'd lead the organization into becoming one of the 4 top-tier powers ruling over the secret realm apartments. Those VIP players who seemed untouchable. One day, he'd become one too. Of course, dreams are just dreams. Very few people actually live them out. Wu Ying, clearly, did not. Not only did he fail to achieve his dream. Following that damn veteran, he ended up having a miserable time in Azura. Just 3 secret realm runs, and he went through more brushes with death than he could count. And aside from the deadly challenges within the secret realms, there was the despair he learned about human nature. Thanks to betrayal. But even after 3 runs, he wasn't quite broken yet. It wasn't until the 7th secret realm, when his powerful glyph pattern ability was crippled, that he barely clung to life. Reduced to a cripple. Chapter 156 Wu Ying's memory. The key point was, unlike human players, who could possess multiple glyph pattern abilities, Wu Ying, as an Eerie player, was inherently limited to just one glyph pattern ability. So, once that single ability was crippled, an Eerie player was basically done for. Generally speaking, there'd been no coming back from that. But Wu Ying, of course. You could call him unlucky, but when luck turned in his favor, it was downright ridiculous. In theory, Eerie players could undergo a process called tattoo cleansing to completely erase their existing glyph pattern ability. After that, They could attempt to channel another Eri to acquire a new ability. Sounds simple in 2 lines. But in reality, both steps were life-threatening trials. A glyph pattern ability, at its core, was a form of Eri soul power. To remove it entirely meant cleansing the soul itself. The entire tattoo cleansing process was incredibly dangerous. Almost on par with a human player acquiring 10 glyph pattern abilities. Keep in mind, even the most elite VIP players in the Doomsday apartment usually only had 7 or 8 abilities. Those with 9 were extremely rare. As for 10? Wu Ying had never even heard of anyone with 10, let alone confirm they existed. That alone showed how insanely difficult it was for an Eri player to cleanse their tattoo. It was 1,000 times harder than Wu Ying ever becoming a dream achiever. And on top of that, having become a cripple, it was nearly impossible for Wu Ying to find a reliable player willing to help with the procedure. So, when Memory Wu Ying decided to go through with it, even he didn't believe he'd survive. He told others he was going for a tattoo cleanse. But in reality, it was nearly the same as giving up on life. But then, that near impossible event actually happened to him. He really did manage to cleanse his flesh weaving ability. And survived. But the second step, obtaining a new glyph pattern ability, was equally brutal. Eri players couldn't be possessed twice, so they couldn't acquire a second ability the same way. Even without his previous ability, Wu Ying's nature as an Eri remained. And for an Eri to be possessed by another Eri, that was basically instant death. The only way forward was to call down an Eri into his body while standing at death's edge. And that kind of survival rate? Even lower than tattoo cleansing. But again, that near zero probability. Wu Ying hit it. It was during that do-or-die moment that he acquired a brand new glyph pattern ability, Phantasoparasitism. Come to think of it, the ability suited him well. It, too, was something you could only obtain through high-risk, high-reward situations. So, having turned the impossible into possible, Wu Ying instantly bounced back from despair. He felt like he was chosen by fate. After all, he beat such absurd odds. If that wasn't divine favor, what was? He felt like a main character. Crushed by setbacks, only to make a grand comeback. At that point, Wu Ying was more fired up than ever. Even more so than when he had first entered the Doomsday apartment. At the time, he still had no intention of joining Duo. He was determined to keep raiding secret realms, level up fast, and take revenge on the veteran who screwed him over. He joined one third-rate secret realm org after another. The kind where the entire team wiped out every single run. He believed that through grit and his chosen one luck, he'd definitely rise quickly. But the result? Every run brought more misfortune, more brushes with death. And in the end, before he could get much stronger, he was crippled again. Yes, Wu Ying was back to square one. This time, he was infected with an untraceable dark-type curse. It caused his Phantasoparasitism ability to stall at Tier 3, unable to progress. And he had no clue how to break the curse. What made it worse was, Phantasoparasitism's first 3 tiers only increased the number of identities he could replicate. It wasn't until Tier 4 that the ability not only doubled his Eri count but also boosted resurrection priority. Meaning he could resurrect at higher death priorities. So being stuck at Tier 3 essentially crippled the ability's full potential. In those memories, when Wu Ying realized this, he was devastated, questioning his entire existence. He even considered, what if he tried tattoo cleansing again? If he truly was fate's favorite, maybe he'd survive again? But come on. What kind of chosen one gets this unlucky? Clearly, the countless failures in secret realms, the repeated beatdowns after being crippled, and all the bad luck that clung to him, had gradually crushed his spirit. In the end, Wu Ying stopped gambling. Even if he succeeded, there was no guarantee the new ability would be better than Phantasoparasitism. But if he failed, he'd be dead for real. Wu Ying was just like most idealistic young men who eventually got torn down into numb middle-aged shells. Like all Rundesu would, in the end, bow their heads and cry master. Eventually, the cruel reality broke him. He gave in, gave up, resigned himself to fate. He accepted the lack of privacy, the soul-searching. He joined the group that Doomsday apartment players joked was the retirement home, Duo. Low risk, low reward. The core was comfort. Through Wu Ying's memories, Zhang Yi now had a decent grasp of how Duo operated. The org always maintained over 10,000 regular members, so it counted as a top-tier force in the Doomsday apartment. It was also a very unique organization. Unlike others, Duo had no competitors. For example, the Secret Realm orgs had the 4 giants, constantly competing. The resurrection-based orgs had 3 giants, dominating the field. The glyph cultivator orgs that helped players awaken abilities had 4 major guilds, setting the industry standard. But only Duo monopolized its field. Duel rooms. With just one organization. And Duo was deeply mysterious. Even after joining, regular members had zero access to the org's core. And those who became core members vanished. They were never seen interacting with regulars again. There were conspiracy theories in the Doomsday apartment. That core members were sacrificed the moment they were promoted, dying quietly and without a trace. But the more popular theory was, every core member received a shared new identity, Duo. Yes, all of them became Duo. They shared that single identity and jointly ran the entire organization. Supporters of this theory believed, in any normal top-tier org, you'd expect not just 10,000 regulars, but hundreds of VIP players. Duo's regular members had 0 VIP players. So those must be hidden among the core, shared identity members. Otherwise, without that many VIPs backing them, how could a single organization dominate the entire industry? And because it had total monopoly, no one could even get a foot in the door. The number of VIP players in the outside world speculation about the Duo organization varied widely. Some guessed 200, some guessed 500, and the more outrageous even said over 1,000. In any case, while Duo might look like a chill retirement group, its position in the Doomsday apartment remained mysterious, unique, and absolutely unshakable. As for Duo's business operations, they mainly fell into 3 categories. First, dealing with new players through win streak blocker sales and win streak packages. Second, everything related to veteran player battles, duels, sparring, wager matches, and so on. The third was a bit more unusual, referred to as guiding the fated ones. Or more accurately, guiding the resourceful ones. Any player in the Doomsday apartment who was willing to spend money could buy services from Duo. As long as the price was right, anything was possible. Fake matches, fame farming, revenge contracts, secret realm coaching. And so on, and so on. If it could be solved with money, Duo would take the job. Of course, the prerequisite was, the money had to be worth it. Since Wu Ying's phantasoparasitism was stuck at tier 3, he could only handle business on the new player end. The other 2 arms, dealing with veterans and handling monetary contracts. He only knew a rough outline, with no insider access. Aside from that, Wu Ying's memories finally helped Zhang Yi understand what VIP players really were. As the name implied, VIP players were a privileged subset of players. And they mainly came from the 3 core ranking boards in the Doomsday apartment, the Combat Power ranking, the Survival ranking, and the Secret Realm ranking. The first 2 were easy to understand. Ranked by Combat Power and Survival points. The Secret Realm ranking was based on cumulative points from Secret Realm runs. Each board had 10,000 slots, so in theory, up to 30,000 VIP players could exist. But in practice, the boards could overlap. One top player might appear on all 3. Combat, Survival, and Secret Realms. Such a player was referred to privately as a VIP. A player on 2 boards could be called a VIP. Of course, these were just terms players used among themselves. In official Doomsday announcements, only VIP was used. Because one player could occupy up to 3 board slots, the actual number of VIP players was less than 30,000. Wu Ying had once heard rumors while in the Azura organization that there were other ways to become a VIP player, though someone at his level would never come close to that knowledge. In short, VIP players were the ones sitting at the very top of the Doomsday apartment hierarchy. Symbols of identity, wealth, power, and privilege. The kind of players ordinary ones could only dream of becoming. Naturally, they enjoyed all kinds of special perks. From what Wu Ying knew, VIP players could post announcements, found first-tier organizations, access higher floors of the apartment, gain certain privileges in Secret Realm apartments, and even get interest-free survival point credit loans. And, as Zhang Yi was already familiar with, they could fuse beginner apartments. Though, in truth, fusing beginner apartments wasn't as simple as just spending a privilege point. Because right before being teleported to the secret graveyard, the members in Wu Ying's Duo group chat had been discussing the fusion of Apartment 4444 and Apartment 1010. At that time, they only knew that the fusion was happening. They hadn't yet learned the outcome. Still, just like the administrator, they all assumed 4444 would come out on top. There was no suspense there. What everyone was really debating was the VIP player who triggered the fusion. Moshe Yuan. Because VIP players also had the ability to hide their names on the ranking boards, not all VIPs were publicly known. In fact, nearly half of all names on the 3 boards were anonymized. So, this was the first time many Duo members had even heard the name Moshe Yuan. What really caused a stir, though, was when a seasoned player in the group dropped this bombshell. Z saying, "Hey Oyan, this is insane. Completely insane. I just confirmed it with a VIP I know. Special apartments like 4444 can't be fused by regular VIPs at all, so this obscure guy Moshe Yuan is most likely a VIP, or even a VIP. And apartment fusion isn't just some privilege you spend. It comes at a cost. In all previous years, there's never been a fusion involving a special apartment. This 4444 fusion is totally bizarre. And this VIP Moshe Yuan must be something else. Tong sang, could he be at the level of an apartment boss, trying to save 4444 from early destruction by pulling off a fusion as a last resort? Tong Sang's theory got widespread agreement from the other duo members. But from his administrator perspective, Zhang Yi knew. The one who contacted Moshe Yuan was likely the 4444 administrator himself. Based on Zhang Yi's earlier analysis, 4444 and the apartment bosses were enemies. So there was no way Moshe Yuan was an apartment boss. Which meant, maybe 4444 had already planned to save itself via fusion all along. They just hadn't chosen the right target. Then Zhang Yi showed up. So 4444 went with the flow? And judging by how much these duo members were hyping up Moshe Yuan, it was clear he was no ordinary VIP. So how exactly had 4444 met this mysterious VIP and convinced him to act? Naturally, Moshe Yuan became one of Zhang Yi's top priority people to track. And beyond that, Zhang Yi also uncovered another intriguing bit from Wu Ying's memories. The VIP player Yu Yuun, who had previously fused Apartment 1008 and 1010. Zhang Yi had barely noticed her name back when it appeared in the fusion announcement. But now, he suddenly realized. Yu Yuun had participated in Duo's I That Sees Heroes event. And had predicted early on that Zhang Yi would become this year's Rookie King. The hell? Coincidence? Did this VIP notice him during a duel and then choose to fuse his apartment? Or had she been watching him from the very start? Zhang Yi had a hunch. It was probably the latter. After all, before the apartment fusion, he had only fought a handful of duels in the duel room. Maybe only the one against Xing Xiaoyu. A 3-win streak. And the one with Zhao Yudi, which was only slightly noteworthy. Was that enough to get him noticed by a VIP? If not, what was it that drew her attention from the beginning? After going through all of Wu Ying's memories, Zhang Yi just felt mentally drained. He briefly organized the information in his mind. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Replica Number 1, who had split off from Yang Wenchao and Wan Xin, had gone to meet up with the white-clad woman. He was ready to collect the Phase 2 task reward from her, then arrange for a replica to enter the personal instance. Following the apartment fusion, the white-clad woman was once again in room 2064. Also in her room was a figure in red. Guan He. More precisely, the red-clad Guan He was now a reincarnated Iri. When replica number 1 Zhang Yi arrived at room 2064, the white-clad woman immediately barked at him, "You really sent that light-type player into the Administrator's Park Battle Arena." Chapter 157, Hiding the light-type aura. Otherwise, how the hell did that loser 1010 manage to kill someone with death state from 4444? Obviously, Little Bay was visibly shocked. After all, back when they communicated via the glass orb, she had already admitted it. Her earlier judgment had been wrong. With her real strength, she couldn't possibly kill someone with death state from 4444. So her shock now was exactly the same as the 9,999 administrators. But Zhang Yi had no obligation to explain anything to her. As he followed the white-clad woman into the room, he wore the dazed expression of a complete newbie. "I don't know. I just privately contacted Huang Bo and gave him this idea. Whether he actually got into the Administrator's Park Arena, I really don't know." While speaking, he feigned confusion again, thoughtfully asking, "But probably not, right? If it really was Huang Bo who entered the Park Arena and killed 4444, would the Administrator rights still have been passed to 1010? And if he was already able to kill one Administrator, why not just take both of them out?" He only asked these things offhandedly to reinforce his clueless newbie persona. But to his surprise, Red Guan he actually answered seriously, if he only entered the Park Arena, killed 4444, and then left, then of course, the Administrator rights would have gone to 1010 as planned. As for why he didn't kill 1010 too, that's simple. Zhang Yi waited intently for what this simple reason was. But halfway through, her expression paused. As if she suddenly thought of something. A short moment later, she came back to herself and turned to the white-clad woman. Such a simple reason, but Huang Bo himself might not even know it. So maybe, the reason he didn't kill 1010 is something else. Huh? Zhang Yi blinked in confusion. He wondered if this lady had figured out there was some connection between 1010 and light type. But then she said, "I'm thinking. Maybe that key was picked up by Huangbo. The white-clad woman was stunned. But didn't you just say that thing can't even be touched by normal people? Huangbo's light type. How could he have picked it up? Red Guanhe shook her head, no idea. But if he really had a way to get into the administrator's park arena, maybe he really did prepare something to grab that key. He didn't kill 1010, just so everyone would believe. The key's still on 1010. She said it like it was set in stone. Zhang Yi listened and started to piece together what she was thinking. Seems like this eerie Guanhe really believed that Huangbo had gone to the park arena and used light-type abilities to kill the 4444 administrator. And that Huangbo got the cross. But in order to hide that he had the cross, he didn't kill 1010. Letting 1010 be the scapegoat, drowning in a storm of blood and fury. While he disappeared with a flourish, hiding his success and name. This deduction, to be honest, kind of made sense. If 1010 and Huangbo weren't the same person, that is. Of course Zhang Yi knew all the inside details. But to keep playing his newbie persona, he kept up the act with clueless questions. What are you guys talking about? What key? So the 4444 administrator really was hiding some treasure? Is that why everyone wanted to kill him? For this so-called key? But didn't you say earlier there's no way to get someone into the administrator's park arena? If even you reincarnated Aries can't do it, how could a newbie like Huangbo possibly pull it off? But Guanhe didn't answer any of those questions. Still, from her expression, Zhang Yi could tell. This eerie Guanhe probably knew about the existence of light-type reincarnated players. She likely thought the light-type had already teamed up with a light-type reincarnated player. And it was through that reincarnated player's power that he got into the park arena. But here came another problem. If the light-type reincarnated player really had that kind of power, why not do it himself instead of sending Huangbo? Maybe it was because Huangbo was the only one exposed as light-type, and the others couldn't afford to be? But that cross looked obviously evil. Could it really be something a light-type could take? A flood of thoughts rushed through Zhang Yi's mind. He even had a reckless idea. Why not use a fate thread on this chick too and steal her memories directly? But obviously, that idea was way too bold. He'd already seen from Wu Ying's reaction. Using fate thread to steal someone's memory could definitely be felt. And the reaction wasn't subtle. Wu Ying instantly thought it was soul-searching. So from now on, if he used that trick again, he'd better make sure to kill the target first. As he was thinking, Guanhe spoke again. You're still in contact with Huangbo, right? Zhang Yi nodded. Guanhe asked again, that madman mask, it's still on Huangbo, right? Zhang Yi nodded again. A flash of red flickered in Guanhe's eyes, and she said decisively, then contact Huangbo now and borrow that madman mask again. Then wear it and go take out the substitute administrator on the first floor. Maybe you'll flush out the 4444 administrator. As she spoke, she explained to Zhang Yi, just say that to Huangbo and see how he reacts. Zhang Yi thought. What kind of reaction? Whatever my reaction is, Huangbo's will be the same. He immediately frowned and said, you didn't answer any of the questions I asked, but now you've got no problem assigning me tasks? Real convenient, huh? Before Guanhe could respond, he turned to the white-clad woman and said, I came here to claim my Phase 2 task reward, and you also mentioned a surprise for killing the administrator. However, before the white-clad woman could speak, Guanhe frowned and said, but technically speaking, you never completed Phase 1. Which means, you didn't actually kill any administrator. Seeing her button again, Zhang Yi frowned on the spot, and his aura shifted. When it came to knowledge and intel, sure, he had to act clueless. But when it came to power, he wasn't a newbie at all. Right then, the tone of his voice shifted too, and he fired straight at Guanhe, my task. Did you assign it to me? My task prompt already says it's complete. Why should your word override that? Guanhe had originally planned to use borrowing the madman mask from Huangbo as a condition of exchange. Let him finish the job, and then give him the reward. She hadn't expected this brat to be so uncooperative. Just a mere newbie, yet so aggressive with his words. She was just about to say something more, when suddenly her face turned pale, and her pupils trembled violently. Even the red glow surrounding her instantly became blurry and faded. And just before she changed from Mary Guanhe to human Guanhe, Huangbo's voice rang out, incredibly fast. Whatever you wanna ask, say it to my face. You wanna see my reaction? I'm right here for you to see. The fuck? Huangbo's tone was 100 times more arrogant than Zhang Yi's had been earlier. He directly sneered at Guanhe, who had completely lost her red hue. She was the one who wanted to see my reaction, right? So now I show up, and she suddenly doesn't dare look? Guanhe really did have a strong personality. But human Guanhe was actually the gentle, soft-spoken girl who didn't like to argue. Facing Huangbo's questions now, her face was full of awkwardness, and she even took a step back involuntarily. The white-clad woman instantly vanished with a swoosh. So human Guanhe also went swoosh and darted behind Zhang Yi, stammering out, let's talk this out nicely, okay? Zhang Yi thought to himself, you had the chance to talk nice earlier, and didn't. Now that I'm done being nice, suddenly you want to be civil? TCH. Seriously. He ignored human Guanhe and pulled out the glass orb again to contact the white-clad woman, complaining, seriously? You ran off again? I still haven't gotten my reward. But the white-clad woman didn't respond for a long time. Maybe she was still running like mad. Instead, human Guanhe took the initiative and said, I have a suggestion. She stepped half a pace forward and said to the still fierce-looking Huangbo, I have a semi-finished item over here. It can mask the aura of light type. Although you've already been exposed, masking the aura won't cancel the kill on-site order. But after all, Doomsday apartment is mostly filled with dark-type beings. Masking the light aura should still make things easier for you. The ability to hide a light aura. Of course that tempted Zhang Yi. But he raised a brow and questioned, what do you mean by semi-finished? I can't use it as is? Guanhe pressed her lips together and said cautiously, semi-finished means it still needs preserved AIDS blood, you. She hesitated, glanced at Zhang Yi, thought for a moment, and then continued, since you were even able to enter the administrator's park arena, I figure you should be able to get your hands on AIDS blood too. The implication was clear. Go to whoever sent you to the park arena and get the AIDS blood from them. Meaning, go to Hizanayu. From that, it seemed likely that Hizanayu, the unexposed light-type reincarnated player, really did have preserved AIDS blood on her. But Huangbo raised his brow again, tone sharp, who said I've ever been to the administrator's park arena. And what the hell is AIDS blood supposed to be? Just hearing about that filthy stuff makes me want to puke. And you think I'd actually use something made from it? Guanhe stayed silent for a moment, ready to try persuading him again. But Huangbo still looked thoroughly annoyed and cut her off before she could speak. Just give me that so-called semi-finished item and let me take a look first. Deep down, Guanhe was definitely scared of Huangbo. She actually wondered. What if, the moment she handed over the semi-finished item, this Huangbo just snatched it like he did last time with the madman mask? But this guy had a concept-level weapon. If he wanted to take something, she really couldn't stop him. So Guanhe didn't dare hesitate long. She directly pulled out a tiny porcelain vial. It was only about the length of a finger joint. Huangbo didn't snatch it. Instead, he casually asked, using this thing with AIDS blood can hide a light-type aura? So, does that mean you use this to hide your own light-type aura too? That question came out of nowhere. Of course Zhang Yi was just testing her. One body was replica number 1, the other was Huangbo. 2 angles, 2 perspectives. Both watching Guanhe's reaction as they asked. Honestly, this thought had flashed through Zhang Yi's mind before. But he'd immediately dismissed it, thinking it was totally impossible. But then, back in the tombstone zone of the graveyard, that mysterious other version of himself had boasted that he'd once had more than 10 SSS tier abilities, more than 10 9th tier glyph pattern abilities. He even casually claimed something about a multi-souled body, light and dark in one. Sure, that guy's tone was kinda crazy and made it all sound like the ramblings of a madman. But it did open up Zhang Yi's mind. Things he thought were impossible might have just been him being naive. So this time, he gave it a try. Of course, it wasn't some baseless wild guess. He had one very strong piece of evidence. The existence of light-type reincarnated players in the beginner apartment had to be a closely guarded secret. Zhang Yi only found out about it after getting Huangbo's light-type replica. And even then, the only light-type reincarnated player he'd encountered was Hizanayu. He hadn't dug deep into any broader info about light. And if someone like Hizanayu could hide their light aura and identity, there's no way they'd expose themselves so easily. But somehow, Guanhe also knew about this secret. Even the 9,999 administrator and others hadn't guessed that Huangbo got into the park arena. Because they assumed he didn't have the power. They didn't know he had someone backing him. But Guanhe did. She knew someone was backing Huangbo. How could she know? Why would a light-type reincarnated player like Hizanayu let Guanhe in on that secret? It was that detail that made Zhang Yi seriously suspect. Guanhe was also a light-type player who had hidden her aura. And after that probe, sure enough, Guanhe's reaction looked completely unnatural. In that moment, with a face full of shocked disbelief, she blurted, "What did you say? You're saying I'm a light-type player? A light-type player, coexisting with a dark-type reincarnated Yuri? Don't you think that's a little too absurd?" Huang Bo gave a cold laugh and instantly used light and shadow escape, sweeping the porcelain vial from her hand as he passed. Then he vanished without a trace, leaving only Zhang Yi, who turned to Guan He with a surprised look. "You're a light-type player in hiding." Now that Huang Bo was gone, Guan He's expression was a lot more natural. She frowned and said directly, "How could that be possible? Even if there really were hidden light-type players among the others, it couldn't possibly be me. If he's guessing someone's hiding their light-type identity, that would make way more sense if it's you, not me. After all, I've got a symbiotic reincarnated Eri with me." Chapter 158, The Powerful Apartment Trader. Zhang Yi thought to himself. "I am the hidden light-type player, isn't that obvious?" But then he suddenly shuddered. He remembered that in some novels he'd read, there was a type of ability called mind reading. He wondered, could something like that exist in Doomsday apartment? Whether it did or not, he decided. Better to cut down on inner monologues from now on. He needed to act like a mature and steady person. With that in mind, he completely lost interest in arguing with Guan He and instead spoke into the glass orb again. "Hurry up, little bae. Get back here and give me my task reward. If you dare weasel out of it, don't blame me for flipping the table on you." As he said this, he suddenly glanced at Guan He and warned coldly, "Hold it. Don't you dare transform." Guan He really held her breath, nearly choking. She couldn't help coughing a few times. From the glass orb, little Bae's voice finally came through, with a hint of helplessness. All right. I'll deliver it." With that, the massive TV screen in room 2064's living room suddenly began to flicker. Light and shadow interlaced, and all kinds of images seemed to flash across the screen. Only, the flickering was so fast it was hard to make out what those images actually were. The way the screen flashed looked exactly like a classic ghost movie scene with a haunting spirit. As Zhang Yi's attention was drawn to the flickering screen, a familiar system prompt sounded in his head. Ding. SS Tier Confidential Quest Phase 2, Kill the Apartment Trader, SS Tier, Phase 2 Rewards, 1. 500 Survival Points, 2. 10 Golden Treasure Chests, 3. Abyssal Veil, Incomplete, 4. Chaos Furnace, Incomplete, 5. Fortune's Turn, Incomplete, Special Setting by Insu, Phase 2 Rewards will be delivered upon quest acceptance, Quest Failure Penalty, none. This phase is mandatory and has been automatically accepted. The familiar tone and structure were just like the prompts from Phase 1. Once again, the white-clad woman had preset the Phase 2 rewards in advance. And these rewards were way more generous than Phase 1. Even though the last 3 items all had the word incomplete attached to them. Zhang Yi already knew. Wang Qingjian's Mercy of the Reaper had incomplete in its name too. And that item could reverse time. That had already blown Zhang Yi's mind. So he figured. Any item marked incomplete probably wasn't simple. They were likely one-time use items, but absurdly powerful. Aside from those 3 unfamiliar incomplete items. The treasure chests this time weren't just golden tier, which couldn't even be bought with game coins. There were 10 of them. And on top of that, he got 500 survival points. Sure, when dealing with the apartment trader, 1 survival point could only be exchanged for 100,000 game coins. But that's just the official price. Usually, only total newbies during early game would foolishly go to the trader to convert points. Or losers with no connections, who couldn't earn game coins on their own. Those kinds of small fries might try it. But anyone with a bit of network could easily sell 1 survival point for over $1 million in private trades. So 500 survival points equaled 500 million in game coins. And realistically, among top players, game coins were worthless. Only survival points were recognized as real currency. For example, in the administrator trading zone, nobody used game coins for trades. At this stage, Zhang Yi's economy should definitely upgrade from game coins to survival points. And now with an extra 500 survival points, whether he used them to create more replicas or trade for high-tier items, he wouldn't be strapped anymore. More importantly, he'd previously gotten a piece of info from Huang Qi. Once a player's survival point assets passed 100, if they encountered the apartment trader again, they wouldn't just be able to exchange points for coins. They could also trade for items. Rumor had it. The replica reflection mirror was something Huang Qi had exchanged from the apartment trader. Huang Qi was already dead, and Zhang Yi still had many unanswered questions about him. But if he could meet the trader, maybe he'd learn more about the details and secrets of how Huang Qi got that replica reflection mirror. At the same time, Zhang Yi himself could start trading for items. Better skill scrolls, attribute fruits, even powerful gear. He could start stocking up. Of course. If he really had what it took to kill the apartment trader, then wouldn't he be able to skip paying altogether, and just loot everything off the corpse? Wouldn't that be a straight-up jackpot? No wonder in cultivation novels, people always killed others to steal their treasures. Just thinking about it, Zhang Yi felt the truth in that old saying. Kill and burn for a gold belt. Speaking of which, Zhang Yi had technically killed 2 administrators now. He got a ring from killing 1010, and inside were not just a substitution badge, but a bunch of other goodies. But after killing the 4444 administrator in the park arena, he'd only gotten a cross. Nothing else. Of course, before that, acting as Huang Bo, he'd also helped Little Bei kill 4444 and received an item for mass-producing replicas. That proved the 4444 administrator had been wealthy. But Zhang Yi hadn't gotten any of his assets from the park battle. So maybe that guy had hidden his stash before the fight? When Zhang Yi went to look for the Raven Egg later, maybe he could check around to see if 4444's hidden assets could be found. Just as he was thinking that, the flickering TV screen suddenly emitted the white-clad woman's voice again. Speaking of which, in previous beginner apartments, there have been administrator deaths. More than once, in fact. It happens nearly every batch. But the apartment trader has never been killed by a player. Even old-timer players who arrive on day 8. None of them ever dared mess with the trader. You probably haven't heard of any cases either, where a player has killed the trader. Zhang Yi nodded. He didn't need the white-clad woman to say it. He could already imagine. The apartment trader had to be insanely powerful. After all, he carried tons of survival point-based items. If he didn't have the strength to protect them, how would he still be alive? And if even veteran players didn't dare target him, then the trader's strength was probably even more ridiculous than Zhang Yi had imagined. Maybe even stronger than the 4444 administrator? Then again, it might not be sheer power. He might just be really hard to kill. Zhang Yi kept analyzing the situation in his head. Sure enough, he heard the white-clad woman continue explaining, and at its core, the reason why the apartment trader is even harder to kill than an administrator is. His mobility is insane. I don't know the exact ability, but what I do know is, the apartment trader can instantaneously travel across all apartments, on any floor. That's right. In an instant. His speed is comparable to Huang Bo's light and shadow escape. No. More accurately, it should be even faster than light and shadow escape. After all, light and shadow escape is only as fast as light traveling through space. But the apartment trader's movement should be a terrifying spatial teleportation ability. Between 2 points, sure, light is the fastest. But with space abilities, those 2 points can be overlapped, the distance eliminated. So the speed naturally exceeds light. Ah, so that's how it is. Zhang Yi listened, and found himself suddenly interested in spatial abilities. He had a spatial type replica too. But it probably couldn't compare to the trader's level. The Phase 2 reward, Abyssal Veil, incomplete, is an item specifically designed to counter space abilities. With it, you can effectively restrict the apartment trader's mobility. But even with that, the apartment trader is still extremely difficult to kill. Based on speculation among us reincarnated Eries, the apartment trader not only has powerful space abilities, but likely also possesses a large number of replicas, along with multiple resurrection mechanisms. It's very possible. You think you've killed him, but it was only one of his replicas. Some of those replicas might even have resurrection capabilities themselves. And unless you completely kill both the trader and all of his replicas, it doesn't count as a true kill. He could rise again at any moment, thanks to a hidden replica you didn't even know existed. As she said this, the white-clad woman's tone was filled with deep wariness. But Zhang Yi, on the other hand, was stunned. DMN. If what she said was true, then the trader's ability was almost identical to his own. Tons of replicas. As long as a replica survives, the trader lives. He could reappear at any time from some hidden clone. Shit. That's basically himself. If it were just that their abilities were similar, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, the white-clad woman had said that replica abilities weren't all that rare. Maybe the apartment trader had an SSS-tier replica ability? But what freaked Zhang Yi out was, if the trader had such overpowered replica skills, why the hell would he sell the replica reflection mirror, an item that boosts replica abilities, to Huang Qi? No way he didn't know how powerful the item was, right? That couldn't be it. Thinking of this, for the first time, Zhang Yi found himself more curious about the mysterious apartment trader than even the apartment boss. His brain started spinning, and he immediately asked the white-clad woman for more info. So what exactly is the apartment trader's background? Is he just one person, with tons of replicas roaming through the beginner apartments? All these seasons of beginner apartments. And it's always been the same guy? The survival point items he holds, and those survival jade tokens he gives players. Where do they come from? Does he have a superior? Are those items meant to be sold to players, Or can he use them himself too? A barrage of questions. The white-clad woman could clearly see Zhang Yi was now very intrigued by the traitor. She wasn't surprised. After all, Zhang Yi also had a replica ability. And the traitor's ability clearly dwarfed his own. So it made sense for Zhang Yi to be curious. Thinking this, she answered patiently, as for the traitor's origins, I don't really know. But he's definitely gone through more cycles of the beginner apartment than I have. From what I know, his spatial and replica abilities are the ones we reincarnated Aries have confirmed. As for what other hidden powers he might have, nobody really knows. Zhang Yi listened and felt speechless. Just a moment ago, he'd thought the Phase 2 quest rewards were generous. Now he couldn't help but scoff. You expect me to kill the apartment traitor with this measly reward? The fuck? That's basically daylight robbery. The white-clad woman seemed to sense his thoughts and continued soothingly, yes, the apartment traitor is strong. The unknown replica count and resurrection methods are indeed despair-inducing. But really, you don't have to be so pessimistic. Because you already have the perfect trump card against him. Light. That's right. Light. The suppression light has over dark-type players is beyond your imagination. You're not a dark-type player, so you wouldn't feel it yourself. But real dark-type players. They don't just fear light physiologically. More importantly, they're completely suppressed. Take the traitor for example. No matter how many replicas or resurrection tricks he's got. If even one of them gets touched by light scorch, it'll stick. And he'll never shake it off. At that, Zhang Yi's eyes lit up. He quickly confirmed with her, you mean? If even one of his replicas gets marked by light scorch, then all of them will be marked? And even after death and resurrection, the mark won't go away? The white-clad woman affirmed, as far as we know, there's currently no method that can remove light scorch. Holy shit. No wonder dark-type creatures always run from the light. God really played favorites, huh? When he said, let there be light, he clearly didn't give a DMN about the dark side's feelings. Zhang Yi snarked inwardly, but couldn't help asking, I heard the core members of the Duo organization all share the same identity. Duo. If one of them gets infected by light scorch, does that mean they all get infected too? The white-clad woman hadn't expected such a mental leap, but still answered patiently, that would depend on the actual connection between the various Duo identities. If there really is some special link, then yes. Light scorch might infect all of them through one body. Which reminds me. You'd better be careful too. If you ever become a dark-type player, the same thing will apply to you. And also. The white-clad woman hesitated for a moment, then cautiously added, aren't you a dark-type player? Clearly, she wasn't entirely sure. She had called Zhang Yi filthy before. But she'd also seen that he wasn't afraid of light. Could his replica ability really separate his types that cleanly? The white-clad woman had her own suspicions, but Zhang Yi didn't offer any answers. After accepting the Phase 2 quest rewards, he was about to ask the white-clad woman about that surprise she'd mentioned earlier. But just then, he suddenly sensed. In that instant. He'd just gained. No. 2 more replicas. Chapter 159, Main Body Reconnected. No. It wasn't just 2 more replicas showing up. At the same time, he also lost 2 threaded blood puppet replicas. In other words, he lost 20 strands of hair. This was outrageous. Zhang Yi's first reaction was to suspect that some moron was impersonating him again, maybe even using his replica substitution ability. But very quickly, he realized. That wasn't it. These 2 new replicas. They really were his own. The real Zhang Yi. Not an imposter. Because almost instantly, the shared consciousness from the 2 new replicas was transmitted to all the other replicas. In just a moment, Zhang Yi understood. This wasn't someone faking him. It was that 2 of his replicas had just exited from his personal instance. In a flash, thoughts aligned. He immediately synced with those 2 replicas and shared full consciousness. And the information those 2 replicas brought back left him both thrilled and shocked. The thrilled part was. Previously, the replicas left outside had been anxious, not knowing what was happening to the main body inside the personal instance. But now, with replicas exiting from inside, he immediately gained access to all the main body's intel from within the instance. Which meant, the situation inside and outside the personal instance were no longer isolated. They were now connected. Even better. Based on the shared intel, although the main body was trapped inside the second stage prison of the instance, he wasn't in any real danger. He also had full control of all the replicas entering the personal instance, allowing him to run various experiments and command the whole situation. And the biggest surprise of all. When a replica dies inside the personal instance, it can actually leave the instance through replica substitution. So does that mean the main body could also escape the personal instance through replica substitution if it dies? Wouldn't that be basically cheating? Of course, that was the shocking part for Zhang Yi. The two replicas that exited were one with the S-tier eye of true sight, and the other was a B-tier replica that Zhang Yi had sent in using his light-type replica's mass generation ability. Clearly, they had both died inside the instance, which triggered replica substitution, ejecting them from the personal instance. And from the memories shared by those two replicas. The main body had used the replicas in Stage 1 to try out all kinds of approaches. Including but not limited to, killing as many people as possible to stack survival points, waging mental warfare with a teacher who was about to call the cops, negotiating, waiting for the police to arrive, hoping to extract info from them. In short, different replicas tried different methods. But so far, none of them achieved high ratings upon entering the prison of Stage 2. The best rating came from waiting for the police, then leaving the classroom in handcuffs. But even that rating was only a C+. Not even a B. Which meant, in Stage 1's classroom, the main body still hadn't found the correct clearance method. The main body had hoped the replicas outside would send more help in. But they had no way to communicate. The replicas outside didn't understand the situation inside. They had thought to send help, but assumed only strong replicas would be useful. Otherwise, if they sent in weaklings, wouldn't they just be dragging the team down? But now, with shared data, he realized. The personal instance didn't need powerful replicas. It needed a lot of replicas. The more he sent in, the more experiments the main body could conduct. In fact, the main body had already come up with multiple new experimental methods, but had no replicas to carry them out. Luckily, now that two replicas had come out, bringing the info back. The outside replicas and the main body inside could finally work together. And as for the death of those two replicas, that was another detail to watch out for when progressing through the personal instance. In Stage 2's prison, there was a sentence timer system. The main body had wondered, what would happen when time ran out? Would it just transition to Stage 3 like the move from Stage 1 to 2? Or would it be death? Now, the replicas outside had the answer. There was no transition to any Stage 3. It was direct death. Those two replicas were executed once the timer in Stage 2 ran out. Thankfully, replica substitution triggered. So the two replicas weren't truly dead. Zhang Yi had to bring this intel back to the main body inside the instance as soon as possible. And he had to send in more replicas right away to help the main body conduct further trials. Though he had previously speculated that even if the main body dies in Stage 2, he could escape via replica substitution. What happened next made him realize things weren't looking good. The two replicas who came out of the instance had appeared directly inside the small storage room connected to room 2025, where the personal instance gateway was. Because they were already close to the entrance, Zhang Yi immediately tried sending the useless B-tier replica back in. But it failed. Which meant replicas that had died inside the personal instance could not enter it again. If that logic held, then if the main body died inside the instance, he might not actually die for real. But he'd never be able to re-enter the instance again. And if the main body could never enter the personal instance again, then the entire personal instance might face other problems as well. For example, other replicas might also become unable to re-enter the instance. After all, the way the personal instance works is, initially, replicas can't enter. Only after the main body enters can other replicas follow. And if it really came to that point, it's very possible he'd completely lose the chance to clear the personal instance. Sure, survival stones can be looted from other players. But the benefits of the personal instance were something Zhang Yi really didn't want to give up. So the current situation wasn't exactly optimistic. Especially with one more issue. The trial version of the S-tier skill Soul Link was about to expire. His replicas outside had been able to act so freely precisely because of Soul Link, the S-tier skill. Once that skill expired and the main body was still trapped inside, then all replicas outside would find their movements severely restricted. Having figured all this out, nearly all of Zhang Yi's replicas inhaled sharply in unison. Currently, the Void Mirror Palace had already been destroyed by him. But he now had a new, even better secret base. That was the secret graveyard of 4444. Having resolved to help his main body clear the personal instance as soon as possible, Zhang Yi shifted all his efforts to center around the instance. He immediately placed the survival jade token containing 500 survival points, from the white-clad woman's reward, into the replica shared space. Then, the administrator replica, who already had 108 survival points, resumed the great undertaking of mass-producing replicas. He did consider throwing a dice of fate onto the administrator replica's head. But sadly, in death state, an administrator couldn't be targeted by the dice of fate. Actually, after experiencing the benefits of death state firsthand, Zhang Yi finally understood. This so-called death state was indeed absurdly powerful. As long as one stayed in that state and didn't encounter light, they were practically unkillable. But the downside was also obvious. Many items couldn't be used in death state. You couldn't even extract survival points from a jade token. Come to think of it, Zhang Yi could now understand why the 4444 administrator had no valuables on him when he died in the park arena. If you can't use anything in death state, there's no point carrying it into battle. This item restriction could be considered 4444's biggest weakness. Because if he wanted to use an item, he had to switch out of death state. And once in normal state, he could be locked on. If someone had the power to deliver an SSS tier kill, he might be killed outright, bypassing death state. Sure, SSS tier death is rare. But not impossible. The apartment boss is incredibly powerful and well stocked. He might really have such an item. In other words, even without using light, there were ways to kill 4444. In the game, wasn't 4444 taken down precisely by a scheme of the apartment boss? Speaking of which, Zhang Yi still hadn't looted Zhu Kaiming's body. After the light replica left the white-clad woman, he circled around the now-fused apartment 4444 using light and shadow escape. Then he found Zhu Kaiming's few followers, including Lin Jing and Duing, were still hiding inside dual machines. But curiously, Zhu Kaiming's own machine was nowhere to be found. Zhang Yi didn't dwell on it. Instead, the administrator replica produced 20 more replicas in one go. One by one, he sent them all into the personal instance. Among those 20, one turned out to be an S-tier replica with dark element affinity. But this dark S-tier replica was far inferior to the previous dark replica Kuxing, which had been generated alongside light. Not only were the stats worse, even the initial skills weren't S-tier. Still, an S-tier talent is always promising. And the main body had a few experiment ideas that required replicas with certain abilities. One idea was to use invisibility to evade arrest by the police and stay in the classroom, to see if more secrets could be uncovered. Another experiment was to use resurrection, to try and revive Teacher Zhu, whom he had previously killed. If Zhu could be revived, then maybe the act of murder would be undone? And if that were the case, would he still be sent to prison? Could it be that stage 2 of the personal instance actually had alternate routes? Of course, the main body had been stuck in prison so long. He'd even started having crazier ideas, staring at the death penalty countdown. Like, what if he had a replica with time manipulation abilities? Could he rewind time to undo Zhu's death? Could he even return from stage 2 to stage 1 using time skills? That idea really was insane. But the main body actually tried it. Because the flow of time in the personal instance was different from the outside. It had been 48 days in prison already. And each day, the main body could generate one new replica. But the replicas created in prison had to spend survival points daily to survive. Yet they had no way to earn survival points inside. So, the replica generated on day 1 wouldn't survive day 2 due to lack of points. In other words, each day, only that day's replica could stay with him. All previous ones were dead. Still, the main body fantasized. With more than 400 days of prison ahead, maybe he could spawn a replica with time powers someday. Clearly, prison life had driven him halfway mad. Time powers. What a joke. After acquiring Wu Ying's memories, Zhang Yi was certain. Not even in the vast Doomsday apartment world had anyone shown time-based powers. With so many players, and not one with time manipulation. And now his main body hoped to get one in just 400 replicas? Pure delusion. Of course, complaints aside. Zhang Yi's replicas and the main body were essentially one and the same. It was only because communication had been cut off that their perspectives started to diverge. Truthfully, as a replica, Zhang Yi had considered the possibility. Could he really create a time-powered replica someday? If it were possible, then the greatest chance lay in using the Observer. After all, the Observer had the SSS tier ability Prophecy. And colorless decree, part of Prophecy, could make zero probability events happen. So, maybe time abilities didn't currently exist in Doomsday apartment. But that didn't mean Zhang Yi couldn't get one. With this realization, his first instinct was train the Observer in mastering all the decrees. Try to quickly unlock Prophecy, and use it to influence the creation of future replicas. But soon, he thought again. Since the personal instance had a different time flow than the outside world, then if he sent the Observer into the personal instance, wouldn't the Observer gain even more time to study Prophecy? What's more, Zhang Yi would be sending in a large number of replicas to help with the main body's experiments. Each of those could generate new replicas daily inside the prison of Stage 2. True, those new replicas wouldn't survive to the next day due to lack of survival points. But every single replica generated would give the Observer another chance to test Prophecy. The observer only had 10 days to grow in the beginner apartment outside. But in the personal instance, he could have hundreds of days. If judged by the main body's prison timeline, that's over 400 days. The more Zhang Yi thought about it, the more he believed. Sending the observer into the personal instance was the best investment. Of course, as a replica, Zhang Yi didn't make the final call. Now that communication with the main body was re-established, he first sent replicas in to relay these thoughts to the main body. And almost right after that batch of 20 replicas entered the personal instance. Another replica came out,